Warrior Lore. Chapter 1137. A dazzling array of immortal killer moves were displayed in front of Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan restrained the excitement in his heart, carefully inspecting it. The immortal killer moves were comprehensive, involving offense, defense, movement, healing, and so on. These were all-time path immortal killer moves. Their cores were mostly Year Gu and After Immortal Gu. A small portion of the immortal killer moves used Immortal Gu Year's flow like water as the core. Immortal killer moves that used rank 8 Immortal Gu as the core were naturally very effective. Feng Yuan had experienced this long ago. His familiar face was a legendary method that used rank 8 Attitude Gu as the core. Of course, the current Feng Yuan only had rank 6 cultivation level. His green grape immortal essence could not activate Year's flow like water. It was not like Attitude Gu, which could be controlled with mental strength. Attitude Gu is a legendary immortal Gu recorded in the Legends of Renzu. In terms of usage, Year's flow like water is inferior to it. But speaking of which, wasn't Attitude Gu given to He Feng Yu by He Fan? These immortal killer moves broadened Feng Yuan's horizons. The principles involved, the combination of Gu worms, gave him a feeling of great gains with just a glance. There were more than 30 immortal killer moves. Some immortal killer moves were split into rank 6, rank 7, and rank 8 levels. Some immortal killer moves even had He Fan's attainments and experiences when he created them in the past. Year of Harvest? Feng Yuan's gaze paused slightly. He found an interesting immortal killer move among them. Year of Harvest. This was the name of the immortal killer move. The core immortal Gu used was immortal level Year Gu. There were tens of thousands of supplementary mortal Gu. They were split into different categories. The activation process was very complicated. He Fan had left behind his experience in using it. Even a legendary person like him would need 2 to 3 days to activate this immortal killer move. The immortal essence expenditure was huge, but Year of Harvest effect was calculated from the time the killer move was activated. It would greatly increase the immortal aperture's resource production. This was an immortal killer move used to manage the immortal aperture. It was a rare killer move, but it was very practical. He Fan also praised this immortal killer move. According to the introduction, this immortal killer move was not created by him, but had been exchanged with someone called Dan Immortal. Feng Yuan took a closer look. The bountiful year required many mortal Gu. If he wanted to prepare them, he would have to start with Jewel Yellow Skies. He definitely had to use this killer move. But not only did he need to expend a lot of immortal essence, he also expended a lot of Year Gu. The Year Gu I obtained is only 100 years old. He had to refine it evenly. Only then could he use the Year of Harvest. Otherwise, it would be a huge loss if it was reduced to immortal Gu. Feng Yuan continued reading. Of these killer moves, some were shockingly powerful. Some were incredibly exquisite and unimaginable. But to Feng Yuan, none of this was particularly important. Feng Yuan did not forget his main objective from start to finish. That was to find a way to delay his immortal aperture calamities and tribulations. A day feels like a year. His eyes lit up as he saw his goal. This immortal killer move still used immortal level Year Gu as the core. Large numbers of Day Gu were used as support. Once activated, it could slow down the immortal aperture's time. Just from the name alone, one day in the immortal aperture would slow down to a year's time. However, He Fan mentioned in his notes, slowing one day in the immortal aperture to a year's time, that was purely in theory. The actual effect would have to be determined by the specific situation. Warrior Lore. For example, if a Strength Path Gu Immortal mainly had Strength Path Dao marks, this Time Path Killer move's effect would be greatly reduced. If a Time Path Gu Immortal used it themselves, it would be like He Fan using it on himself. The effect would be amplified by the Gu Immortal's Time Path Dao marks. The effect would be much better. Or, for example, a low-grade Blessed Land and a high-grade Blessed Land had the same killer move. The effects were different. A month feels like a year. Feng Yuan continued to read. There was another immortal killer move. It was very similar to a year. It also slowed the immortal aperture's time, turning a month into a year. The core Gu was still immortal level Year Gu, but the supplementary mortal Gu was month Gu. Day Gu, month Gu, Year Gu. These were all Time Path Gu worms. They could be compared. Other than day feels like a year and month feels like a year, there were 2 other immortal killer moves. They were called Year Feels Like a Month and Year Feels Like a Day. The first two slowed the immortal aperture's time, while the second two sped up the time. To extend the immortal aperture's time, the interval between calamities and tribulations would naturally be lengthened. For example, Feng Yuan would undergo tribulation in 2 months in the outside world. After using day feels like a year, he would need decades or even centuries to undergo the next calamity and tribulation. Seeing this, Feng Yuan let out a sigh of relief. He felt joy in his heart. The previous 3 earthly calamities had forced him into a corner. He could only brace himself and charge through them. Now that he had this immortal killer move, it was different. From now on, Feng Yuan could advance or retreat. He had room to maneuver. It was very important. But for now, there is no need to slow the immortal aperture's time. After a few more earthly calamities, I can gain down marks and raise my cultivation level. With Chudu's help, I have a high chance of passing the tribulation. Feng Yuan thought. Once he slowed the immortal aperture's time, there were drawbacks. This would cause the growth of resources to fall sharply, and Feng Yuan's cultivation level to rise would also fall by a large margin. Next, I need to prepare these goo worms. There is no need to prepare immortal goo, but I need day goo and month goo in large quantities. Even if I buy them from Jewel Yellow Skies, I will need to buy them for a long time. Heifan's true inheritance did not leave any mortal goo like day goo, month goo, or year goo. Feng Yuan had to buy them himself. Even though this was difficult, as long as Feng Yuan made up his mind, he could make it happen. These 4 immortal killer moves can be considered a set of killer moves. They are specially used to change the immortal aperture's time. Heifan, who created this killer move, is truly a genius. Finally, Heifan mentioned, if the inheritor could obtain immortal level day goo or month goo, these 4 killer moves would not need to use so many mortal level day goo and month goo. Moreover, the killer move's effect would be much stronger. I am already very fortunate to be able to obtain immortal level year goo. As for immortal level day goo and month goo, let's forget about them. Feng Yuan did not want too much. He had already achieved the main objective of this trip, so he was already satisfied. He continued to read. Immortal killer move, years in the prime of life. Soon, Feng Yuan saw an interesting killer move. This killer move also used year goo as the core, but it could give the goo immortal immense strength. The more year goo was consumed, the more strength the goo immortal would gain. This was Heifan's unique creation. He used time path goo worms to display the effect of strength path. Immortal killer move, 100 years of harmony. It also used year goo as the core, with a large number of information path mortal goo as supplementary. The alliance agreement's effect was effective for 100 years. This was using time path goo worms to display the power of information path. I can use it with Chudu after all. My alliance agreement with him was set up by him. It is not too stable. Feng Yuan quickly had this thought. Immortal killer move, unlucky year. This was an immortal killer move that used years flow like water as the core. Feng Yuan could not use it yet. He could only look at it and drool. Using time path to display the profundity of luck path. This was an offensive killer move. Once the enemy was hit, their luck would fall greatly within a year. They would be in trouble. As expected of Heifan, an elite among rank 8 goo immortals. If he came from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, he would definitely be recruited into Celestial Court. He would definitely be an elite among Celestial Court goo immortals. They could use their main path to connect to other paths and display the profundities of other paths. This was the mark of a rank 8 expert. Ordinary rank 8 goo immortals could not reach this level. Heifan was very powerful. Similar to Celestial Court's Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was also a rank 8 goo immortal. He cultivated wisdom path. But when Bo Qing awakened Immortal Zombie and his sword lights rampaged in Central Continent, he could use repair method to repair Heaven Overseeing Tower. The restoration effect was much better than ordinary refinement path methods. This was using wisdom path to display the profundity of refinement path. Endless future trouble? What move is this? Finally, Feng Yuan saw an immortal killer move. Its core was after immortal goo. Once the goo immortal activated it, the calamity and tribulation would be moved to the next, exploding together with the next calamity and tribulation. Feng Yuan's heart jumped. In this killer move's introduction, Hei Fan had also left behind a warning. This killer move could not be used too often, even though it could move calamities and tribulations to the next time. But if it angered Providence, the calamity and tribulations power would multiply. Even though this immortal killer move was created by Hei Fan, he had only used it once and never used it again. To warn the future generations, Hei Fan specially named it Endless Future Trouble. It can only be used in emergencies, it cannot be used often. But it's definitely an excellent method. Fang Yuan was pleasantly surprised. Angering Providence? It did not matter to him. In any case, Providence was thinking of ways to get rid of him. Fang Yuan's existence itself was the greatest offense and anger towards Providence. After some time, Fang Yuan finally finished reading the Immortal Killer Move's content. It was very comprehensive, even the management of the Immortal Aperture was included. Not to mention, it even imitated the effects of other paths, even though there were only a few Immortal Goo in Hei Fan's true inheritance. But with all sorts of Mortal Goo, countless Immortal Killer moves could be formed, allowing the Goo Immortal to deal with any situation. This was the normal state of orthodox cultivation. Even though Hei Fan was strong, he was not even one of the 10 extreme existences. Thus, he raised few Goo worms. They were all time path Goo worms. He could afford it. The number of Goo worms was not important. The Goo Immortal using them was. Hei Fan was the best example. He only had 2 or 3 Goo, but he could use them in all sorts of ways. There was no strongest Immortal Goo, only the strongest Goo Immortal. This was also the reason behind this sentence. Chapter 11:38. Compared to Hei Cheng, even though I have many Immortal Goo, they are not developed enough. Fang Yuan reflected on himself and reflected on himself. Hei Fan's true inheritance moved him a lot, but he did not waver. It is not wrong of me to feed so many Immortal Goo. Goo Immortals placed great importance on calamities and tribulations. The higher one's cultivation went, the harder it would be to transcend the tribulation. Black Fan had few Immortal Goo. The burden of feeding it was small, but it had many methods to deal with all sorts of situations. Most of the resources had been accumulated. Even if they were sold for Immortal Yuan stones, they could be converted into rich Immortal Essence reserves. Moreover, Hei Fan had a family, a superpower with a gold bloodline. Hei Fan also liked to guide juniors. He had many Immortal Goo that were not too important. Before setting up the true inheritance, he had given them to Hei Tribe's main Goo Immortals, or used them as Hei Tribe's treasury to be passed down. Hei Fan did not have one of the 10 extreme aptitudes. His Immortal Aperture's potential was limited. There was a limit to the resources he could manage. All in all, feeding a few Immortal Goo and developing a large number of killer moves was a wise move. But Fang Yuan was different. The specific situation had to be analyzed in detail. The first biggest difference was the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture had huge potential. Raising Goo was a burden. Feeding Immortal Goo was even more of a burden. However, Fang Yuan could afford it, and even had more than enough to spare. The second difference was that Fang Yuan was a loner. He was alone, so he didn't have to worry about his family. He didn't have to worry about his family, nor did he have to worry about his descendants. This was the advantage of being alone. The advantage of clans was in sharing resources and helping each other. But at Hei Fan's level, it was just that the more effort he put in, the more the family would benefit. But Hei Fan had never thought of leaving the family. He had grown up in such an atmosphere in his family. Throughout the entire process, he received a lot of care from his family, which resulted in kinship, friendship, love, and other restraints. He cared about his family. There were also his descendants. The environment in which a person grew up had a huge impact on a person. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, was free and unrestrained, so he had almost no burden in this aspect. Although he had joined the Langya sect, he was just using them. The third difference was that Fang Yuan was under immense pressure to survive. He needed a large number of Immortal Goo. Immortal Goo were unique. There were many of them. They were categorized and could be used to deal with all sorts of situations. For example, to fight enemies, he could use Flying Sword Immortal Goo. Retreat. He used Sword Escape Immortal Goo. Even without killer moves, Fang Yuan could deal with them with just Immortal Goo. In fact, the more Immortal Goo there were, the greater the benefits of constructing immortal killer moves. Immortal killer moves used immortal goo as the core and mortal goo as supplementary. For example, Fang Yuan's immortal killer move Sword Marks targeting death used flying sword immortal goo as the core. A small number of other sword path and other paths mortal goo were supplementary. But if Fang Yuan did not have flying sword immortal goo and only had sword escape immortal goo, he would use sword escape to replace flying swords and use sword marks targeting death. What should he do? Replacing flying swords with sword escape was also feasible. Because they were both sword path immortal goo, they had such a foundation. They could totally be replaced. But the killer move sword marks targeting death would have to change greatly. Flying sword was an offensive immortal goo. It was easy to use it to construct offensive killer moves. Sword escape was a teleportation immortal goo. If it was used to replace flying swords, the mortal goo needed for sword marks targeting death would not only need to be changed, the number would also increase greatly. This way, the activation of sword marks would be more complicated and difficult, the time needed would be longer, the chances of failure would be higher, the practicality would be lower. All in all, Heifan's goo nurturing strategy was very common, but it was not suitable for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's goo nurturing strategy was very accurate to him, but if other goo immortals tried to learn it, they would be courting death. Fang Yuan continued to read. In Heifan's true inheritance, after the immortal killer moves, there were mortal killer moves. There were many of these killer moves, most of them were time path, but Fang Yuan could not use them anymore. Mortal and immortal levels were different. Maybe in the future, when Fang Yuan fought against other goo immortals, he could use these as probing methods. But there was little use, because Fang Yuan already had many outstanding mortal killer moves. He had already grasped countless blood path and strength path killer moves. The only use of these mortal killer moves was to be used as a foundation for deductions. After mortal killer moves, there were some killer moves that were not created. There were immortal killer moves and mortal killer moves. The degree of completion was different. Some were just pure inspiration or conjecture. This was the part that Heifan did not complete before his death. Deducing killer moves was an unavoidable and indispensable part of a goo immortal's cultivation. Fang Yuan took a look, but did not feel much sympathy. His time path attainment level was too low. Wisdom goo could not be used. Moreover, Fang Yuan had many methods already. They were enough. Thus, the killer moves section came to an end. After I return, I need to spend a lot of time to practice these killer moves. Fang Yuan planned. Killer moves had a chance of failure. If they failed in an intense battle, the goo immortal would suffer backlash. If it happened at a crucial moment in the battle, it would be even worse. It was even possible that the success or failure of a killer move could affect the outcome of the battle. It could even be the difference between life and death. Thus, killer moves had to be practiced thoroughly. He needed funds for this. He needed to buy the supplementary mortal goo used to construct the killer moves. When he practiced, he would need to expend immortal essence to activate the immortal killer moves. He would need to practice them more than once. All of these needed money. Money, money. Thus, goo immortal's immortal aperture management was the most important aspect of cultivation. Economy was the foundation of military strength. Furthermore, wars were dangerous. There were calamities and tribulations. Unless there was a huge conflict of interest, goo immortals usually lived peacefully. To practice so many killer moves, it is a huge expenditure. Fang Yuan frowned. He was happy but also worried. It was a pure happy annoyance. A large number of immortal killer moves, even more mortal killer moves, and many incomplete killer moves. Fang Yuan looked at these killer moves. Next, he saw goo recipes. Immortal goo recipes. The first was the parallel refinement recipe of immortal level year goo. Parallel refinement goo recipes. There were quite a few. There were 5 goo recipes. All of them could be used for parallel refinement, raising the effect of year goo. Later on, Heifan recorded his experiences, describing the pros and cons of these 5 methods, as well as the small tricks in parallel refinement. Just these goo refinement methods were enough for Fang Yuan to gain a lot. Among the 5 parallel refinement immortal goo recipes, Heifan used the last one the most. This immortal goo recipe was created by Heifan in his later years. It used the least materials. It had the highest success rate and consumed the least amount of time and effort. Specifically speaking, it used a large number of mortal-level year goo. Adding them to a mortal-level year goo, the effect was very good. After creating it, He Fan almost gave up on the previous 4 goo recipes. He used this parallel refinement goo recipe. But to ensure that He Fan's true inheritance was comprehensive, he recorded all 4 of them. Rank 8 Immortal Goo Years flow like water can produce countless mortal-level year goo. Using these mortal-level year goo, parallel refinement of a mortal-level year goo is really convenient. Fong Yuan sighed, continuing to read. Next was the Immortal Goo recipe for refining after Immortal Goo. Fong Yuan already had this Immortal Goo. Thus, he only took a quick glance. All in all, the scale of these Immortal Goo recipes was shocking. There were close to 100 of them. Moreover, they were all complete Immortal Goo recipes. Most were rank 6 Immortal Goo recipes, a small number of rank 7s, and 2 to 3 rank 8s. The paths involved. The main one was Time Path. It was the majority. But there were other paths. For example, Fire Path, Luck Path, and others. Compared to Immortal Killer moves, these Immortal Goo recipes were more messy. There were modern Immortal Goo recipes. There were also ancient Immortal Goo recipes. Some of the ancient recipes' immortal materials were already extinct. They could not be used. In the entire Immortal Goo recipe, He Fan emphasized on years flow like water. Years flow like water. This rank 8 Immortal Goo was actually created by He Fan. His inspiration came from the parallel refinement of year goo. He Fan also described the entire process of refining years flow like water in detail. To gather enough immortal materials, he used up almost all of He tribe's treasury, and even paid a huge price and favor to invite 2 refinement path great experts. In the end, he still owed a huge debt. To refine years flow like water, He Fan put in a lot of effort. During the refinement process, he suffered many failures. He thought of giving up several times. He Fan recorded all of this. He was not afraid that people would laugh at him for being weak. It could be seen that He Fan had set up this true inheritance with a conscience. Thankfully, his luck was good. After failing 9 times, he succeeded. From his words, He Fan's difficulties and risks in refining rank 8 Immortal Goo were all expressed. Even after succeeding, He Fan's lingering fear did not disappear for many years. He solemnly told his successors to cherish their predecessors' hard-earned results. If they cultivate to rank 8 in the future, they had to be extremely careful when refining other rank 8 Immortal Goo. Fong Yuan saw this and thought of old ancestor Xuehu. Right now, this old man was refining a rank 8 Immortal Goo. And this Immortal Goo was very precious. It was fortune rivaling heaven goo. According to the land spirit of Langya, the essence of Giant Sun Immortal's luck path was this Immortal Goo. Refining a rank 8 Immortal Goo was a huge risk. Old ancestor Xue, who had Ma Hong Yuan as the main material, it saved him a lot of expenses. But in order to gather immortal materials, he did not care about his reputation. He personally stole the immortal zombie bodies of Zombie Alliance and stole from He tribe's treasury. Snowy mountain-blessed land was in chaos because of him. Everyone was panicking. Yao Huang was also refining resurrection from the dead Immortal Goo. According to the rumors in Northern Plains Goo Immortal World, this Immortal Goo was also rank 8. Actually, everyone knew the risks of refining rank 8 Immortal Goo. Why would they keep on trying? In fact, having a rank 8 Immortal Goo and not having one were 2 completely different concepts. Rank 8 Goo Immortals had to undergo tribulations too. They often had limited lifespan. They had no choice but to take risks. Old ancestor Xue who did it to pass the tribulation, while Yao Huang did it to extend his lifespan. The tribulations did not trap He Fan, but his lifespan was limited. He still died in the end. Chapter 11:39. After the Immortal Goo recipes, there were Mortal Goo recipes. There were even more Mortal Goo recipes. They were densely packed together. Fong Yuan was a little shocked. What he paid attention to were the Mortal Goo recipes of Day, Moon, and Year Goo. According to these Mortal Goo recipes, Fong Yuan could gather mortal materials and refine Mortal Day, Moon, and Year Goo himself. This way, not only can I buy these Mortal Goo from Jewel Yellow Skies, I can also refine them myself. This will greatly reduce the time I need to prepare them. But it is not worth it to refine them myself. I might as well ask Langya's Sex Harry Min to do it. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan frowned unnoticeably. His relationship with Langya's sect had become cold. If he wanted to borrow Langya's sect's strength, he would need to improve their relationship first. Ignoring this for now, Fang Yuan continued to look at He Fan's true inheritance. After the immortal goo recipes and mortal goo recipes, there were some incomplete goo recipes. They were not complete. Some were as high as 90%, but they were stuck at the bottleneck. Some only had 10 to 20%. They had just been created. Immortal goo before? Fang Yuan's gaze froze. The incomplete immortal goo recipes recorded the immortal goo recipes of before goo. They were only 57% complete. Before immortal goo and after immortal goo were immortal goo corresponding to each other. Evidently, when He Fan was alive, he not only had after immortal goo, he also coveted before immortal goo. Unfortunately, even after his death, he did not succeed. There were also He Fan's records. They were his experiences in deducing goo recipes. He described the difficulty of deducing. He advised the inheritor to persevere without fear of difficulties. At the same time, he emphasized the importance of inspiration. Thus, at the end, He Fan wrote down some small recipes. For example, using Wisdom Path Inspiration Goo, Light Path of Flash of Inspiration Goo, and others to help him deduce. Seeing this, Fang Yuan smiled. He was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster. He had obtained Dongfang Naganori's Wisdom Path True Inheritance. He was superior to He Fan in this aspect. He Fan's experiences. In Fang Yuan's opinion, they were still superficial. Everyone had their own specialties. Even though He Fan was strong, he had his weaknesses. Just like back then, Giant Sun Immortal and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable needed long hair ancestors help to refine immortal goo. After killer moves and goo recipes, it was He Fan's own cultivation experiences. There was a map that not only included the 5 regions, but also White Sky and Black Sky. It was very valuable. Of course, the map of Northern Plains was the most detailed, while the other 4 regions were much more crude. The day and night maps were the ones that Fang Yuan paid the most attention to. It was an eye-opener for him. Some powerful rank 7 goo immortals and all rank 8 goo immortals would go to Black Heaven and White Heaven to explore and plunder resources. As an expert among rank 8s, He Fan was no exception. After the map, there were many secrets of the goo immortal world. For example, Imperial Court Blessed Land, 88-point Jinyang Tower. There was a lot of content in this area, but it was useless now. There were also some guesses from He Fan. One of them caught Fang Yuan's attention. He Fan suspected that a Time Path Goo Immortal at that time had inherited Red Lotus True Inheritance. From this record, Fang Yuan could sense He Fan's yearning for Red Lotus True Inheritance. This was normal. As a Time Path Great Expert, he could not help but envy and desire the number 1 Time Path True Inheritance in the world. Finally, the important part was He Fan's theories and experience in managing immortal apertures. He used his own situation as an example to explain the relationship between calamities and tribulations, Dao marks, immortal apertures, and others. How to modify the environment of the immortal aperture, like changing the time flow of the immortal aperture. There was also managing the immortal aperture and selling resources. The main point here was year goo. Back then, after He Fan refined rank 8 immortal goo years flow like water, selling mortal level year goo became his main source of income. In a few months, he became the biggest year goo seller in the world. He was making a lot of money every day. With this rank 8 immortal goo, he was an endless gold mine. However, He Fan also described the year beast invasion in detail. How to deal with year beast attacks, how to kill year beasts, how to dissect year beasts, how to sell year beasts. There was also the relationship between year beasts and immortal apertures. Fang Yuan frowned as he read. In He Fan's immortal aperture, because of years flow like water, immemorial level year beasts had appeared. This was rank 8 battle strength. He Fan spent a lot of effort to kill them. And because of the battle in his immortal aperture, he suffered huge losses. Many times, He Fan felt heartache over his losses. After the painful lesson, He Fan started to research on how to seal years flow like water and isolate its aura without using it. He discovered and invented many methods. They were all recorded in the True Inheritance. There were great results. However, He Fan warned his inheritor to pay attention to one thing. That was, in an intense battle, He had to be careful when using year's flow like water immortal goo. If he attracted immemorial year beasts during the battle and attacked his immortal aperture, the result would be terrible. It seems that I need to be more careful when using year's flow like water. In the worst case, Providence might use this to attract immemorial year beasts. Then I will die for sure. The mere rank 6 Feng Yuan could not resist rank 8 existences. With such a huge difference in strength, there were no accidents or flukes. Retracting his consciousness from the mortal letter Gu, Feng Yuan let out a breath of air. He Fan's true inheritance, as expected of a time path great expert's inheritance, it lives up to its name. Feng Yuan praised internally. It is just that the difficulty of inheriting it is too high. Precisely because of this difficulty, He tribe's descendants could not obtain any results despite their hard work. In the end, Feng Yuan found a loophole and obtained the fruits of his labor. Feng Yuan might look relaxed, but it was built on many factors. For example, attitude Gu, familiar face, and Chu Du's help in snatching the heavenly crystal eagle nest. However, according to the common sense of the Gu immortal world, inheritances left behind by people like He Fan are usually difficult to inherit. For example, Northern Plains Nyin Air Tribe's Nyin Air Sword Saints' true inheritance. Only one inheritor would appear every few hundred years. The current inheritor was Nyin Air Ping Ji. People like He Fan and the 22 Sword Saint were famous warriors in history, so they were a bit proud. Naturally, they didn't want their inheritance to be ruined by incompetent people. So, it was normal for them to set a difficult standard to choose an excellent successor. Next, I will take over this He Fan Grotto Heaven. Feng Yuan looked at the brass bell, Heavenly Spirit. He waved his hand. At the next moment, the brass bell, Heavenly Spirit floated towards Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan smiled. After he inherited He Fan's true inheritance, he became the owner of He Fan Grotto Heaven. He could command this brass bell, Heavenly Spirit. But it was a pity. He Fan Grotto Heaven devoured the immemorial azure heaven fragment, causing the brass bell Heavenly Spirit to be muddle-headed. Feng Yuan could not command it well. Communication was hard. It was even worse than a land spirit like Little Who Immortal. Feng Yuan first looked at Immortal Succession Mountain. On this mountain, there were many stone pavilions. Each of the stone pavilions contained a legacy. Some were mortal-level inheritances. Some were Gu Immortal inheritances. He Fan Grotto Heaven's original Gu Immortals were mortals. They went to Immortal Succession Mountain and obtained inheritances, slowly cultivating. Unfortunately, after developing for so many generations, they were all slaughtered by Feng Yuan today. Feng Yuan looked around and found the inheritances on Immortal Succession Mountain. There were still some left. Most of the stone pavilions were empty. He kept all of these inheritances. He was the owner of the Grotto Heaven now. Everything in the Grotto Heaven belonged to him. These inheritances were no exception. But these inheritances were mostly mortal inheritances. There were only 3 Gu immortal inheritances left. 2 of them did not have any immortal Gu, but they had many immortal Gu recipes. The only Gu immortal inheritance still had an immortal Gu. It was called Bone Spike. It was an offensive bone path Gu worm. After looting Immortal Succession Mountain, Feng Yuan looked at the vast world outside the mountain. He Fan Grotto Heaven had countless resources. The true inheritance also had a map of He Fan Grotto Heaven's resources, but after so many years, He Fan Grotto Heaven had nurtured so many Gu Immortals, the resource map was no longer suitable. And the brass bell Heavenly Spirit. There was no way to communicate. Thankfully, Feng Yuan still had captives. Even though he killed all of the Gu Immortals, he kept their souls. They were all imprisoned in his immortal aperture. Soul Search. A moment later, Feng Yuan had a clear understanding of the entire He Fan Grotto Heaven. Other than a few places with ancient desolate beasts and ancient desolate plants, there were also several forbidden areas. The Gu Immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven. They were all local tyrants. After more than 10 generations, how could they not know about He Fan Grotto Heaven? In the process of soul searching, Feng Yuan gained some understanding of these Gu Immortals' inheritances and cultivation experiences. Bloodlight Spirit Suppression? Providence. Feng Yuan inspected Zheng Tua, Zhou Min, and Feng Jun's souls. He found out about their plan. Feng Yuan was glad that he had acted quickly. Otherwise, if he had delayed for a period of time, the three immortals might have succeeded. Chu Du took away the heavenly crystal eagle nest. Fang Yuan had attitude goo and familiar face. Providence knew about this. And most importantly, Heifan Grotto Heaven annexed the immemorial Azure Heaven fragment. Providence could monitor this place. Feng Jun suddenly thought of the immortal killer move Bloodlight Spirit Suppression. It was quite strange. Fang Yuan guessed that this was most likely due to Providence's influence. Thankfully, after Fang Yuan obtained the heavenly crystal eagle nest, he immediately took action and obtained Heifan's true inheritance as quickly as possible. I need to move all of the resources in Heifan Grotto Heaven into my immortal aperture. This place is not safe. As for Heifan Grotto Heaven, I will leave it to Chu Du. Just the value of the Grotto Heaven is equivalent to 30% of Heifan's true inheritance. As for how Chu Du would be affected by Providence, Fang Yuan did not care. Anyway, he had already taught Chu Du the method of self-will goo. He did not need to worry about Providence affecting Chu Du's thoughts. In the next few days, Fang Yuan conducted a detailed investigation. The entire ecological layout, the coordination of the resources, some coexisted while others restrained each other. They were all excellent materials for managing an immortal aperture. Fang Yuan could learn from them. He was lacking in this aspect. In the 500 years of his previous life, his aptitude was lacking. Blood Path Gu immortals were skilled at fighting. They were not good at managing immortal apertures. Especially large immortal apertures, Fang Yuan had no experience in managing them. Not to mention the sovereign immortal aperture. Chapter 1140. In the next few days, Fang Yuan's footprints were all over Heifan Grotto Heaven. His divine sense was constantly enveloping the surroundings as he observed and studied them carefully. Sometimes, Fang Yuan felt like Heifan was guiding him across the river of time. Heifan's true inheritance had detailed explanations. This Heifan Grotto Heaven was a real example. It could be touched, excavated, and observed. If there were any changes, Fang Yuan would soul-search those Gu immortal captives. This allowed him to understand. In the long history of time, the rise and fall of countless species, and the secrets behind it. Heifan's talent made Fang Yuan feel admiration. He also benefited greatly from it. Regarding the sovereign immortal aperture's construction, Fang Yuan had many new ideas now. When Fang Yuan was sure that he had a complete understanding of Heifan Grotto Heaven, he started to relocate it. First was the heavenly crystal. Heifan Grotto Heaven's number 1 forbidden area was the heavenly crystal storage pool. This pool was built in the sky. It covered an area of 100 li. It was surrounded by layers of Gu formations. But the heavenly crystal only occupied a small area at the center. The heavenly crystals produced in Heifan Grotto Heaven were light green in color. Heavenly crystals were immortal materials. According to their origins, they would have different colors. Fang Yuan moved this storage pool into his mini Azure Heaven. It is a pity that this storage pool can only produce heavenly crystals in the Grotto Heaven. My sovereign immortal aperture is only a blessed land. It has no use here. But with the light green heavenly crystals in the storage pool, along with the heavenly crystal eagle nest, I should be able to last for 5 to 6 years. Fang Yuan estimated, with this income, it would not be a problem to feed the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Heavenly crystals were not easy to buy in jewel yellow skies. The second forbidden area was underground. This was a very large cavern. There were large amounts of stalactites growing in the cave. The hibiscus stalactite was the most valuable. It was rare in the outside world, but there was a lot of it here. Fang Yuan spent a lot of effort to dig out the entire cave. He moved it into the sovereign immortal aperture and buried it in mini southern border. Thankfully, he had pulling mountain immortal goo. Otherwise, this second forbidden area would not be easy to deal with. It's just that this way. For the stalactites to grow, they needed to absorb the earth chi in the sovereign immortal aperture. This would undoubtedly increase the expenditure of the sovereign immortal aperture's earth chi. Every once in a while, I have to place my immortal aperture to replenish earth chi. Apart from these natural resources, there were also ancient desolate plants and ancient desolate beasts. Among the ancient desolate plants, there was a walking meat tree. This kind of tree was a rare strength path plant that grew in black sky. In order to nurture it, Hei Fan had purposely sealed off a portion of Hei Fan's grotto heaven, creating a state of complete darkness. Around the walking meat tree, Hei Fan had meticulously laid out a set of ecology to allow the walking meat tree to survive. The branches of the walking meat tree were like flexible and thick octopus tentacles. With a light whip, he could send a desolate beast flying. Feng Yuan had seen it before in the starry sky grotto heaven. Now that he saw the second one, he couldn't help but sigh. He had once hoped to obtain a walking meat tree because he could use Eat Strength Immortal Goo to increase his strength path down marks. But now, he had the walking meat tree, but the Eat Strength Immortal Goo was destroyed. It was truly a mistake. Feng Yuan placed the walking meat tree in mini black heaven in the sovereign immortal aperture. The power of the sovereign immortal aperture was starting to show itself. Hei Fan needed to make meticulous arrangements to nurture the walking meat tree. Feng Yuan did not need to do that. Mini black heaven's environment was similar to the real immemorial black heaven. After the walking meat tree was moved here, they were excited, stretching their branches in satisfaction. Because of Hei Fan's special methods, Feng Yuan did not spend much effort moving these ancient, desolate plants. It was smooth sailing. The desolate beasts and ancient, desolate beasts living in Hei Fan Grotto Heaven were the same. Feng Yuan used the methods in Hei Fan's true inheritance to draw these desolate beasts and ancient, desolate beasts into his immortal aperture. What was worth mentioning was that among the ancient, desolate beasts in Hei Fan Grotto Heaven, there were 3 remnant heavenly hounds. Unfortunately, Feng Yuan needed dog, desolate beasts, not ancient, desolate beasts. He needed dog, desolate beast feces to feed the rank 6 luck immortal goo. But these 3 remnant heavenly hounds were not useless. In the future, if Feng Yuan raises luck immortal goo from rank 6 to rank 7, the food would change. By then, the remnant heavenly hound's feces would be useful. Feng Yuan's relocation was very efficient. Throughout the process, the brass bell heavenly spirit accompanied him silently. Feng Yuan was the owner of the grotto heaven. The heavenly spirit could only support and cooperate with him. It would not resist him. After spending half a month, Feng Yuan finally emptied the entire Hei Fan Grotto Heaven. Even the empty Immortal Succession Mountain was not let off by Feng Yuan. He moved it to mini southern border. Originally, Hei Fan Grotto Heaven had a large number of Goo Masters and mortals. These were the bloodline descendants of Hei tribe's sinful immortals. Feng Yuan killed all of them and collected their souls, preparing to use them on Danghun Mountain. What made Feng Yuan feel regretful was that there were no variant humans living in Hei Fan Grotto Heaven. When a grotto heaven or blessed land reaches a certain stage, Goo immortals would raise variant humans inside. Even though Hei Fan had the ability to do so, he did not do so. Even though there were no variant humans, and most of the cultivation resources were consumed by Hei Fan Grotto Heaven's Goo immortals, Feng Yuan's gains were still huge. Hei Fan Grotto Heaven's resources enriched the sovereign immortal aperture. It was no longer barren and started to show signs of life. This is a huge leap. If I work hard myself, I would need at least 600 years to develop the sovereign immortal aperture to this stage. And this is the best-case scenario. But now, after annexing Hei Fan Grotto Heaven's resources, I have reached this stage. Hei Fan Grotto Heaven had existed for too long. It had accumulated a huge amount of resources. After all, this was the wealth of a rank 8 Goo immortal. Even though a lot of it had been used up and was far from its peak, Feng Yuan still benefited a lot from it. For example, in the past, the sovereign immortal aperture was like a poor household. It did not even have enough immortal goo to eat. But now, it had inherited a wealth of billions. It was a true tycoon. Right now, the total value of the cultivation resources in my sovereign immortal aperture surpasses most rank 7 Goo immortals. As for rank 8 level, it is barely enough. Of course, a lot of the resources here have just been moved into the sovereign immortal aperture. The environment has changed, especially the lack of time path down marks. It will cause a huge decrease in production. There will even be decay and death. All sorts of animals and plants need to adapt to the new environment. I need to adapt to the new environment. My sovereign immortal aperture also needs to digest these. Some of the resources that I do not need will be sold to exchange for what I need. All the resources were moved. This was just the beginning. Next, Fang Yuan had to manage the place. There were many things to do. A few days later, Fang Yuan brought Chu Du into Hei Fan Grotto Heaven. After receiving your letter, I rushed here without stopping. This is Hei Fan Grotto Heaven? Why is it so barren and barren? Chu Du came to Hei Fan Grotto Heaven and looked around. He was surprised and disappointed. Hei Fan Grotto Heaven was empty. Even the grass on the surface was stripped clean by Fang Yuan. Not a single blade of grass was left, not to mention the trees on the ground. There were also the tea streams and rivers. They were all moved into the sovereign immortal aperture by Fang Yuan's pulling water immortal goo. The originally picturesque Hei Fan Heavenly Grotto was now incomparably desolate. Occasionally, strong winds would blow, sweeping up waves of yellow sand. It was extremely miserable. Chu Du looked at Fang Yuan with a bright gaze. The expression on his face seemed to say, "Dude, your table manners are a bit too much. I came here eagerly, and this is what you show me?" Fang Yuan smiled as he pointed at the sky. "Brother Chu, I am not sure. According to the alliance agreement, I will give you 30% of the profits. Now, this Hei Fan Grotto Heaven is yours." Chu Du heard this and his expression changed. He looked at Fang Yuan in shock. "Are you serious?" "Of course." Fang Yuan nodded. Chu Du was moved. Even if the Grotto Heaven's resources were all taken by Fang Yuan, this was still a Grotto Heaven. The relationship between resources and Grotto Heaven was like an egg and a chicken. Fang Yuan took away the eggs, leaving the chicken that laid the eggs to Chu Du. Chu Du squinted as bright light flashed in his eyes. He found that he could not reject it. The reason? Because if he controlled this Grotto Heaven, it would be a huge help to Chu Du's cultivation. Chu Du had an immortal aperture, but it was just a blessed land. Be it time path or space path resources, they could not compete with Grotto Heavens. Not to mention this Grotto Heaven left behind by Hei Fan. Chu Du's blessed land had a lot of cultivation resources, but these resources were not safe with him. The reason was calamities and tribulations. When heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities deal with Gu immortals, they would also destroy the resources in the immortal aperture. Chu Du had ranked 7 cultivation level. He had gone through many calamities and tribulations. He knew the pain and trouble of resources being destroyed by calamities and tribulations. He did not have the great strength true martial physique. The blessed land had limited space. It was unlike Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. It was too big. Even after storing all of Hei Fan Grotto Heaven's resources, there was still a lot of space left. Fang Yuan could choose an empty land to face the calamities and tribulations. But Chu Du could not. There are no calamities and tribulations in Hei Fan Grotto Heaven, because this immortal aperture had once devoured an immemorial azure heaven fragment. I can move a large number of resources here. Of course, there are few strength path Dao marks here. I need to think about the specifics. Chu Du thought to himself. Lu Guanyi gave this Hei Fan Grotto Heaven to me. Other than to fulfill the agreement, he probably felt that this Grotto Heaven was a problem. Chu Du was not stupid, he soon realized. After taking the heavenly crystal eagle nest, everyone knew that Hei Fan's true inheritance was in his hands. The truth was, the one who obtained Hei Fan's true inheritance was Fang Yuan. By doing this, he hid behind the scenes while Chu Du took over Hei Fan Grotto Heaven. In the future, if something went wrong, Chu Du would not find trouble with Fang Yuan. But even if Heavenly Lord Baizu attacks, I will take this Hei Fan Grotto Heaven. I am the great domination immortal. Why would I be afraid of some risks? When he thought up to here, Chu Du spoke boldly and agreed. Good, as expected of domination immortal. Fang Yuan clapped, praising. But next, when handing over Hei Fan Grotto Heaven, there was a small problem. The brass bell heavenly spirit was unwilling. Perhaps because Chu Du did not have Hei tribe bloodline. Ignorant fool. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly, shattering the defenseless brass bell heavenly spirit with a palm strike. The problem was solved. Chapter 1141. After the exchange, Hei Fan Grotto Heaven officially changed owners. Even though Chu Du urged him to stay, Fang Yuan insisted on leaving. He had stayed in Hei Fan Grotto Heaven for too long. It was time for Fang Yuan to prepare for the 4th earthly calamity. Of course, before leaving, He used the immortal killer move 100 Years Harmony to set an agreement with Chu Du. Fang Yuan left quickly, leaving Chu Du behind. He looked at the desolate Hei Fan Grotto heaven, feeling a headache. He returned to Langya Blessed Land. Oh, look, Fang Yuan is back. A hairy man Gu Immortal was in Langya Blessed Land. He saw Fang Yuan flying in the sky. Does it matter if he returns or not? That's right. Our Langya sect has no difference with or without him. This person is a human Gu Immortal after all. He is not one of us hairy men. Forget about him. We need to plan on how to encircle that falling star hound. Soon, these hairy man Gu Immortals lowered their heads, continuing to discuss tactics. Fang Yuan looked down, his gaze sweeping past these hairy man Gu Immortals. Even though they were far away, Fang Yuan's investigative methods allowed him to hear every word of these hairy man Gu Immortals' conversation. At once, Fang Yuan's gaze turned deep and eerie. He had spent a lot of time searching for Hei Fan's true inheritance. The fourth earthly calamity was approaching. This earthly calamity, Fang Yuan planned to undergo it alone. Even though it would be safer with Chu Du's help, Reckless Savage's true meaning would be taken away by him. If there were benefits, Fang Yuan wanted to take it all for himself. When he could not take it, he would think of other methods. And this time, he obtained Hei Fan's true inheritance. His strength rose greatly. He was confident in dealing with the fourth earthly calamity alone. But to undergo the tribulation, I need Langya Sect's Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture Killer move. I need to borrow Immortal Gu and Mortal Gu from the Land Spirit of Langya. With my current cold relationship with the Land Spirit of Langya, I am afraid I cannot borrow them, unless I can sell huge benefits like Danghun Mountain. From the looks of it, while he still had some time, he would first complete the sect mission to exterminate the falling star hound. Firstly, it could ease the tension between them. Secondly, he could obtain a considerable amount of sect contribution points. I can pay for borrowing the Gu. Fang Yuan didn't return to his own cloud city. Instead, he flew all the way to the first cloud city. There, he saw the Land Spirit of Langya. You're still willing to come back? The Land Spirit of Langya was not polite to Fang Yuan. His attitude was very cold. Fang Yuan sighed. He said with a bitter expression, Supreme First Elder, please forgive me. I have my own difficulties. It wasn't that I was indifferent before, it was just that I didn't have the energy and time. This trip had temporarily alleviated the crisis that he was in. As soon as I returned, I heard the Grand Elders of the sect discussing how to encircle and annihilate the falling star hound. I rushed over immediately because I wanted to take this mission from the hands of the first Supreme Elder. Oh? The Land Spirit of Langya heard this and relaxed his brows. That means you are going to take action? Fang Yuan smiled bitterly again. Actually, I had always wanted to take action. After all, I am a member of Langya's sect. But the situation forced me. I had no choice. Now that I have the energy, I want to do something for the sect. His acting skills combined with attitude, Gu had an immediate effect. Immediately, the Land Spirit of Langya felt that Fang Yuan was speaking the truth, and he was very sincere and apologetic. The Land Spirit of Langya's expression eased up. He was about to agree, but he swallowed his words and said, You want to take this mission now? It might be troublesome. Earlier, 12th Hair and the rest had already agreed to take action together. Last time, although they failed, their gains were huge. Both sides suffered heavy losses. This time, they might succeed. Fang Yuan, if you want to take this mission now, not to mention whether you can succeed or not, you will have a conflict with them. Fang Yuan was only an outsider. While 12th Hair and the rest were true hairy man Gu Immortals, they were on the same side. The Land Spirit of Langya's words showed that he was biased towards 12th Hair and the rest. Fang Yuan nodded. So that's it. How about this? Let them take this mission first. If they cannot complete it, I will take action. How about that? The Land Spirit of Langya thought about it and nodded. Okay. Fang Yuan added, First Supreme Elder, please publicize this matter. The Land Spirit of Langya had no objections. Once this matter was publicized, a storm blew in Langya's sect. That Fang Yuan wants to take action? Humph. He must have seen that we are about to succeed. That's why he wants to take action. Despicable scoundrel. Let's not talk about despicable or not. I only know that the reward for killing the falling star hound is already over 1,000. Whoever can complete it will benefit greatly. O 12th Hare, you must succeed this time. Don't give Fong Yuan any chance. The hairy man Gu immortals had a common enemy. 12th Hare nodded. He subconsciously clenched his fists as he thought, we must succeed this time. We will make ample preparations and not let everyone down. The previous battle results gave these hairy men huge confidence. 12th Hare was prepared to take action again in 2 days. But after this matter, he decided to be more cautious and make ample preparations. 7 days later, Fong Yuan received information that 12th Hare and the rest were going to take action. He came uninvited and met up with 12th Hare and the rest. Elder Fong Yuan. 6th Hare was the first to greet him. He spoke in a strange tone. His true identity was a spy of the Shadow Sect, but even if Fong Yuan exposed him on the spot, no one would believe him. Moreover, he had made a transaction with Fong Yuan. He had this information on him. He was fearless. Last time, he was ordered to transact with Fong Yuan on behalf of Ing Wuxie. Fong Yuan had the upper hand. He suffered a lot. Fong Yuan did not make a move in time to kill the falling star hound. 6th Hare ran around and manipulated public opinion, causing the relationship between Fong Yuan and Langya sect to plummet. Elder Fong Yuan, I know why you are here, but I'm afraid you will be disappointed this time. 12th Hare took a step forward. He puffed out his chest and said confidently. His tone was normal, it was righteous. Unlike 6th Hare who was hiding his true intentions. Fong Yuan looked at 12th Hare. He immediately found that this hairy man Gu immortal had changed. He was more confident and composed than before. Fong Yuan evaluated inwardly. 12th Hare cultivates refinement path primarily, enslavement path secondarily. This time, he was the main force in dealing with the falling star hound. He was heavily injured before. He rested in bed for some time. All of this caused him to improve greatly. His mental state and aura have risen greatly. Thinking of this, Fong Yuan smiled on the surface, replying, then I will wait by the side. I will personally witness Brother 12's success. Humph, hypocrite. You look like you have given up on the surface, but you must be very anxious inside, right? The other hairy man Gu immortals did not like Fong Yuan's amiable attitude, they muttered. Fong Yuan heard it, but it was as if he did not hear it. A group of people stood at the center of the main formation. The hairy men huddled together. Fong Yuan stood alone at the periphery. Pay attention. I am going to activate the Gu formation. 12th Hare reminded plainly. He glanced at Fong Yuan, thinking, with one more person, the immortal essence expenditure will be higher during the teleportation. The hairy man Gu immortals had calm expressions. They had used this teleportation Gu formation many times. They were familiar with it. The Gu formation activated. Light shined brightly. It was a dazzling sight. Fong Yuan watched quietly from the side. The teleportation subformation in Taichio was personally set up by him. When he returned to Langya Blessed Land, he used the teleportation Gu formation. It was easy for him to use it alone. But now, these hairy man Gu immortals had a much harder time activating it. 12th Hare continued to expend immortal essence. After a while, the Gu formation finally activated. The dazzling aurora almost blinded everyone's eyes. A huge mystical force burst out. After a moment of daze, when the immortals looked again, they were already at Taichio. Fong Yuan turned around, and sure enough, there was that enormous elephant corpse behind him. Immortal essence expenditure. It does not seem to be much. It seems that this Fong Yuan does not have a deep Tao mark foundation. He probably just has more battle experience than us. 12th Hare glanced at Fong Yuan again, feeling disdain in his heart. We can only win this time. We cannot lose. Set off. 12th Hare waved his hand. He shouted loudly. The hairy man Gu immortals responded softly. Their morale was high. They set off. Fong Yuan followed behind. To avoid conflict, Fong Yuan purposely stayed at the back, not getting close to these hairy man Gu immortals. They did not advance far. Fong Yuan found his target. A falling star hound. It seems to be underage. Fong Yuan was slightly surprised. But then he saw the hairy man Gu immortals charging towards it. Big dog, we will definitely beat you up this time. 12th Hare shouted loudly, battle intent surging in his heart. The falling star hound growled as it crouched down. Its mountain-like body suddenly burst out with shocking speed as it charged forward. The hairy Mangu immortals were scattered all over the place. 12th Hare was in a pathetic state. He shouted in anger, "Bastard! You dare to sneak attack? Come, let me fight you for 300 rounds." Saying so, 12th Hare clapped his hands. A blue light blossomed from his hands, drawing a blue lake in the air. The blue lake floated in the air. Water gushed out as 3 desolate beasts emerged from the bottom of the lake. A bull beast, a tiger beast, and a bear beast. The bull was the chestnut yak, the tiger was the golden white tiger, and the bear was the diamond bear. The 3 desolate beasts charged at the falling star hound, engaging in an intense battle in the giant grass. This was a deep part of Taichio. The giant grass was extremely tall. Even the falling star hound and diamond bear could not match the height of the giant grass. 12th Hare controlled the 3 desolate beasts to restrain the falling star hound. The other hairy Mangu immortals hid in the giant grass, attacking the falling star hound from afar. Fang Yuan watched from afar. He could clearly see that there were many traces of intense battles in this battlefield. The hairy Mangu immortals' performance made him look at them in a different light. They fought well. They were much better than before. Even though it was still not enough, the improvement could not be ignored. The falling star hound was indeed underage, even though it was evenly matched with these hairy Mangu immortals. Fang Yuan smiled as he looked at the sky. He thought, "I am here, Providence. How are you going to deal with me this time?" Chapter 1142. Boom. With a muffled sound, the falling star hound crashed into the diamond bear. Even though the diamond bear was only a rank 6 desolate beast, its body was extremely tough. It blocked the falling star hound like a wall. It was knocked back by the falling star hound, but it was still able to stand firmly. The falling star hound took a step back, feeling dizzy. It shook its head, regaining its senses. Using this chance, 5 to 6 killer moves attacked from the giant grass, landing on the falling star hound one after another. The falling star hound growled in pain. Its flesh was torn. Fang Yuan watched coldly from the side. It seems that not only 12th Hare improved, the other hairy Mangu immortals also have immortal killer moves. But these immortal killer moves only have 1 core immortal goo. They have rank 6 strength. The falling star hound suffered many attacks. Even though its flesh was torn, it was only lightly injured. It was an ancient, desolate beast. Even though it was still young, its defense and recovery were very strong. "I cannot fail this time. Fang Yuan will laugh at me." 12th Hare concentrated. He was filled with unprecedented fighting spirit. The 3 desolate beasts seemed to have sensed their master's mood. They were filled with fighting spirit. Under 12th Hare's command, the diamond bear with the toughest body became the main resistance force. The golden white tiger assisted it. It was the second main force. As for the chestnut yak, even though it was weak, it could barely interfere with the battle. 12th Hare is commanding the desolate beasts well. He seems to still have some strength left. But the situation is in a stalemate. The falling star hound is charging fiercely, but he did not summon a 4th desolate beast. "I'm afraid these 3 desolate beasts are all he has." Fang Yuan analyzed calmly. He even used a desolate beast like the chestnut yak. Fang Yuan's guess was likely correct. Jewel yellow skies opened. 12th Hare bought a diamond bear and a golden white tiger. However, there was a big problem with his choice. In fact, a diamond bear was barely enough. The golden white tiger is a metal path desolate beast. It has strong defense. It would be better to get a flying desolate beast. Its attacks are more threatening. Like this, it would make the falling star hound hesitate. Its attacks would weaken, and it would have to focus on defending. As Fang Yuan was thinking this, 12th Hare made a mistake. The diamond bear walked past the spot, creating a gap. Damn it! 12th Hare's eyes widened in anger. He immediately mobilized the chestnut yak closest to him to replace him. "You must hold on." 12th Hare roared in his heart. The falling star hound roared and sent the chestnut yak flying. After that, the falling star hound broke through the encirclement. He threw himself into the bushes around him. Thus, the hairy man Gua mortals in the grass gasped in shock. Quick, use that move. Seeing that he was about to be hit by the falling star hound, the hairy man Gua mortal shouted in panic. Whoosh! At the next moment, he disappeared and appeared next to another hairy man 1,000 steps away from him. Thank you, thank you. Thankfully you were quick, otherwise I would have died. The hairy man Gua mortal who was saved was still in shock. The person who saved him was Sixth Hair. He patted the hairy man Gua mortal's shoulder. Calm down, calm down. Don't forget that there are outsiders here. Don't embarrass our Langya sect. Even at this moment, he did not forget to sow discord. The hairy man Gua mortal who was saved quickly retracted his expression, but his body was still trembling. Fong Yuan snorted coldly. His gaze towards Sixth Hair was filled with cold killing intent. This guy, I will kill him sooner or later. But he and I are both members of Langya sect. We have an information path alliance agreement. We cannot kill each other. So to kill him, I need to secretly get rid of the Langya sect alliance agreement. Fong Yuan wanted to borrow Langya sect strength, and Sixth Hair was a serious obstacle to him. The relationship between Fong Yuan and Langya sect had become so bad. Sixth Hair played a huge role. In Langya sect, Fong Yuan and Sixth Hair were both people with evil intentions. Between the two of them, their relationship was not simple. Fong Yuan and Sixth Hair had made a deal before, so they had information on each other. Fong Yuan had an agreement with Langya sect. He could not purposely do anything harmful to Langya sect. Of course, he could say yes. Sixth Hair was a member of Langya sect, and this time, if Sixth Hair's life was in danger, Fong Yuan could not just watch him die. Of course, in this aspect, there was a rule of acting within one's capabilities. Thus, Sixth Hair's plan of provoking an ancient desolate beast to harm Fong Yuan was not feasible. Since Fong Yuan could join Langya sect and sign an agreement, he would not be controlled by others. And Sixth Hair also wanted to get rid of Fong Yuan and obtain his body. But firstly, he did not have enough strength. Secondly, Fong Yuan had information on him. And thirdly, this concerned Shadow Sect's situation. He was the only remaining traitor. He still had to deal with Langya Blessed Land. Both sides were wary of each other, afraid of each other. As if sensing Fong Yuan's gaze, Sixth Hair looked at Fong Yuan and grinned sinisterly. He was one of Spectral Soul's split souls. He had rich battle experience. This was also the reason why he could save Fong Yuan before the other hairy man Gua mortals. To unite the other hairy man Gua mortals, to ostracize Fong Yuan and suppress his development. This was Sixth Hair's current plan. The battle continued. The falling star hound did not kill the hairy man Gua mortals. It was soon restrained by the diamond bear and golden white tiger. Soon, the chestnut yak arrived from afar, forming an encirclement again. The hairy man Gua mortals continued to attack from afar. But even though 12th Hair used all his strength, he could not help but make a mistake due to the sudden change in the situation. After the falling star hound got out of the encirclement, it tried to attack the other hairy man Gua mortals. But these hairy man Gua mortals seemed to have the same immortal killer move. When each hairy man Gua mortal was about to be attacked, they would be pulled away by their comrades and teleported to their comrade's side. This immortal killer move is very interesting. Fong Yuan watched quietly. He subconsciously thought of how to break this killer move from the falling star hound's point of view. Soon, Fong Yuan obtained the result. It was very difficult for him to decipher the killer move, because just the little bit of information he had gathered was not enough to analyze anything. He did not even know the name of the killer move. In the short term, this killer move did not seem to have any flaws. But even if I cannot unravel it, it is easy for me to kill these hairy man Gua mortals. My movement speed is far above them. Sword marks targeting death and dark assassination can cause them to suffer huge casualties. Even flying sword immortal goo can kill them all. Of course, Sixth Hair was hiding his strength. He had to make a different estimate. As for the specifics, we'll have to wait until we actually fight. We're almost there. This time, I'm really going to defeat Falling Star Hound. 12th Hair was getting more and more excited as he fought. He could see the light of victory. This time, he had performed exceptionally well. 7 to 8 hairy man Gua mortals and 3 desolate beasts were attacking a young falling star hound. Adding on the correct tactics, the scales of victory slowly tilted towards the hairy men. Fang Yuan, did you see that? Even without you, we can also chase away the falling star hound and obtain true victory. 12th Hare shouted in his heart. He loved his homeland deeply. He was extremely loyal to Langya's sect. Thus, when Langya's sect's plan to develop Taichio was obstructed, Fang Yuan watched from the side. 12th Hare was very unhappy with Fang Yuan. He was injured and bedridden. When Fang Yuan visited him, he did not even want to see Fang Yuan. He sent Mortal Gu masters to stop Fang Yuan from entering the Cloud City. This victory was very important to him. It was very significant. Being able to win against Fang Yuan made 12th Hare feel even more proud. As time passed, the battle situation became more obvious. The falling star hound could not hold on any longer. The hairy man Gu immortals felt the pressure on them decreasing. They could not help but feel excited. Some even saw victory. Their eyes turned red and their bodies trembled. It was not easy. With their trashy battle prowess, it could be said that they were defeated again and again when they fought against the falling star hound. They had put in so much effort and sweat. In order to devise a tactic to deal with the falling star hound, they had spent countless nights in torment. Now, they were finally going to taste the sweetness of victory, even though they were exhausted and had expended a lot of immortal essence. But the hairy man Gu immortals were in high spirits. They were in a state of excitement. Kill this damn dog. That's right. Peel off its skin and hang it on the Cloud City wall. Let outsiders see our battle achievements. Ha ha ha. We are finally going to defeat it. Fang Yuan, do you see this? I know you are not resigned, but what can you do? Today, I will teach you a lesson. I will let you understand that us hairy man Gu immortals are not powerless. Langya's sect belongs to us hairy men, not a mere human like you. The hairy man Gu immortal shouted and shouted in excitement. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, as if he did not hear them. His attitude made the hairy man Gu immortals very disappointed. They even felt hatred and disgust towards him. He is just pretending. What else can he do? A hairy man Gu immortal sneered. Right at this time, a change occurred. An eagle hound suddenly appeared in the middle of the battlefield. With a swipe of its claw, it knocked down the diamond bear. With a peck of its beak, it blinded the chestnut yak. With a flap of its wings, winds blew, and the golden white tiger was forced to retreat dozens of steps. The falling star hound shrunk into a ball, shivering. What? Where did this ancient desolate beast come from? The hairy man Gu immortals were pale with fright. No, not just one. Next, 5 eagle hounds appeared from the grass, and 3 were flying in the sky. Unknowingly, the eagle hounds had already surrounded the hairy man Gu immortals. How can this be? 12th Hare's pupil shrunk to pin size. He was stunned. This was the psychological process of falling from heaven to hell. A moment ago, he was still the high and mighty victor, but the next moment, he was in a desperate situation where his life was hanging by a thread. Oh, Providence, this is your ambush. It is truly exquisite. Fang Yuan laughed in his mind. The eagle hounds did not speak. While the hairy man Gu immortals were completely shocked, there was dead silence. O 12th Hare, looking at the current situation, you have failed. According to our previous agreement, it is my turn to make a move. In the silence, Fang Yuan's indifferent voice suddenly resounded. For some reason, 12th Hare's heart pounded. He roared furiously as he shouted at Fang Yuan. Are you kidding me? What nonsense are you spouting? Open your eyes wide and take a good look at our current situation, okay? Fang Yuan's lips curled up slightly. Boom! A strength path giant hand appeared out of nowhere, slamming the eagle hound closest to Fang Yuan to the ground. Dust flew everywhere. The eagle hound's attention was immediately diverted. They looked at Fang Yuan like they were facing a great enemy. Chapter 11:43. Eagle Hound. Wolf-bodied eagle with a pair of eagle wings on its back. Its head, neck, and wings were covered in black feathers. Its body and limbs were covered in gray fur, and it had the most dark path down marks on its body. This was a rather special type of fierce beast. Ordinary desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts reproduced through the interaction between males and females. But eagle hounds were not like this. Eagle hounds reproduced through infection. The eagle hound's poison would affect any dog type or eagle type beast. When this influence reached a certain degree, the dog or eagle type beast that was poisoned by the eagle hound's poison would gradually turn into an eagle hound. Thus, the eagle hound race had different individual strengths. Some eagle hounds were transformed from desolate beasts, so they were desolate beast level. Some eagle hounds were transformed from ancient desolate beasts, so they were ancient eagle hounds. Immemorial eagle hounds were rarely seen, even in black heaven and white heaven. Everything was clear now. When the first eagle hound appeared, Feng Yuan had already understood the relationship between the falling star hound and these eagle hounds. This falling star hound was targeted by the eagle hound group. They shot it down from the sky and confined it in Taichio to grow. When the falling star hound matured, it would leave its infant form and become a true ancient desolate beast. At that time, the eagle hound group would use poison to transform the falling star hound into an ancient eagle hound. As for why the falling star hound ended up near the teleportation goo formation, the answer was clear. It was the influence of providence. Two ancient desolate beasts. The rest are desolate beast eagle hounds. Feng Yuan's gaze was filled with coldness as he paid close attention to the two ancient desolate beasts. He did not sense the aura of any immortal goo on these eagle hounds. This gave him greater confidence in the following battle. With or without wild immortal goo, Feng Yuan would have to use two completely different battle tactics. Eagle hound. He killed it in one move. Not dead, but fainted. What was that move just now? It looked like a giant palm. The hairy man goo immortals reacted at this moment. They were extremely shocked. The one that fainted from Feng Yuan's giant hand was naturally a desolate beast eagle hound. Strength path giant hand. With rank 7 battle strength, it was not strange to have such a result. If he was dealing with the ancient eagle hound, it would be different. 12th Hair had never seen Feng Yuan fight. He had always thought, when Feng Yuan taught him how to fight, he displayed Feng Yuan's strength. 12th Hair forced himself to calm down and thought to himself, although Feng Yuan knocked out an eagle hound, there are still so many of them. No matter how brave he was, how could he do it alone? This battle was fraught with grim possibilities. It was better to retreat first. In the end, 12th Hair couldn't help but cry out in alarm. After Feng Yuan made his move, the confrontation with the eagle hound beasts was very short. The moment he knocked out the eagle hound beside him, he launched his attack. Sword escape immortal goo. Whoosh! Only an afterimage of Feng Yuan was left in his original position. His speed was simply shocking. In the blink of an eye, Feng Yuan had moved from the edge of the battlefield to the very center. What kind of speed is this? The hairy man goo immortals were shocked. Even 6th Hair's pupils shrunk. He gritted his teeth. He had guessed that Feng Yuan was using immortal goo sword escape. This was Bo Qing's immortal goo. Feng Yuan floated in the air, looking down at the giant beast below him. This was an ancient eagle hound. The moment it appeared, it had knocked down the diamond bear, sent the golden white tiger flying, and pecked the chestnut yak blind. The ancient eagle hound was stepping on the diamond bear, preventing it from getting up. Behind it was the young falling star hound, curled up on the ground, shivering. They were very close, between Feng Yuan and the ancient eagle hound. Less than 100 steps away, their eyes clearly reflected each other's silhouettes. The ancient eagle hound jumped in fright. Feng Yuan suddenly appearing in front of it made it subconsciously take a step back. But soon, its bestial nature was stimulated. The ancient eagle hound opened its mouth and howled in anger, flapping its wings and using its hind legs to attack Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan sneered. He shouted, "Beast, get down!" Boom! The strength path giant palm imprint was unleashed once more. From top to bottom, it was like a huge pot lid, fiercely slamming down. The giant hand collided with the ancient eagle hound. Despite the ancient eagle hound's ferocious momentum, it was still not a match for the giant hand's power and was suppressed. The giant hand was also sent flying up a distance from the rebound. But soon, under Feng Yuan's control and replenishment, The Strength Path giant hand once again slammed down like thunder and wind. The giant hand hit the ancient eagle hound's head, immediately causing its head to droop and its four limbs to bend in an exaggerated manner. Its wolf claws supported its body as it stomped on the ground, creating four pits. The Strength Path giant hand was sent flying up a distance from the rebound, the thick and dense giant hand becoming thinner. But at the next moment, the giant hand condensed back to its original state and heavily slammed down. The ancient eagle hound was very indignant. It wanted to raise its head, but at the next moment, it saw the Strength Path giant hand covering the sky and earth, filling its entire vision. Boom! With a loud sound, the ancient eagle hound's head was ruthlessly slammed into the ground by an enormous force. The sharp and hard eagle beak was deeply inserted into the ground. The eagle feathers fluttered in the air, and its four wolf claws were also embedded into the ground. The ancient eagle hound fell into extreme anger. It had never suffered such humiliation before. It wanted to slap up, so its four limbs exerted strength and its muscles bulged. It was about to raise its head at the next moment. Boom! The Strength Path giant hand was faster than it, hitting its head and back. Its bones creaked from the impact. It could not bear the heavy burden. Its brain shook intensely, it felt dizzy, and all the strength it had gathered just now dissipated. But Feng Yuan did not let it go. He slammed 3 times in a row, almost smashing this ancient eagle hound into the ground. It did not move, and fresh blood seeped out of the surrounding soil. The hairy man-gu immortals were stunned. After Feng Yuan knocked out a desolate beast eagle hound, he charged into the center of the eagle hounds without any fear of the enemy's strength. Facing the ancient eagle hound, he slammed down more than 10 times with his hands, like slapping flatbread, directly smashing the grand ancient eagle hound to death. Such ferocity was something the hairy man-gu immortals had never seen before. It was extremely terrifying. In fact, not only the hairy man-gu immortals, even the other eagle hounds were stunned. By the time they reacted, if one of them claimed it, it would be directly reimbursed. There was no sound, there was not even any wind. Under everyone's gazes, Feng Yuan slowly raised his head. He looked up at the sky. Several eagle hounds were circling in the sky. Among them was the second ancient, desolate beast. Next, it is your turn, Feng Yuan said plainly. At the next moment, he soared into the sky. The eagle hounds in the sky. Immediately, ear-piercing eagle cries resounded as they scattered in all directions. 12th Hair and the rest could not close their mouths as they watched Feng Yuan fly even higher into the sky, chasing away the eagle hounds like they were sparrows and crows. Was this still an eagle hound? A grand, ancient, desolate beast? Where was your spirit? 12th Hair felt like he was dreaming. In fact, seeking luck and avoiding calamity, preserving oneself and seeking longevity were the instincts of all living beings. Wild beasts bullied the weak and feared the strong. This was also normal. Once the eagle hounds dispersed, Feng Yuan would be in a difficult situation. Eagle hounds were very fast. They were outstanding among desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Feng Yuan's gaze continued to stare at that ancient eagle hound. Can you escape? Feng Yuan muttered. Swoosh. At the next moment, his figure appeared above the eagle hound. Myriad Self First Style, Strength Path Giant Hand. The giant hand slammed down again. With a loud sound, the hairy men shuddered and the eagle hound's feathers stood on end. Then, the hairy men saw that ancient eagle hound being slammed down from the sky by Feng Yuan like a ball. Boom! It crashed onto the ground. Sword Escape Immortal Gu combined with Giant Hand had an outstanding effect. Strength Path Giant Hand's speed was rather slow. If it was a long-range attack and slammed towards the eagle hounds, they would not even be able to cover half the distance before they escaped. But Feng Yuan went straight ahead. He used his speed to make up for this weakness of Strength Path Giant Hand. Of course, this tactic had its flaws. It could easily put Feng Yuan in a dangerous situation. Thus, Feng Yuan only used this tactic after activating Bloodstained Conqueror's Robe, the Immortal Killer move. There was also a precondition. That was that Feng Yuan did not discover any wild Immortal Gu on these two ancient eagle hounds. If there were wild Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan would not use this tactic without probing what it was. Taichio was covered in giant grass. The ancient eagle hounds did not suffer much damage after being slammed to the ground. Even though ancient eagle hounds excelled in speed, they were all members of the ancient imperial family and had thick skin and flesh. Fang Yuan would not be able to kill them without using a dozen strength path giant hands. However, just as Fang Yuan was about to follow up with another attack, his expression suddenly changed. In his eyes, a picture of the future flashed. While he was charging down, a third ancient eagle hound suddenly appeared and attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was caught off guard and was hit by the wolf's claws, crashing to the ground. Blood spurted out of his 7 orifices, his bones shattered. His blood-stained conqueror's robe killer move was broken. Even blood asset Immortal Gu was injured and could no longer be used. The scene flashed for a moment, but Fang Yuan believed it without a doubt. Because this was the immortal killer move he had activated in advance, 3 Breaths Future Vision. It originated from the Time Path investigative killer move in He Fan's True Inheritance, 3 Breaths Future Vision. Using After Immortal Gu as the core could allow Gu immortals to see their own future. And this future was about time. It was within 3 breaths of time in the future. Fang Yuan did not panic. Instead, his eyes revealed a cold smile. As expected, Providence's arrangements were not so simple. There was actually an ambush. Although my blood-stained conqueror's robe is an immortal-level defense, its core Immortal Gu is only rank 6 blood asset. Against an ancient, desolate beast, it is still a bit weak. Since he knew about the ambush, the so-called ambush was naturally useless. Sword marks targeting death. Fang Yuan aimed at a certain location in the sky and suddenly shot out a sharp sword light. Just as the hairy man Gu immortals were puzzled, sword marks targeting death struck that ancient eagle hound that was hiding in ambush. Clang! A clear ringing sound rang out. The ancient eagle hound had intercepted the sword marks targeting death. The hairy man Gu immortals cried out in shock. There was actually a third ancient eagle hound. It is hard to imagine. If it sneak attacked any hairy man Gu immortal, it would probably succeed. Fang Yuan could actually sense it? Fang Yuan slightly raised his brows. He stared at the third ancient eagle hound that was completely unharmed, his eyes shining with bright light. To be able to block sword marks targeting death, this ancient eagle hound seems to have a wild immortal Gu? Chapter 1144. The third ancient eagle hound had an immortal Gu on it. If not for this, how could it block Fang Yuan's immortal killer move sword marks targeting death? Fang Yuan's heart was immediately filled with fervor. That was then, this was now. If it was before he inherited He Fan's True Inheritance, Fang Yuan would have to retreat when facing this group of eagles. But now that his strength had increased explosively, his mentality had changed. He planned to devour this group of eagle hounds in one bite. My sovereign immortal aperture is very big. Fang Yuan's lips curled up. As for the wild immortal Gu on the ancient eagle hound, I will take it without hesitation. To be able to block sword marks targeting death, I want to see what kind of outstanding defensive immortal Gu it is. In an instant, thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. He had already decided on a battle tactic. Blood path killer moves like Blood Torrent were not suitable to be used in front of the hairy man Gu immortals. These hairy man Gu immortals knew the dangers of blood path. They could communicate with jewel yellow skies. They were not like the Gu immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven, who had limited knowledge. Although Fang Yuan could use the immortal killer move in He Fan's True Inheritance, he had to be careful. After all, he had not practiced it thoroughly. If he rashly used it, the activation might fail and result in a backlash. So, Fang Yuan clapped his hands, directly choosing the offensive move that he created and was most proficient in. Combination of enslavement and strength path, myriad self. At the next moment, a vast number of strength path phantoms filled the world. The hairy man Gu immortals were stunned. Sixth Hair also had a dumbfounded expression, but he was not surprised. He had already known about myriad self-killer move. This was information that was outdated. But soon, Sixth Hair's pupil shrunk. He blurted out, He disappeared? In his perception, Fang Yuan suddenly vanished. In the sky, There seemed to be only a dense number of strength path phantoms left. This was Fang Yuan using familiar face to disguise himself as an ordinary strength path phantom. He was mixed in with the myriad self-army. Charge! The myriad self-army shouted in unison, like a flood descending from the sky. It poured down on the third eagle hound. The eagle hound's eyes flashed with a bright light. Suddenly, the wings on its back flapped, and a dark winged shadow appeared behind the wings. Its speed increased, and it actually retreated. This response was a little out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Evidently, this eagle hound had a second wild immortal goo, that layer of winged shadow from earlier. That was its effect. There is actually a second wild immortal goo. Fang Yuan's eagerness intensified. He commanded the myriad self-army to continue charging at the ancient eagle hound. On the way, the strength path phantoms suddenly dispersed. Like a blooming flower, they opened their mouths and pounced towards the ancient eagle hound. The ancient eagle hound let out a sharp cry and suddenly soared into the sky. It retreated again and again. Fang Yuan had already calculated its retreat route. The myriad self-army stretched out in a straight line, like a flood dragon opening its mouth. The dragon swung its tail. The strength path phantom behind pounced towards the ancient eagle hound. The ancient eagle hound flew backwards, suddenly turning its body to the right, opening its wings. His entire body drew a diagonal arc in the air, perfectly dodging the attack of the army of myriad self. The hairy man-goo immortals were very confused. Compared to eagle and hound, they were more willing to see Fang Yuan win. But this third ancient eagle hound seemed to be very crafty. Fang Yuan had surrounded it several times, but was unable to succeed. The speed of the ancient eagle hound is even faster than these Fang Yuan. How can he catch up? 12th Hare watched intently, causing Fang Yuan to return empty-handed. He became more and more discouraged. On the other side, 6th Hare. His eyes flickered as he thought. Fang Yuan's enslavement path attainments. There seemed to be some improvement. Almost there. Although this ancient eagle hound was fast. However, he was still worried about the other lackeys, and only circled around the battlefield. He was about to be caught by Fang Yuan. The battle raged in the sky. Almost all the eagle and hounds flew up and fought with the army of myriad self. Fang Yuan's focus was on the third ancient eagle hound. There is something fishy about this ancient eagle hound. Fang Yuan found that the other eagle and hounds could be easily dealt with. As long as he used a small amount of strength path phantoms, he could restrain them. Only the third ancient eagle hound was rather crafty. It could see through the myriad self-army's actual situation and knew when to advance and when to retreat. Finally, Fang Yuan's arrangements were done well. The myriad self-army surrounded the third ancient eagle hound from all directions. It was actually surrounded. 12th Hare and the rest cheered in joy. The ancient eagle hound let out a sharp cry. It flapped its wings and scratched with its claws, directly destroying a large number of strength path phantoms. In just a few breaths of time, the ancient eagle hound showed signs of breaking through the encirclement. But this did not matter, because Fang Yuan's true body was hidden among the strength path phantoms and was already close to the ancient eagle hound. When the distance was enough, he decisively used the sword path killer move Dark Assassination. The beauty of this killer move was that no immortal goo aura would erupt in advance. It was extremely concealed. The ancient eagle hound howled miserably as it was shot by Fang Yuan. A bloody hole appeared on its neck, and blood gushed out like a fountain. But in the blink of an eye, the blood decreased, the bloody hole disappeared, the injury healed, and eagle feathers grew all over its body. Almost at the same time, the ancient eagle hound was enraged. Its whole body was covered in a layer of shadow, and its speed suddenly increased by several times. It attacked in a frenzy, filling the sky with wing and claw phantoms. Bam, 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 bam. Countless strength path phantoms could not resist and were destroyed by the ancient eagle hound. Even Fang Yuan's true body was grazed and sent flying. But with the blood-stained conqueror's robe, he would not suffer any injuries. How could this be? The goo worm aura on this ancient eagle hound's body suddenly appeared in a very chaotic manner. 12th Hare and the rest cried out in shock when they saw this. 6th Hare's eyes were wide open as he said in disbelief, How can this be? There is actually an ancient eagle hound that can use an immortal killer move? Such a strong effect and the complex aura of goo worms indicated that this ancient eagle hound had used an immortal killer move just now. This no doubt broke the common sense of the immortal world. A wild beast had such high intelligence and could use an immortal killer move? Wind whistled past Fong Yuan's ears as he was sent flying. Although he avoided the frontal attack and was only grazed, he was still sent flying far away. He looked at the ancient eagle hound, his eyes shining with brilliance. So it was like this. No wonder I felt it was strange. This ancient eagle hound is actually a goo immortal. It was impossible for a wild beast to be so intelligent and be able to use an immortal killer move. Sixth Hare did not realize it because he did not cultivate Transformation Path. Fong Yuan's understanding of Transformation Path was increasing day by day, and he immediately thought of the greatest possibility. A Transformation Path goo immortal who cultivated Eagle Hound transformation, but because he transformed too many times, or for too long, he could not transform back and lost his rationality and memories, turning into a special ancient Eagle Hound. Just like Refinement Path goo refinement, when Transformation Path goo immortals transform into other forms, there was a considerable risk. In history, such cases were not rare. The following battle confirmed Fong Yuan's guess. To a certain extent, this ancient eagle hound still retained some of the battle instincts of a Transformation Path goo immortal. Thus, compared to ordinary ancient eagle hounds, it was more crafty and knew when to advance and when to retreat. But it was not a goo immortal after all. It did not have human intelligence and could not grasp opportunities or execute any battle tactics. In battle, it mainly used immortal goo. At the moment of life and death, its instincts would be stimulated, and it would subconsciously use the immortal killer move that it was most familiar with when it was alive. Earlier, Fong Yuan had used dark assassination to attempt to pierce its head, but at the crucial moment, it dodged at an angle and could only hit its neck. Next, the wild shadow that burst out and sent Fong Yuan's true body flying was the use of an immortal killer move. The battle fell into a deadlock. If it were an ordinary eagle hound group, Fong Yuan would have already taken them down. But the ancient eagle hound's situation was special. It was much more troublesome than ordinary ancient eagle hounds. Especially whenever Fong Yuan launched a sneak attack, the ancient eagle hound would always be able to avoid the fatal spots. This might be because this Transformation Path goo immortal was a veteran of countless battles, or had the protection of a unique immortal goo, or even Providence's help. All in all, Fong Yuan's intention of ending the battle quickly was severely obstructed. The sky was in a mess. The sounds of banging were incessant. There were strength path phantoms being destroyed at every moment. But Fong Yuan could replenish them at any time. His myriad self-army was endless. Although the quality was not good, he had the absolute advantage in terms of quantity. From time to time, eagle groups covered in strength path phantoms fell from the sky, crashing on the ground. Upper hand. Fong Yuan Elder has been holding the upper hand even when facing a group of eagle hounds. With just one person's strength, he can actually reach such a level. Elder Fong Yuan's strength is actually so strong. The hairy man goo immortals had already retreated to the edge of the battlefield. Watching the battle, they had unknowingly started calling Fong Yuan Elder. 12th Hare's face was filled with shock and bitterness. He felt it even more deeply. Fong Yuan's arrangements and his smooth enslavement path attainment in commanding the myriad self-army made him feel that he was so small and insignificant at this moment. Indeed, although the enemy was somewhat troublesome, from start to finish, Fong Yuan had been holding the upper hand. The eagle hounds had never been able to reverse the situation. In that case, I will change my battle tactic. Fong Yuan's true body stopped attacking and suddenly retreated to the side. He began to concentrate and activate another immortal killer move. At this moment, he was already activating Blood-Stained Conqueror's Robe, Familiar Face, and 3 Breaths Future Vision. He floated in the air, activating goo worms and replenishing the myriad self-army from time to time. All of these affected his concentration, and this immortal killer move was rather complicated and he had not practiced it enough. Thus, he could only give up on attacking and stay in a stable environment, concentrating almost all of his concentration to activate it. The rank 7 Year Goo was first activated, followed by the supplementary Mortal Goo. Immortal Killer move, Year Beast Summoning. Come out, my ancient Year Beast. Swish, swish, swish. In the air, a phantom image of the river of time appeared. The river water surged as a huge beast figure jumped out of the river. Howl. Chapter 1145. What is this? Such a big chicken. Seeing the ancient Year Beast suddenly enter the battlefield, the hairy man Goo immortals were shocked. According to Hei Fan's true inheritance, Year Beasts have 12 forms. I am quite lucky to be able to summon a chicken Year Beast this time. Fang Yuan sized up this Year Beast as he evaluated it inwardly. This Year Beast was like a small mountain. Its wings were spread out, casting a huge shadow on the ground. It was valiant and full of vigor. Its divine might was awe-inspiring. Its feathers were bright and dazzling, and its claws were as sharp as blades. It quickly looked around the battlefield before staring at Fang Yuan. No one was more attractive to it than Fang Yuan, because it could smell the scent of Year Goo from Fang Yuan's body. Year Goo. This was the food of Year Beasts. The higher the rank of the Year Goo, the more Year Beasts liked it. Immortal Killer move Year Beast Summoning was created based on this principle. The creator was Hei Fan. He had already created this killer move long before refining Year's flow like water Immortal Goo. These are yours. Fang Yuan smiled and suddenly waved his hand, scattering a large number of mortal Year Goo. The chicken Year Beast was overjoyed. It raised its neck and inhaled. Immediately, a huge air current formed, like a dragon sucking in water. In the blink of an eye, all the mortal Year Goo in the air were sucked into its stomach. Kill it, and you will obtain even more. Fang Yuan stretched out his right index finger, pointing at the crucial ancient eagle hound. The chicken Year Beast's gaze immediately turned sharp. It turned its head at lightning speed and looked at its target. The ancient eagle hound's fur stood on end, revealing its sharp fangs. It felt a strong threat from the chicken Year Beast. Compared to the chicken Year Beast, the ancient eagle hound was quite small. Even if it stood up, it could not reach half the height of the chicken Year Beast. Whoosh whoosh. The chicken Year Beast flapped its wings and charged towards its target. Its explosive speed was even faster than the ancient eagle hound. Bam! The two fiercely collided. The chicken Year Beast only retreated 70 to 80 steps. Meanwhile, the ancient eagle hound was sent flying far away. The chicken Year Beast let out a long howl and chased after the ancient eagle hound. The ancient eagle hound was indeed cunning. After suffering a loss, it no longer clashed with the chicken Year Beast. Instead, it was a rooster Nian that swam left and right. Fang Yuan watched for a while and felt relieved. This chicken Year Beast did not have any immortal goo, but its quality was much higher than the ancient eagle hound. Nian beasts, even in the river of time. It was also a rare and precious beast. Of course, if the ancient eagle hound used its immortal goo, the chicken Year Beast would fall into a disadvantage. It didn't matter if it happened once or twice, but if there were too many of them, the chicken Year Beast would be defeated. The side with the immortal goo would have a huge increase in battle strength. Hei Fan warned me in the True Legacy that the summon yin was not enslaved, and that he did not have enough control over it. If they encountered an enemy that was too strong, they would not fight head-on. Even if they fought, sometimes they would leave halfway and ask for more Year Goo from the Goo Immortal. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan knew that he did not have much time left. He did not choose to attack the ancient eagle hound together with the chicken Year Beast. Because the chicken Year Beast was not under his control, he could only barely communicate with it through the method left behind by Hei Fan, and it was hard for the two to cooperate. Fang Yuan's true body was hidden in the myriad self-army, quietly approaching a desolate beast eagle hound. The eagle hounds were still in the sky, fighting with the myriad self-army. From time to time, some eagle hounds would be struck down by Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms. But soon, these eagle hounds would fly back into the sky. They continued to fight. Although there were many strength path phantoms against desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, their attack power was relatively weak. They could only be used to harass and exhaust them. Strength path giant hand. Suddenly, Fang Yuan made a move. The strength path giant hand appeared out of nowhere and slammed towards the head of an eagle hound. Fang Yuan's position was extremely good. The eagle hound was caught off guard and was hit by the palm, screaming miserably on the spot and fainting. The eagle hound started to fall, but Fang Yuan activated another giant hand and was already waiting below. The second Mahamudra grabbed the fainted eagle hound and carefully placed it on the ground. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan's true body once again disappeared into the myriad self-army. But soon, he appeared in another area of the battlefield, using the strength path giant hand to attack and knock out another eagle hound. Next, he did the same thing, placing the second eagle hound on the ground together with the first. The hairy Mangu immortals were dumbfounded. Elder Fang Yuan seems to be, that's right, he is planning to capture this group of ancient eagle hounds alive. Truly, a skilled person is bold. The hairy Mangu immortals could not help but sigh. These eagle hound beasts that they viewed as life-threatening killers were, in Fang Yuan's eyes, a wealth that was voluntarily thrown into his lap. One by one, the eagle hounds were plotted against by Fang Yuan and fainted, piling up on top of each other. Soon, these fainted eagle hounds piled up into a mountain. The scene was quite spectacular. The ancient eagle hound howled angrily at this scene, but it was pinned down by the chicken-ear beast and could not help. The chicken-ear beast was also in a somewhat miserable state. Its body was riddled with injuries, and it seemed to have the intention to retreat. After all, Heifan was a Time Path Gu immortal. It was already quite amazing that he could create an immortal killer move with an effect similar to Enslavement Path. It seems that a killer move like Year Beast Summoning is quite ideal for fighting with the wind. If I fight against the wind, the effect will not be as good. Fang Yuan noted it in his mind. Immortal killer moves were still used. They could gain a deeper understanding of them. Fang Yuan firmly held the initiative on the battlefield. He had been paying attention to the battle between the chicken-ear beast and the ancient eagle hound. Before the chicken-ear beast retreated, Fang Yuan dealt with the rest of the eagle hounds. 8 of the eagle hounds were knocked unconscious by the giant handprint, while the rest were killed. After all, giant hand was not a capturing method. It was not easy for Fang Yuan to use it to this extent. Die! Fang Yuan flew into the sky and charged forward, attacking the ancient eagle hound with the chicken-ear beast. After a few rounds, the effect was indeed not good. Fang Yuan ordered the chicken-ear beast to retreat and protect the unconscious eagle hounds. The chicken-ear beast's battle intent had already weakened, but after receiving Fang Yuan's order, it did not immediately move, instead retreating a distance and opening its mouth while looking at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan understood and threw a large amount of year goo at it. After the chicken-ear beast had its fill, it obediently turned around and landed on the ground. It started to defend. Fang Yuan and the ancient eagle hound fought again. But this time, the situation was different from before. The ancient eagle hound was anxious to save its unconscious companions, charging left and right. What a pity. A Grand Gu immortal has fallen to such a state. He actually thought he was an eagle hound. Fang Yuan was currently fighting. Compared to before, he was much more relaxed. The ancient eagle hound was extremely fast and had immortal goo. At the crucial moment, it could even activate its remaining battle instincts. It activated the immortal killer move from before. Fang Yuan changed his battle tactic. Earlier, he had charged forward and used Giant Hand, but it was too risky. The defensive effect of Blood-Stained Conqueror's Robe was not enough in front of this ancient eagle hound. Fang Yuan repeatedly used sword path killer moves to attack the ancient eagle hound from afar. But the ancient eagle hound's defensive method was excellent. It was unknown what immortal goo it was. This transformation path Gu immortal must have felt that the eagle hound's defensive ability was rather low, so he specially strengthened this aspect. Fang Yuan could not attack for a long time, and the ancient eagle hound could not save them either. The chicken-ear beast was quite good at defending itself. The injuries on the ancient eagle hound's body slowly accumulated. It is really troublesome. Giant Hand is slow and cannot hit its target. Sword path killer moves can hit, but the effect is not good. Spitting out poison is simply a waste of immortal essence. The ancient eagle hound itself is extremely resistant to poison. Fang Yuan was helpless. It seemed that after this transformation path, Gu Immortal transformed into an ancient eagle hound. It had the intuition of a wild beast, and with its remaining battle instincts, it became even more difficult to deal with. Against it, Fang Yuan found himself at a loss of what to do. The strength of transformation path Gu Immortals. It was because after the transformation succeeds, their physique would be extremely high. Just this ancient eagle hound's flying speed alone was comparable to sword escape for a short distance. Not to mention, after using the immortal Gu. Right now, Fang Yuan could only choose a battle of attrition. When this ancient eagle hound's immortal essence was exhausted and it could not activate the immortal Gu, that would be his victory. Or, when its injuries accumulated to a certain extent, it would show a weakness. It would be caught by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt helpless, but the other spectators did not feel the same way. The hairy man Gu Immortals were staring blankly. Strength. In the cruel competition of the Gu Immortal world, the most important thing was the Gu Immortal's strength. The strength that Fang Yuan displayed shocked the hairy men. Even Sixth Hair was no exception. This guy, how did his battle strength increase so much in such a short period of time? He can actually summon a year beast. How did he master this method? He clearly only went out for a short period of time. Sixth Hair felt a heaviness in his heart. Fang Yuan's speed of improvement made him feel extremely stifled, almost to the point where he could not breathe. After fighting for a while, the ancient eagle hound suddenly soared into the sky. Trying to escape. Fang Yuan's heart thumped as he quickly chased after it. The ancient eagle hound's injuries had accumulated to a certain extent, be it its attack strength or flying speed, they had clearly fallen. Whether it was the Gu Immortal's battle talent when they were alive or the wild beast's instinct to avoid danger, they both made it choose to retreat. As for those companions who had fainted, they could only be abandoned. Fang Yuan cursed inwardly. He had already expected this situation, but the timing was a bit earlier than Fang Yuan's expectations. Fang Yuan activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu to chase, but the speed at which the distance was shrinking was very slow. The ancient eagle hound fled desperately. Its speed was astonishing. Immortal Killer Move. Passing back and forth, Fang Yuan had no choice but to use this killer move. Success. The ancient eagle hound returned to its previous position. Fang Yuan caught up and both sides fought fiercely again. After fighting for a few rounds, the ancient eagle hound escaped again. Fang Yuan could only chase again. Passing back and forth. Success again. Both sides fought again. The hairy man Gu Immortals watched from afar. But soon, the ancient eagle hound gave up on Fang Yuan and frantically flapped its wings, retreating for the third time. Its attitude more resolute than before. Fang Yuan was helpless. He could not break the other party's eagle wings. Passing back and forth. Unfortunately, he failed the third time and immediately spat out a small mouthful of blood. In a few breaths of time, the ancient eagle hound had already flown to the horizon. Fang Yuan could only stop. Chapter 1146. The time is still too short. It is not enough for me to familiarize myself with past movement. Fang Yuan sighed. If he only used past movement alone, there was a 10% chance of success. But in actual combat, it was different. For example, Fang Yuan had to constantly activate Bloodstained Conqueror's Robe, Familiar Face, 3 Breaths Future Vision, and other immortal killer moves. These killer moves used a large number of Gu worms and required a huge amount of mental energy. On this basis, activating an immortal killer move like past movement, which he had not familiarized himself with yet, only failed on the third try. It already showed that Fang Yuan's luck was very good. Although immortal killer moves had excellent effects, they expended too much mental energy. Moreover, in a life and death battle, one had to observe the opponent at all times, consider tactics, and react in time. Thus, in battle, immortal killer moves were not always better when used as many as possible. If too much of one's mind was involved, one might not react properly to the enemy's sneak attack or react in time, resulting in death. That would become a joke. In fact, such jokes had been happening all along the history of Gu Immortals. There were also many examples of extremely powerful killer moves directly causing the Gu Immortal to die on the spot due due to failure in activation. If I can solve this problem, I'll be able to increase my combat power by another level. Besides practicing and modifying Immortal Killer moves to make them more concise, I can solve it from the Wisdom Path aspect. In the end, Immortal Killer moves were the combination of countless goo worms. Activating each goo worm would consume at least one thought of the goo immortal. To successfully activate an Immortal Killer move, the goo immortal would expend tens of thousands of thoughts. Wisdom Path was a path that specialized in solving this problem. Wisdom Path goo immortals were often able to use more or more complex Immortal Killer moves than goo immortals of other paths. The Wisdom Path inheritance I obtained was mainly Dongfang Naganori's Wisdom Star True inheritance. It was good at deductions, but not good at commanding goo worms to activate killer moves. But I am now a Wisdom Path Grandmaster. I can use this foundation to develop in this direction. I can make a breakthrough. After Fang Yuan chased away the ancient eagle hound, he reflected on himself on his way back and decided on the next development direction of Wisdom Path. He landed on the ground. Fang Yuan patted his abdomen and opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance. The entrance opened, revealing a portion of the sovereign Immortal Aperture's scenery. Sixth Hair stared straight ahead, but how could he see anything from outside the door? All he saw was a world of ice and snow. It was a desolate scene. That was the Kokita Hara of the blessed land of Paragon. Sixth Hair breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that he focused on raising his battle strength and neglected the management of his Immortal Aperture. It is no wonder, after all, the sovereign Immortal Aperture undergoes a tribulation every 2 months. Sixth Hair did not know that Fang Yuan had already completely plundered Heifan Grotto Heaven. He thought that Fang Yuan was still a poor kid. Little did he know that the other places in sovereign blessed land were filled with verdant hills, limpid waters, dense forests, and abundant resources. Even so, this is genuine rank 7 battle strength. Sixth Hair looked at the chicken-ear beast as his eyes twitched. Fang Yuan is only rank 6, but there were already rank 7s occupying it, adding another rank 7 battle strength. I will definitely report this to Lord Wu Xie and let him know. The chicken-ear beast clucked. It was very happy. Fang Yuan fed it a large number of year goo. It was very satisfied. Finally, it flapped its wings and jumped into the river of time, vanishing from sight. After placing the eagle hounds into his Immortal Aperture, including the falling star hound, and after dealing with the chicken-ear beast, Fang Yuan turned around and faced the hairy man goo immortals present. This mission, it should be counted as my success, right? I should be the one who did it, right? Fang Yuan smiled lightly, asking these hairy men in an inquiring tone. The hairy man goo immortals nodded. They had some reluctance, helplessness, and awkwardness on their faces. But that was the truth. Fang Yuan did not make a move. Their lives were in danger. 12th Hair opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but his lips moved a few times, but no words came out. He thought of his earlier performance. It was extremely shallow. He did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. He could not help but feel ashamed. Sixth Hair observed his expression and laughed sinisterly, saying, "Elder Fang Yuan, you are really amazing. You actually chased away a group of eagle hounds alone. If we did not see it with our own eyes, we would not believe it. If you had made a move earlier, you would not have been able to deal with the falling star hound." The hairy man goo immortals heard this and their expressions changed. They felt even more complex emotions. I have my own difficulties. I do not want to explain them to you. First Supreme Elder knows a thing or two about this. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. He looked around at everyone before looking at 12th Hair. All right, that's enough. The matter has been resolved. Let's return. Using the teleportation goo formation, the immortals easily returned to Langya Blessed Land. After hearing everyone's report, Land Spirit of Langya's attitude became much more relaxed. He was not too surprised by Fang Yuan's battle strength. Because he knew that Fang Yuan had once possessed Spring Autumn Cicada, he had been reborn. Although it was rare for a rank 6 to have rank 7 battle strength, it was not hard to understand for Fang Yuan. With this relaxed attitude and the 1,000 contribution points from completing the Falling Star Hound mission, Fang Yuan successfully borrowed goo worms and could use Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture again. In the following days, Fang Yuan cultivated peacefully. He mainly used Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley to cultivate his soul. He also practiced new killer moves such as past movement in private. In his free time, he took care of the newly obtained falling star hound infant, as well as the eagle hounds. For these desolate beasts and an ancient eagle hound, it was just a change of environment. After adapting to it, they could live here peacefully. Living here was not a problem. This was a lack of intelligence. It was a simple-mindedness. As for the countless resources that were moved from Heifan Grotto Heaven, Fang Yuan placed most of them in Mini Southern Border. Because Mini Southern Border's environment was close to Heifan Grotto Heaven. Even so, because the Dao marks couldn't compare to Heifan Grotto Heaven, there were still many resources that were declining and some were on the verge of destruction. Therefore, Fang Yuan had one more thing to worry about, and that was to quickly sell the resources that could not be kept alive. Other than trading with the land spirit of Langya, the focus was on jewel yellow skies. In a very short period of time, Fang Yuan had amassed a huge amount of immortal yuan stone. After using a portion of it, the celestial essence reserves that were slightly insufficient previously had now been replenished. They were no longer hidden dangers, but instead became one of Fang Yuan's strengths. So much green grape immortal essence. Even if I use an immortal killer move like triple sword wave for 100 times, I won't have to worry. Fang Yuan had never possessed so much green grape immortal essence. This made him think about the fourth earthly calamity. More confidence. Time flew by, and finally, it was time for Fang Yuan to undergo tribulation again. He left Langya Blessed Land and came to the northern ice plains. After choosing a location, he placed his immortal aperture and opened the entrance, absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. This time, the duration of absorbing the energy of heaven and earth was dozens of times longer than before. The reason was that the resources in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture had increased by hundreds or even thousands of times. A large amount of heaven and earth chi was expended. Next, Fang Yuan used the immortal tribulation tempering aperture again. Everything was done smoothly. After making preparations, Fang Yuan closed the Blessed Land's entrance and started to welcome the fourth earthly calamity. It was still in Kokitahara. Fang Yuan welcomed a sky full of flying frost. This is black-white flying salt tribulation? Fang Yuan was stunned as he recognized it. He was slightly surprised. This tribulation was not strong. In fact, it was easy to pass. In the sky, there was a long stretch of pale yellow clouds. Large amounts of salt fell slowly from the sky. The entire process was silent. The salt was like white snow. There was no wind at all. Large amounts of flying salt fell to the ground and melted the ice and snow into liquid. Among the ice and snow, there were some wild flowers that could withstand the cold, but after being melted by the flying salt, they were on the brink of death and died soon after. Are they trying to destroy my Kokitahara's ecology? Fang Yuan was slightly puzzled. For now, he did not take action and only watched from the sidelines. Even though there were some losses, most of his resources were gathered in Mini Southern Border. Kokitahara had always been the place Fang Yuan used to undergo tribulations. Fang Yuan could bear these losses in the past. Not to mention now, he had obtained Heifan Grotto Heaven's accumulation. He was extremely wealthy. After a while, one by one, snowmen appeared in the sky full of salt frost. This was the influence of reckless savage's will. As long as Fang Yuan killed these snowmen, he would be able to obtain reckless savage's true meaning. His transformation path and strength path attainment levels would soar. At this time, unlike the third time where Chu Du had a share, Fang Yuan had the resources to himself. Fang Yuan quickly took action. These snowmen had just appeared when they were melted by the flying salt. Providence's intention. It seemed to be manifested at this moment. That was to weaken Fang Yuan's gains from the earthly calamity as much as possible. Fang Yuan and Providence attacked first. Myriad Self activated again to exterminate these snowmen. Of course, there were other methods. Right now, only Fang Yuan could take action. As for other existences, be they Gu immortals or desolate beasts, whoever killed the snowmen would obtain Reckless Savage's true meaning. Waves of Reckless Savage's true meaning were instilled into Fang Yuan's mind, rapidly raising his path attainment level. As for the profound white flying salt itself, it was a tribulation. Feng Yuan could not directly eliminate it. The fourth earthly calamity lasted for a long time. Even if the previous 3 calamities were added up, it was not even 10% of the fourth calamity. 3 days later, the profound white flying salt scale started to decrease. Is this a war of attrition? Feng Yuan frowned, feeling some doubts. Several days later, the profound white flying salt tribulation finally stopped. Feng Yuan looked at the frost salt on the ground, feeling even more doubts. According to his previous deductions, the fourth earthly calamity should be stronger. It would be more difficult to deal with. But the truth was, the profound white flying salt tribulation was not intense at all. It descended slowly. Feng Yuan did not feel any pressure at all. He even eliminated most of the snowmen. He did not waste much of Reckless Savage's true meaning. His gains were plentiful. Feng Yuan had a feeling that Providence was going to let him go. Earlier, I used some time path killer moves in Taichio to test Providence's deduction ability to see how it would deal with me. But the result was the profound white flying salt tribulation. No matter what, the fourth earthly calamity is over. These salt flats can be preserved. After using self-will to cleanse them, they can be used as a special environment to be managed. This earthly calamity was unexpectedly easy. Feng Yuan did not even suffer any injuries. Feng Yuan stored his immortal aperture and was about to return to Langya Blessed Land. But at this time, heaven and earth changed. Feng Yuan fell into a battlefield killer move. Close to 10 Gu immortals appeared. There was even a dragon-shaped beast with a grand aura, staring at Feng Yuan. Immemorial desolate beast. Feng Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. He quickly realized, human tribulation. So it turns out that heaven's will was intentionally delaying me and setting up this sure kill trap. Chapter 1147. The surrounding heaven and earth had turned into a frosty white color. Countless gray clouds the size of horse carriages floated around Feng Yuan. Although Feng Yuan did not feel any wind, these clouds were moving rapidly, surrounding Feng Yuan like a group of vicious sharks or a pack of hungry wolves. This is definitely an immortal battlefield killer move. I don't even know its origin. It seems to be mostly cloud path. Feng Yuan was on full alert after the shock. His mind flashed like lightning as he rapidly analyzed the situation. Forget about the immortal battlefield killer move. There are actually 9 Gu immortals and a dragon-shaped immemorial desolate beast. Feng Yuan looked at the 9 figures. These mysterious Gu immortals were all covered in a layer of gray clouds. Their faces were concealed and only their eyes were exposed. As for their Gu immortal auras, they could not be concealed and leaked out. There was also that dragon-shaped beast. It was also covered in a thin layer of gray clouds, coiling in front of Feng Yuan. The majestic aura was terrifying to the extreme. In Feng Yuan's perception, it was like a towering mountain, while Feng Yuan himself was like an ant at the foot of the mountain. Feng Yuan's mind was shaken. This lineup was too strong. He was not their match. There was no need to even think about it. Strange. Why are there so many people ambushing me? Feng Yuan was shocked, but also had a huge doubt. The northern icy plain was uninhabited and had almost no resources. This was a desolate land created by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. The only wealth here was Reckless Savage's true meaning, which Chu Du had taken a liking to. Thus, Gu immortals rarely came here. Furthermore, before every tribulation, Feng Yuan would go through Jewel Yellow Skies, Langya Sect, and even Chu Du to gather some information. Those super forces of Northern Plains' righteous path did not make any big moves. Because of the Battle of Hay Tribe's extermination, everyone was digesting their gains, trying to adapt to the new force structure. These righteous path forces were almost all in Northern Plains. Their Gu immortals were stationed separately. Actually, it was very difficult for the Huangjin tribes to send out 3 or 4 Gu immortals at once, unless something big happened. As for the fiendish Dao and itinerant immortals, although they were free, they usually acted alone. Why would they suddenly gather together? Also, I have been holed up in Langya Blessed Land, avoiding the deductions of Wisdom Path Gu immortals. He also had Dark Limit and other methods to protect himself. It was impossible for his whereabouts to be calculated so clearly. Where did these goo immortals come from? Is it Zhengzhou State? Earlier, to investigate the truth of the murder case at 88-Point Jinyang Tower, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects worked together and gathered a group of goo immortals to explore northern plains. Now that the Celestial Court was doing everything possible to deal with the Shadow Sect and Feng Yuan, it was not surprising that they sent another team. But Central Continent's goo immortals, especially those from the 10 great ancient sects or Celestial Court, they were all open and aboveboard in style. How could he possibly hide like this? These goo immortals were concealing their appearances. Even the immemorial desolate beasts were the same. Only vague human figures could be seen. Maybe these are illusions created by the battlefield killer move? A guess flashed in Feng Yuan's mind. From when he stored his immortal aperture, while preparing to return, he was ambushed. After falling into the trap, he was now analyzing countermeasures. It was actually a short period of time, only a few moments. The sovereign immortal fetus was smart to begin with. With the help of wisdom path methods, Feng Yuan had already reacted. If it was truly such a terrifying enemy formation, Feng Yuan had no hope. However, he felt that there was a high chance that this was an illusion, because these goo immortals' origins could not be explained. Feng Yuan's eyes shined brightly. At the next moment, he activated Sword Escape Immortal Goo and charged towards the goo immortals. The 9 goo immortals did not react. They seemed to be in a daze. When Feng Yuan got close, he stopped. 3 breaths later, Blood-stained Conqueror's robe was activated. He pointed with his finger. Sword Light. Immortal Killer Move. Sword marks targeting death. A rank 6 goo immortal's figure moved, but a rank 7 female goo immortal pressed on his shoulder. You can't take this move, let me. Saying so, she pointed with her finger. An ice mirror appeared in the air. Sword marks targeting death's sword light shot into the ice mirror, but it did not pierce through. It was deflected and its direction changed. It can actually change the direction of my immortal killer move? Feng Yuan's heart shook. He quickly controlled sword marks targeting death to return to its original path. His sword marks targeting death could be controlled at will after it was activated. But this killer move was very fast. It was not easy for goo immortals to control. Sword marks targeting death was finally able to return to its original path, but to think that a second ice mirror would appear in front of it. Feng Yuan could only watch helplessly as sword marks targeting death was deflected again. Next, a third, fourth, and so on ice mirrors appeared. They surrounded sword marks targeting death and made it spin in the air. Oh no! This goo immortal's method counters my sword marks targeting death. Feng Yuan's heart sank. He was about to react. The second rank 7 goo immortal suddenly took a step forward and growled. An ice spear instantly condensed in his hand. Next, he stretched his arm like a bow. After stretching it to the limit, he threw it at Feng Yuan. The ice spear flew in the air, piercing through the air and emitting a sharp sound that made one's heart palpitate. Cold air spread in all directions. The water vapor along the way was frozen, turning into specks of frost that floated in the air. It was a beautiful scene, but it was filled with killing intent. This is definitely an immortal killer move, formed with a rank 7 goo immortal as the core. Feng Yuan quickly retreated, wanting to dodge. But this ice spear could be controlled like sword marks targeting death. Feng Yuan could not dodge. He gritted his teeth. He knew that blood-stained Conqueror's robe could not block this move, so he activated Strength Path Giant Hand. Giant Hand suddenly appeared, forming a palm wall that blocked in front of Feng Yuan. The ice spear pierced through the giant hand. Before its momentum dissipated, it hit Feng Yuan's body. Feng Yuan was sent flying backwards. His body was covered in a thick layer of frost. Even the blood he spat out was frozen into blood clots. Blood Asset Immortal Goo was also injured. If it continued, Blood Asset Immortal Goo might not be able to take the damage and be destroyed. But in this situation, how could Feng Yuan care about this? He could only activate Blood Asset Immortal Goo. He could barely maintain the blood-stained Conqueror's robe. 2 of the rank 7 goo immortals are not fake. What about the others? Feng Yuan swallowed a mouthful of blood. He clapped his hands, activating the killer move Myriad Self. In an instant, large numbers of Strength Path Phantoms gushed out. In the blink of an eye, they filled the immortal's vision. These mysterious Gu immortals were clearly stunned. Next, the third rank 7 Gu immortal smiled, saying loudly, "Let me." He raised his arms, puffing his cheeks as he blew. A whirlwind spun out of his mouth. In the blink of an eye, it expanded into a huge tornado. The tornado was 100 feet tall. The two ends were large. The center was small and dark green in color. As it rotated, the wind was like blades, sweeping all the strength path phantoms along the way and easily shredding them into pieces. Soon, the myriad self-army's size was reduced by more than half. Fang Yuan quickly urged again, replenishing the numbers. "Brother, let me help you," the fourth rank 7 Gu immortal said in a low and muffled voice. He stretched out his index finger. He pointed at the tornado. Instantly, a certain profound immortal killer move activated. The tornado turned into two into 4. In the blink of an eye. For huge tornadoes wreaked havoc in the battlefield. Their battle strength increased by 4 times. Fang Yuan's heart shook. He felt something amiss. The battle started. He had already suffered light injuries. Blood Asset Immortal Gu was injured. There was a danger of it being destroyed if it continued to be used. And in the enemy's formation, that immemorial desolate beast did not move. It was suppressing the battlefield. There were 4 rank 7 Gu immortals among the 9. Each of them used an immortal killer move. They were either powerful or exquisite. Don't tell me. These are not illusions? Like he had fallen into an abyss, Fang Yuan's heart sank. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Intense winds blew. In a short period of time, the myriad self-army was wiped out, even if Fang Yuan continued to replenish them. The strength path phantom's quality was too low. Against a rank 7 killer move, numbers were useless. Myriad Self, which had always been successful, fell into an awkward situation for the first time. It could not change the situation for Fang Yuan. No, Myriad Self still has an advantage, at least in terms of immortal essence expenditure. I still have the advantage. But the enemy has numbers while I am alone. This advantage is negligible. What should I do? The difference in strength between the two sides was too huge. Any tactics were useless. Actually, these mysterious Gu immortals did not cooperate. Every time they attacked, they would take turns. If not for this immortal battlefield killer move, Fang Yuan might have been able to escape. Unfortunately, the enemy had already made their arrangements. While Fang Yuan lacked space path methods, it was a problem for him to escape. Moreover, he had to face 4 rank 7 and 5 rank 6 Gu immortals, as well as that immemorial desolate beast. It was an insurmountable chasm. The situation was extremely perilous. Compared to his previous life, when he was besieged by righteous path Gu immortals, it was countless times more dangerous. After all, back then, there was no immemorial desolate beast to hold down the fort. Fang Yuan probed these Gu immortals, but against the immemorial desolate beast, he did not even have the intention to probe it. Fang Yuan relied on activating Myriad Self to struggle at death's door. One after another, Gu immortals attacked. The strength path phantoms were destroyed almost as soon as they formed. The Myriad Self army, which had always been aggressive, was unable to form any kind of scale. Am I going to die here today? An intense sense of danger of death shrouded Fang Yuan's mind. He could not ask for reinforcements. In this battlefield killer move, Fang Yuan could not even communicate with jewel yellow skies. But he did not give up. Like a bolt of lightning flashed in his mind, he suddenly thought, "No, I still have a chance of survival." This chance of survival did not lie in Spring-Autumn Cicada. Spring-Autumn Cicada had Providence. Providence wanted to eliminate Fang Yuan by all means possible. Using Spring-Autumn Cicada was courting death. This chance of survival was in the upper extreme, Heavenly Eagle. If Fang Yuan had not obtained He Fan's true inheritance, he would definitely die at this moment. But it was different now. He still had a trace of hope. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was an immemorial desolate beast, but it was an infant now, so it only had desolate beast-level battle strength. But He Fan's true inheritance had a time path immortal killer move that could accelerate the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's growth, allowing it to mature in a short period of time. This way, Fang Yuan would have rank 8 battle strength. Coincidentally, The upper extreme heavenly eagle was a space path immemorial desolate beast. It could enter grotto heavens and immemorial nine heavens. Passing through this battlefield killer move had a high chance of success. Persevere. Persevere until the upper extreme heavenly eagle becomes rank 8. Fang Yuan thought of this and immediately changed his tactic. Chapter 1148. The Time Path Immortal Killer move had already been quietly activated in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was affected by the killer move. The time flow on its body increased by countless times, allowing it to grow rapidly. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle cried out continuously, feeling extremely uncomfortable. On one hand, its body was growing rapidly. On the other hand, it was hungry. It needed to eat a lot of heavenly crystals every day to fill its stomach. Right now, a breath of time was equivalent to a day. Adding on the continuous growth of its body, how could it not be hungry? Of course, Heifan had also considered this situation. He had another immortal killer move to make up for this weakness. At the same time, the upper extreme heavenly eagle hid in the heavenly crystal eagle nest, crazily eating. By using both methods, it was able to maintain its growth. This method was a quick method. It had many weaknesses. The upper extreme heavenly eagle and Fang Yuan did not spend much time together, but when its strength suddenly increased, it would become wild and uncontrollable. Moreover, the upper extreme heavenly eagle's growth was too fast. It could not adapt or familiarize itself. It could only display less than 30% of its original strength. But Fang Yuan had no other choice. He was forced into a desperate situation. This was his only hope of escaping this predicament. He was like a drowning person, firmly grasping onto this only life-saving straw. Miri itself was activated continuously. The killer move that was normally strong had now become Fang Yuan's last resort. His true body used familiar face to disguise himself, blending in with the strength path phantoms. The enemy Gu immortals could not discover him. Tornadoes wreaked havoc, during which the enemy Gu immortals attacked, layer after layer covering the battlefield. Their firepower was extremely abundant. Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms could only last for 1 or 2 breaths of time before they were destroyed. He had never used myriad self so frequently before. Thankfully, this myriad self was created by him. He was extremely familiar with it. It had become an instinct of his body. He had never failed before. But this way, his green grape immortal essence storage fell rapidly. In terms of immortal essence storage, Fang Yuan was at a complete disadvantage. He could not compare to the total of 9 enemy Gu immortals. This guy's hiding ability is quite amazing. An enemy Gu immortal sighed. Relax. As long as we have this battlefield killer move, Gray Cloud Battle Puppet, we won't have to worry about him escaping. Another Gu immortal said, Humph, rat-like thing, come out. The earlier you die, the earlier you can be free. The 4 rank 7 Gu immortals did not speak. The other 5 rank 6s purposely shouted loudly, trying to use words to shake Fang Yuan's fighting spirit. But how could Fang Yuan be so easily swayed? His will was tougher than steel. Even if he was in a hopeless situation, he would not give up until the very last moment. Since it was a delaying tactic, Fang Yuan decided that he would not reveal his true self unless it was absolutely necessary. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was constantly being matured, and it already had the aura of an ancient, desolate beast. As for the celestial crystal eagle nest, more than half of it had been eaten. But this growth was far from enough. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was the key to this battle. The enemy has the advantage in numbers. It seems that they also have countless immortal killer moves. Their foundation is very deep. Once I take out the upper extreme heavenly eagle, if he failed to break through the encirclement, he would probably be targeted immediately. There was no second chance. I must succeed on the first try. As he was thinking, Fang Yuan suddenly heard someone chuckling beside him. Hee, I found you. This was the voice of a female Gu immortal. At that instant, Fang Yuan's hair stood on end. He used Sword Escape Immortal Gu without caring about exposing his true body. He soared to the sky. Almost at the same time, frost condensed at his original location, forming into a thick block of ice the size of a building. So fast, A rank 6 female Gu Immortal exclaimed in surprise. Her voice was the same as the voice that had whispered into Fang Yuan's ears earlier. Shui'er did well. Not bad. A rank 7 Gu Immortal commented. Thank you for your praise, grandmother. The female Gu Immortal was very happy. Even though Shui'er could not see through his disguise, every time he used a killer move and created those strength path phantoms, the killer move's aura would leak out, even though he tried to conceal it. But it was useless. After a while, Shui'er found him. Good. Now, let's see where you can run to. Another rank 7 Gu Immortal shouted as he charged towards Fang Yuan. He was extremely fast. Soon, he reached Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan recognized that this person was the one who threw the ice spear at him earlier. Die. The rank 7 Gu Immortal clenched his fists. In an instant, 2 more ice spears appeared in his hands as he attacked. Close combat Gu Immortal? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance as he quickly retreated. But when he used sword escape, his speed was inferior to the enemy. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He saw that his body was covered in a thin layer of gray clouds at some point in time. It was slowing down his speed. On the other side, the rank 7 Gu Immortal's speed seemed to have been boosted. If I let you retreat as you please, wouldn't I be too useless? The Gu Immortal controlling the battlefield killer move stood up straight. His palms were clasped in front of his chest as he observed the battle from afar. Fang Yuan was forced to close in on by the enemy. He had no choice but to face the enemy head-on. The rank 7 Gu Immortal wielding the 2 ice spears was very impressive. His battle techniques were extremely high. After a few rounds, Fang Yuan's left arm and abdomen were pierced. Blood Acid Immortal Gu was heavily injured again. A large number of remnant ice and snow down marks were engraved on Fang Yuan's injuries. He could not heal them. The cold frost energy spread to his limbs and bones, causing his speed to fall again. The weakness of the sovereign immortal body showed itself for the first time. Down marks were not restricted. Fang Yuan could be easily injured. In the previous battles, Fang Yuan had been defending and evading. But at this moment, he could only face this weakness. Kill. The enemy's attacks were extremely fierce. He got closer again. The ice spear in his right hand pierced towards Fang Yuan's forehead, while the ice spear in his left hand was like a venomous snake, quietly approaching Fang Yuan's heart. Blood torrent. Fang Yuan suddenly changed his killer move. He made a strange turn and dodged the enemy's attack. Blood path. Far away, a rank 6 Gu Immortal shouted in shock. He is indeed an unforgivable scoundrel. He actually cultivates blood path. We have gotten rid of a scourge for the people. I had some suspicions about that defensive killer move earlier. As expected. The dual spear-wielding Gu Immortal's expression changed. The killing intent in his eyes intensified as he pounced again. Giant hand. Fang Yuan slammed. The strength path giant hand flew out. At such a distance, the dual spear-wielding Gu Immortal had nowhere to dodge. But he had never thought of dodging. Forcefully resisting. The 2 spears broke through the giant hand. He created a huge hole and came out, continuing to chase after Fang Yuan. He could fight in close combat. His defensive methods were naturally outstanding. If not for this, why would he dare to take the risk? The 2 spears in his hands weaved into a dense forest of spear shadows, fully displaying the advantage of close combat Gu Immortals with extremely fast attack speed. Close combat Gu Immortals were few in number. They had been prevalent in ancient times, but were almost extinct now. However, once such a Gu Immortal got close, they would be a huge threat. Fang Yuan was in danger of dying at any moment. He had to pay close attention to his opponent's movements. If he was careless, he would die. Fang Yuan had many immortal killer moves, but once he got close, he could only dodge most of the time. Because he had no time to use any complicated immortal killer moves. If he did not react in time, he would die. Fang Yuan's rhythm was already broken. He barely managed to maintain it for a while before his opponent found a flaw and pierced his heart. It's over. At this moment, his opponent's expression relaxed a little. Man as before. Fang Yuan exploded. First, he used Man as before Immortal Gu to heal his fatal injuries. Next, he used Dark Assassination to explode the enemy's head. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yuan obtained victory. He had been hiding man as before all this time because he was waiting for this opportunity. Gasps resounded, but the Gua mortals were shocked but not angry. At the next moment, Fang Yuan was astonished to see. The enemy's head was not made of flesh and blood. It was completely made of gray clouds. The gray clouds scattered and gathered again. The dual spear-wielding Gua mortal shook his newly formed head. He laughed loudly. Not bad. You actually managed to explode my head. Humph. Human Gua mortals are so crafty. If this was any other time, I would be dead already. What a pity. This is the immortal battlefield of the gray cloud battle puppet. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk to pin size. He suffered a loss. He did not know the profundity of this battlefield killer move and made a wrong judgment. Gray Cloud Battle Puppet. Although this is the first time I've heard of it, it is truly a powerful battlefield killer move. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. His whole body was covered in injuries. He had purposely kept man as before, to use it at the crucial moment. But his painstaking plan failed in front of the killer move Gray Cloud Battle Puppet. Of course, this was created by Lady Earth Mother. The dual spear-wielding Gua immortal said in a proud tone. Fang Yuan took the chance to inspect his immortal aperture. The upper extreme heavenly eagle had already grown into an immemorial desolate beast. But it was on the verge of death. The heavenly crystals had already been eaten. It was about to starve to death. Fang Yuan quickly dispelled the immortal killer move effect on it and tried to feed the upper extreme heavenly eagle other food. But the upper extreme heavenly eagle kept its mouth shut, not eating at all. Damn it. I was busy dealing with the enemy earlier. I could not care about the upper extreme heavenly eagle situation. Fang Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. His final trace of hope was gone. In this battlefield killer move, the enemy was simply undying. Fang Yuan had no chance of winning. It was already difficult to deal with a rank 7 Gua mortal, not to mention that immemorial dragon-shaped desolate beast that had yet to move. What to do? Death was imminent. Young man, leave your name. You are an opponent worthy of respect. After my life ends, this battle with you will be remembered by my descendants as an honor. The dual spear-wielding Gua mortal approached again. The atmosphere was solemn. The other Gua mortals did not stop him. They seemed to approve of the dual spear-wielding Gua mortal's words. Fang Yuan, however, showed a confident smile. My name is not important. What is important is my identity. I am Langya Blessed Land's Supreme Elder, a member of the variant human camp. With the current situation of the world, we variant humans should not fight among ourselves, right? Snowmen, rockmen, and hairy men should help each other, not fight among themselves. It would be better to kill our enemies. How did you know? The dual spear-wielding Gua mortal was surprised. He actually knows our identity. Quickly kill him. Human Gua mortals have always been crafty. Don't listen to his lies. The distant Gua mortals shouted. They were almost shrieking. What Langya Blessed Land? Also, you are clearly a human. What hairy man are you? Do you think I am blind? The dual spear-wielding Gua mortal was furious. He attacked with his spear. Fang Yuan exposed their identities, but they did not believe Fang Yuan's words. Chapter 1149. The dual spear-wielding Gua mortal charged towards Fang Yuan. Variant humans are so stubborn, or is it the influence of providence? Humph. Fang Yuan's gaze was grim as he looked at the dual spear-wielding Gua mortal charging towards him, but he did not dodge or retreat. Boom. At the next moment, he opened the entrance of the sovereign immortal aperture and let out an extremely huge beast. This is... The dual spear-wielding Gua mortal felt a majestic aura instantly crushing his body and mind. His charge came to an abrupt halt. His fighting spirit crumbled in an instant. Because what Fang Yuan let out was none other than the immemorial level upper extreme heavenly eagle. The matured upper extreme heavenly eagle was huge, several times the size of the giant whale. Even that immemorial dragon-shaped desolate beast was comparable to it. Immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle had terrifying battle strength at rank 8 level. Shock. At once, the enemy immortals were shocked. They stared with tongue-tied expressions. They had never expected Feng Yuan to have such a trump card. The cards in this hand were too big. The dual spear-wielding Gu Immortal was so shocked that his whole body was shaking. The atmosphere of the entire battlefield changed completely. Feng Yuan stood proudly on the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's head, snorting coldly. "Why do you think I have been so fearless since the start of the battle? No matter how powerful your battlefield killer move is, can it stop my upper extreme Heavenly Eagle?" The enemy immortals heard this and their bodies shook. Upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. According to rumors, this eagle is a space path immemorial desolate beast. It can avoid the heavenly wind chi wall and enter the immemorial nine heavens. Not only that, it can also pass through space and enter grotto heavens. Our battlefield killer move cannot trap it. The immortals conversed hurriedly. They were slightly flustered. Feng Yuan revealed a confident smile. "Even if you use that dragon-shaped immemorial desolate beast, I have confidence in escaping. But what I said earlier is the truth. I do not need to deceive you. If I did, such a clumsy lie would be easily exposed. Why would I waste my effort?" The enemy immortals were silent. The mountain-like upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was the best proof of Feng Yuan's words. The dual spear-wielding Gu Immortal was the closest. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle filled his entire vision, even though the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's eyes were slightly closed. However, the cold light that seeped out from the slits of his eyes still made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. "Did you find out? Is it true?" The Gu Immortals transmitted to each other. It was a little funny. Earlier, when Feng Yuan was ambushed and saw the terrifying lineup of these Gu Immortals, he immediately suspected that this was an illusion. Now, Feng Yuan released the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. The Gu Immortals also had the same thought. "It's true." The rank 6 Gu Immortal called Shui Er was the first to speak. Her tone could not conceal her fear. Moreover, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's blood and chi is extremely strong. Don't look at its harmless and motionless appearance. Once we launch our attack, it will definitely be earth-shattering. Soon, the other rank 7 Gu Immortals confirmed it. How can a mere blessed land contain a primordial desolate beast? Although it's inconceivable, it's the hard truth. What do we do? The enemy can use an immemorial desolate beast. Do we also have to use an immemorial rock dragon? In fact, the Gray Cloud Battle Puppet's killer move space had a Gray Cloud Dragon beast. It was just an empty shell. Although its aura was not fake, it could not display rank 8 battle strength. There were many reasons. Gray Cloud Battle Puppet did not have a rank 8 core immortal Gu. It was not suitable for rank 8 existences to use. On the other hand, the Snowman and Rockman Gu Immortals' main bodies were deep underground. They could only form this Gray Cloud Battle Puppet battlefield killer move after injecting their Gu Worms and Immortal Essence. They would gain battle strength that was not weaker than the main body. That was to say, the Gray Cloud Battle Puppet's battle strength came from the Gu Immortal's control, the Immortal Essence and Gu Worms hidden in the Gray Cloud Battle Puppet's body. Inside the battlefield killer move, although it could form a Gray Cloud Battle Puppet corresponding to the Immemorial Rock Dragon's main body, the Immemorial Rock Dragon did not have the intelligence of a Gu Immortal. It could not control it or use Immortal Gu freely. Its battle strength could not be displayed. Thus, since the start of the battle, this rank 8 battle strength had not been used at all. But Feng Yuan was a cautious person. He did not dare to probe it. Of course, this was also normal. Just like earlier, the dual spear-wielding Gu Immortal was intimidated and did not dare to attack the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. The moment Feng Yuan let out the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, the situation underwent a complete change. The variant human Gu Immortals only had rank 8 battle strength. They did not know Feng Yuan's actual strength. They thought they were weak. As for Feng Yuan, he did not know the details of the variant human Gu Immortals. He did not know that the so-called immemorial dragon desolate beast was also just an empty shell. He also felt he was weak. Of course, in terms of the truth, Feng Yuan's judgment was correct. At this moment, Feng Yuan's heart was also very nervous. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was about to starve to death. He had used blood path methods to disguise it as having strong chi and blood. Once it was attacked, it would be exposed. But the other party did not dare to attack. Why? If they attacked and could not kill the other party, it would be terrible if the other party escaped. Even if the immemorial rock dragon was summoned from deep underground, the upper extreme heavenly eagle could not be stopped if it wanted to escape. Since Fang Yuan exposed the other party's identity, he also understood the other party's apprehension. That was their identity. Once the identity of the snowman and rockman was exposed in Northern Plains' Gu immortal world, the righteous path, demonic path, and lone cultivators would immediately join forces to hunt them down. Humans were strong. They had been fighting since the immemorial antiquity era. They would not allow such a large group of variant human super forces to exist. Thus, when the variant human Gu immortals attacked Fang Yuan, they had to conceal their identities to prevent being exposed. Thus, the variant human Gu immortals only dealt with Fang Yuan, but they sent out close to 10 Gu immortals, and even used an immemorial desolate beast to suppress the situation. This was to ensure that nothing went wrong. But such a foolproof plan, because of Fang Yuan's strength alone, many accidents occurred. In the end, even the immemorial desolate beast upper extreme, heavenly eagle appeared. If they had known this beforehand, the variant human Gu immortals would not have come out to ambush them. In the end, they ended up in this awkward situation where they could neither advance nor retreat. Fang Yuan waited for a while, but the variant human Gu immortals did not speak. He could only shake his head, smiling bitterly. "All right, I have already said this. Why don't you believe me? Are we really going to fight to the death? Of course, I definitely won't die. Why do you want us to believe you? You are a human." A rank 7 Gu immortal said hatefully. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief internally. Since the other party spoke, it meant he had fooled them. The opportunity had been obtained. It would depend on his performance now. Thus, Fang Yuan activated Familiar Face. The Immortal Killer move's aura spread out. The variant human Gu immortals quickly went on guard. The dual spear-wielding Gu immortal retreated far away. Next, the variant human Gu immortals stared with wide eyes. They saw that Fang Yuan had turned into a hairy man. There were no flaws. "I am a transformation path Gu immortal. I have inherited a portion of the human king's true inheritance. I will turn into a hairy man to deceive everyone. It is simply too easy. But why can't I do that?" Fang Yuan spread his arms, returning to his original appearance from a hairy man. His expression was sincere and sincere. The variant human Gu immortals looked at him quietly. Fang Yuan continued to spout nonsense. "That is because I am sincere to you. Since I've just understood your identity, then we can be considered to be on the same side. Even though I am a human Gu immortal, I am indeed a member of Langya sect. The origin of Langya blessed land is long hair ancestor. Now, under the leadership of Land Spirit of Langya, Langya sect has been created. I am one of the sect's supreme elders. If you believe me, activate the battlefield killer move. I will send a message. I will inform the sect of everything." The variant human Gu immortals looked at each other. Nobody moved. Both sides were in a deadlock again. Fang Yuan did not dare to let them continue thinking nonsense. After all, Providence was affecting them. To counteract Providence's influence, Fang Yuan had to continue to speak and change their minds. Providence was not fake. It did not affect the variant human Gu immortals to a high degree. Variant humans' intelligence was second only to humans after all. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan had hope. "All right, let me express my sincerity first." Fang Yuan sighed, opening his immortal aperture's entrance and keeping the upper extreme heavenly eagle inside. This action shocked the variant human Gu immortals. "Be careful. Even though this immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle has been kept, it can rely on its own strength. It can pierce through space and attack at any time. Forget it. Let's disperse this gray cloud battle puppet. Lord, do you think this gray cloud battle puppet killer move can trap the enemy?" The other variant human Gu immortals could not answer. In their opinion, the truth was so. In the oppressive silence, gray cloud battle puppet killer move dissipated. Fang Yuan's vision returned to the clear world of Northern Plains. He resisted the urge to run, saying to these variant human Gu immortals, "All right, we got to know each other after a fight. I will immediately inform Langya sect. I will stay here and wait for the sect to send Gu immortals." Fang Yuan was happy. Of course, he was faking it. But his acting skills, together with attitude goo, were flawless. At least, these variant human goo immortals could not see any flaws and treated it as the truth. Moreover, Fang Yuan did not run when he could. His actions proved the truth in his words. Then, brother, please go underground and be our guest. This way, please. The other gray clouds dissipated, leaving behind a living Rockman goo immortal. It was the one who controlled Gray Cloud Battle Puppet Killer move. Haha, please. Fang Yuan followed this Rockman goo immortal as they entered the depths of the icy plain. The truth proved that Providence's influence on goo immortals was not outstanding. At least, Fang Yuan could use words to counteract this influence. Of course, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was the foundation. Precisely because of the immemorial desolate beast's existence, these variant human goo immortals changed their minds. After all, Providence could not make these goo immortals lose their rationality and challenge immemorial desolate beasts. It would be courting death. In the depths of the icy plain, there was a world of its own. There was quite a scenery. Fang Yuan was surrounded by several goo immortals. He looked at the underground scenery absent-mindedly. The variant human goo immortals were the same, until Langya's sect sent a group of hairy man goo immortals here. Chapter 1150. Northern Icy Plain, Deep Underground. In the cave hall, stone benches and tables were arranged in a circle. Thick vines were climbing the walls and grass was growing between the cracks of the rocks. 3 fires were burning fiercely in the center of the hall. It was said that this was a custom passed down from the olden antiquity era. When a variant human tribe had an esteemed guest, they would hold a banquet and set 3 fires. Snowmen, rockmen, hairy men, as well as Fang Yuan, many goo immortals were gathered here. The light of the fire shone on everyone's faces. They were all smiling. All sorts of fruits were placed on the stone tables in front of everyone, and soon, Rockman attendants brought everyone a bowl of wine. This is my Rockman tribe's lip fish wine. Have a taste. Zong stood up from his seat and raised his bowl. Zong was the first supreme elder of this Rockman tribe. He did not participate in the battle to exterminate Fang Yuan. His whole body was shining in all sorts of colors. His body was decorated with countless gold, silver, and jewels. It was very beautiful. This was the Rockman tribe's custom. Rockmen were made of stone, and in their long lives, they would grow all sorts of gold, silver, bronze, and iron. Rockmen took pride in this. The higher their status, the more gold, silver, bronze, and iron they would have on their bodies, and the more extravagant they would be. Not just Zong, the other Rockman goo immortals present were also like this. Since Zong called for it, the immortals responded and raised their bowls. Zong and the other immortals drank in large mouthfuls. The hairy men were the same. Only Fang Yuan was sipping. After Zong finished drinking, he turned his bowl upside down. Not even a drop of wine was left. Cheers resounded. The other goo immortals also followed suit, turning their bowls upside down and drinking in one gulp, leaving nothing behind. The immortals laughed loudly. The calm atmosphere became somewhat joyous. Only Fang Yuan put down his bowl and drank only a little bit of the lip fish wine. The snowman and Rockman goo immortals all turned a blind eye to this. On the contrary, among the hairy man goo immortals, Sixth Hair criticized Fang Yuan. Elder Fang Yuan, what are you doing? Don't tell me you don't know this is very rude. The host has already drunk the wine in his bowl. As a guest, you should follow suit. There shouldn't be any residue at the bottom of the bowl. This was a sign of respect for the owner. Ah, I forgot that you're a human, not one of us. You don't know about this custom that has been passed down since ancient times. Sixth Hair was a spy planted in Langya's sect by the Shadow sect, making use of every opportunity to find some trouble for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sneered, his gaze sweeping around as he said unhurriedly, "How can I not know this custom? However, this lip fish wine is made from the saliva of the underground stone fish. I don't like to drink it." You. Sixth Hair's expression was gloomy, but his heart was filled with joy. Fang Yuan's words were tantamount to offending the other party, which was exactly what he wanted. When Fang Yuan sent a letter to Langya sect to inform the land spirit, he naturally didn't make things clear. He only gave a general idea. What Sixth Hair and the others did not know was that Fang Yuan had fought an intense battle with the snowman and the stoneman. In the end, he had brought out the immemorial upper extreme, heavenly eagle, to make them compromise. In fact, after Fang Yuan joined Langya sect, the land spirit of Langya had issued a mission to find the variant human allies living here. Since Fang Yuan found them, he had naturally completed this mission and would definitely be rewarded by Langya sect. As a member of the Shadow sect, Sixth Hair did not want to see Fang Yuan reap the benefits. Continue. Now that he spoke, he was trying to suppress Fang Yuan in every possible way. Haha, since Elder Fang Yuan doesn't like this wine, then let's change it. Come, take out the Ice Wolf wine that I brewed myself. A snowman Gu Immortal laughed. The snowman had snow-white skin, icy blue eyes, and a blue head. This snowman Gu Immortal had a strong body, his upper body was bare, and there was a dark blue tattoo on his chest. His blue hair was tied up, revealing his firm facial features. He had a capable face. This person's name was Bing Zhua. He was the dual spear Gu Immortal who caused Fang Yuan to fall into a bitter battle. Soon, a snowman servant served the wine. This was a wine bowl made of ice. The wine inside was almost frozen, emitting cold air. To speak the truth, I don't like lip fish wine. So I brewed this wine myself. Please have a taste. Bing Zhua said passionately. Fang Yuan glanced at it from the corner of his eyes, saying disdainfully, "Let me have a sip first. Let's see if I like it." "Please, please." Bing Zhua smiled. Fang Yuan took a sip. At first, this wine was icy cold when it entered his mouth, but when it entered his throat, it became as hot as fire. The feeling of ice and fire at the same time made Fang Yuan's eyes shine. He blurted out, "Good wine." Ha ha ha. Bing Zhua raised his head and laughed. "Since it is good wine, drink some more." Just as he finished speaking, the immortals saw Fang Yuan raise his bowl and drink it in one gulp. The immortals were slightly stunned, before bursting into loud cheers. Fang Yuan secretly glanced at Sixth Hair, smiling internally. He already knew Sixth Hair's intentions. Sixth Hair would not let anything happen to Fang Yuan. Because after Shadow Sect saved Spectral Soul's main body, their next target would be him, Fang Yuan. Because of this, Sixth Hair would not harm Fang Yuan's life. Thus, Sixth Hair would at most suppress Fang Yuan and delay his development. This would make it easier for Shadow Sect to make their moves in the future. Sixth Hair had already done this very well. He made the relationship between Fang Yuan and Langya sect cold. However, he would never have expected that Fang Yuan had an immemorial upper-grade heavenly eagle, and even used it to intimidate the snowmen and rockmen immortals. With immemorial battle strength, these variant human Gu immortals had to respect him. This was strength. In their hearts, no matter how Sixth Hair instigated or slandered them, Fang Yuan was much more important than all the other hairy man Gu immortals combined. In fact, variant human races had a very strong sense of worship towards strength. This was one of the characteristics of variant humans from the immemorial antiquity era, remote antiquity era, and olden antiquity era. Because be it during the era of hunting, when different races fought, or when they were massacred by humans, strong strength gave variant humans more living space and opportunities. In contrast, after humans became the overlords of the 5 regions, their status did not change, but their sense of worship towards strength had decreased. They were far inferior to these variant humans who were struggling at death's door in a corner of the world. Fang Yuan purposely made things difficult. In the eyes of these variant human Gu immortals, this was normal. Which expert did not have a temper? If Fang Yuan did not act, they would instead feel uneasy. Fang Yuan was well aware of the mentality of these variant human Gu immortals. Of course, he had another intention. That was to probe the other party's intentions. Right now, Fang Yuan was certain that he was safe. How can this be? Looking at the smiling variant human Gu immortals in front of him, he was greatly shocked. Next, the snowman and rockman Gu immortals surrounded Fang Yuan, ignoring the other hairy man Gu immortals. Elder Fang Yuan, a bowl for you. Elder Fang Yuan, you really have a good alcohol tolerance. Fang Yuan did not reject them. He drank them all. The hairy man Gu immortals looked at each other. Sixth Hair was extremely perplexed. What soup did this Fang Yuan feed them? They actually welcome him so much. If Fang Yuan turned into a hairy man, it might be logical. However, he had revealed his true form. He was a genuine, pure-blooded human. Elder Fang Yuan, Shui Air will pour you some wine. During the banquet, a beautiful snowman female Gu Immortal personally walked towards Fang Yuan, taking over the role of an attendant. She poured a bowl of ice wolf wine for Fang Yuan. The other hairy man Gu Immortal stared with wide eyes. Sixth Hair almost shouted, "What the hell are you doing? Are you inhumans or not?" This Fang Yuan is a human Gu Immortal. Human. The human who massacred variant humans and defeated and ostracized you. Shui Air, are you the snowman who discovered my true form? Fang Yuan sized up the female snowman immortal, asking directly with an arrogant expression. The snowman lowered her head, smiling shyly. Shui Air is only skilled in some investigative methods. Elder Fang Yuan, you are the true hero. 12th Hair was drinking wine when he heard this. He spat out the wine in his mouth. 6th Hair was furious. He almost cursed at the female Gu Immortal. What is the meaning of this? Hey, why are you blushing? What do you mean by lowering your head shyly? You are even sneaking glances at Fang Yuan. Do you think I can't see that? Damn it. Are you still a snowman or not? Mind your identity. I am not worthy of the title of hero. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He said perfunctorily. Even he himself was a little surprised. The attitude of these variant human Gu Immortals seemed to have changed greatly. Bingzhua also walked over at this time, holding a bowl of wine. If Elder Fang Yuan is not a hero, who can be called a hero? Shui Air introduced at an appropriate time. This is Brother Bingzhua. He is the #1 battle strength of our tribe. He is usually cold and aloof. He is very arrogant. Only when he is talking to you, Elder Fang Yuan, will he be so enthusiastic. Fang Yuan stood up, looking at the Gu Immortal in front of him, saying, "If I am not wrong, you are the one who fought against me with 2 spears?" Bingzhua laughed heartily, giving a thumbs up. Elder Fang Yuan, you have a good eye. Fang Yuan did not say anything else. He downed the wine in one gulp. Bingzhua was overjoyed. He raised his head and downed the wine in one gulp. Cheers resounded again. Shui Air clapped at the side. This is called a hero cherishing a hero. The hairy man Gu Immortals looked on. Nobody paid attention to them. On the other side, the Gu Immortals' gazes were focused on Fang Yuan. 6th Hair almost slammed the table. Bingzhua's attitude made him even more unhappy. He screamed in his mind, "What are you guys doing? Forget about that female Gu Immortal called Shui Air. Fang Yuan is quite handsome. Why are you here as a man? Look at your grinning face. It looks like you want to become sworn brothers with Fang Yuan. What are you trying to do? You are the #1 battle strength, the hero of the tribe? You are so close to a human Gu Immortal. Are you trying to betray the tribe?" Bingzhua sighed. Compared to Elder Fang Yuan, how can I be considered a hero? Elder Fang Yuan has an immemorial upper extreme, heavenly eagle as his subordinate. If not for Elder Fang Yuan being one of us, we might have already caused the extermination of our tribe. What? Immemorial upper extreme, heavenly eagle. At once, the hairy man Gu Immortals looked at each other. Elder Fang Yuan, did I hear wrongly? You actually have an immemorial upper extreme, heavenly eagle? 6th Hair could not take it anymore. He stood up and stared at Fang Yuan with a sharp gaze. Fang Yuan rubbed his nose, saying with some embarrassment, "Not long ago, I worked together with Chu due to take down Heifan Grotto Heaven and obtain Heifan's true inheritance. This immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle was one of our gains." What? The hairy man Gu Immortals gasped in shock. On the other side, the snowman and rockman Gu Immortals also exchanged glances. 6th Hair took a step back, looking at Fang Yuan in disbelief, before looking at the other Gu Immortals. At that moment, he finally understood. He understood why these variant human Gu Immortals valued Fang Yuan so much. Immemorial desolate beast. Rank 8 battle strength. Plop. 6th Hair could not take this huge blow. He sat down on the stone stool again. I did not have time to tell you all about this. Come, our Langya sect will have a toast. This is a celebratory feast. Fang Yuan smiled as he raised his wine bowl. The hairy man Gua mortals reacted and smiled brightly. Our Langya sect actually has rank 8 battle strength now. Elder Feng Yuan, you are truly unfathomable. You are too amazing. Elder Feng Yuan, I was wrong earlier. I failed to recognize Tian T Mountain. The hairy man Gua mortals had expressions of, I am convinced. This was the might of a rank 8 battle strength expert. Sixth Hair also raised his wine bowl. He was smiling on the surface, but he was vomiting blood from anger. Feng Yuan looked at him and smiled. Elder Sixth Hair, why are your hands trembling? Sixth Hair smiled at him. As expected of a spy who had been lurking for many years, his expression showed no flaws, only his voice became hoarse. I am extremely excited. I am happy for you, Elder Feng Yuan, for Langya sect. Chapter 1151. Snow was falling quietly. There was no wind. There were endless snowy peaks. It was tranquil. A couple was leaning on each other. Opening the window and looking at the snowy scenery, they were silent. There was a warm atmosphere in the air. The wife had a beautiful appearance. There was frost in her hair. She leaned on her husband's arm, saying with reminiscence, It has been a long time since I have looked at the snowy scenery with you so quietly. Her husband was already showing signs of old age, but he was still energetic. He stretched out his wrinkled hand and patted the back of his wife's hand, saying slowly, I am willing to stay with you and watch the snowflakes fall quietly. Do you still remember the first time we met? His wife laughed lightly. A happy memory seemed to appear in front of her. That was also a snowy day. You were still a hothead. You only wanted to become stronger, stronger and stronger. I want to become stronger, isn't it, so that I can be worthy of you? You said before, when I cultivate to rank 8, you will marry me. Hee. The old man smiled. His smile was a little crafty and proud. His wife's smile faded a little. She frowned slightly. To speak the truth, I am regretting it. I would rather your cultivation level be lower. If I want to be your husband, how can my cultivation level be low? Don't worry. As long as I succeed in refining fortune, rivaling heaven immortal goo, I will have confidence in passing this myriad tribulation. Even if the world is vast, I will be able to stay with you forever. Saying so, the old man's gaze turned sharp. He showed a strong aura that was different from normal people. His aura went from weak to strong. It continued to strengthen. As time passed, it spread out, causing the surrounding snowflakes to stop falling. They floated in front of him quietly. His wife slowly separated from him. She was no longer leaning on him. She looked at the snowy scenery quietly with determination in her eyes. Let us begin. After a long while, the old man broke the silence. His wife only replied with one word. Okay. Old ancestor Shui Hu and Lady Wan Shou started to refine fortune, rivaling heaven immortal goo. On this day, snowy mountain-blessed land shone brightly. There was no concealment. Northern Plains Gua mortal world had yet to recover from the shock of He tribe's destruction, but it fell into a state of unrest again. Old ancestor Shui Hu started to refine rank 8 fortune, rivaling heaven immortal goo. This news was like a hurricane, engulfing everyone in Northern Plains Gua mortal world. Phoenix celestial paradise. Such fanfare. It was as if he was afraid that no one would come and destroy it. That's the style of old man Shui Hu. Princess Impatience smiled when he received the news. Lord, if old ancestor Shui Hu refines a rank 8 immortal goo, he would be like a tiger with wings. Gu immortal Yulan, who was beside Princess Impatience, said, if not for fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo, he would still be number 1 in Northern Plains. It was okay. Our mission now. It was to detain Feng Yuan. There's news that the Celestial Court has confirmed that Feng Yuan is in the Northern Plains. Princess Impatience smiled, but his eyes were cold. He hated Feng Yuan to the bone. Why? This was because the original mission of the Princess Impatience was to invade 88-point Jinyang Tower. In the end, his grand plan was ruined by Feng Yuan, causing his years of hard work to go down the drain before he could see any results. How could Princess Impatience not hate him? By Zhu Grotto Heaven. Old ancestor Shui Hu, after all these years, are you finally going to make a move? Heavenly Lord Baizu pondered for a while. He shook his head. After fighting with old ancestor Shui who, heavenly lord by Zhu, understood how strong he was. With my strength alone, I am not old ancestor Shui who's match. Moreover, if he wants to ruin his Gu refinement, we will definitely become enemies. But now, I have established by Zhu tribe, this is the result of many years of planning and hard work. I cannot make a move easily. Unless Yao Huang and the others want to make a move against Shui Hu before they make a move, I will take down that Heifan Grotto Heaven first. Yao Huang Grotto Heaven. A huge cauldron was floating in front of Yao Huang. It was made from cauldron strength immortal goo. There were countless immortal materials in the cauldron. Flames were burning. It was melting these immortal materials, turning them into liquid and mixing them together. After hearing that old ancestor Shui who was refining goo, the flames in the cauldron shook. The medicine sovereign sighed. He muttered to himself, "Old Shui Hu, it is not wise to compete with him. I might as well refine this resurrection from the dead immortal goo as well. That way, I will have a rank 8 immortal goo and solve my problem of lacking lifespan." Longevity heaven. Look at that soaring light. Humph. Old ancestor Shui who is really refining fortune, rivaling heaven immortal goo. Even if he is a rank 8 goo immortal, he is too daring. He actually dares to covet giant sun ancestors immortal goo. Longevity heaven was giant sun immortals grotto heaven. The goo immortals living inside were the closest bloodline descendants to giant sun immortal. They naturally did not want fortune rivaling heaven goo to fall into the hands of outsiders. But they could not move. Because of one person, 5 elements grandmaster. Elder Feng Yuan, please come in. This is our tribe's sacred land. Earth Mother Altar. Sure, Chung politely led the way for Feng Yuan. Even though this Rockman Gu immortal was rank 6, he had the Gray Cloud Battle Puppet Immortal Battlefield Killer move. He was the representative of the Rockman tribe's new generation of Gu immortals. Following him was the Snowman tribe's rank 6 female Gu immortal, Shui Air. Right now, several days had passed since the banquet. The Snowmen and Rockmen living here were allied together. They hosted Feng Yuan and the Hairy Man Gu immortals warmly. According to Land Spirit of Langya's arrangement, Sixth Hair and the rest were in charge of discussing the cooperation and alliance between the two sides. As for Feng Yuan, he was accompanied to look around, familiarizing himself with the lifestyle of these variant humans. Over these last days, Feng Yuan had a deep feeling about this. These snowmen and rockmen, even though they lived deep underground in the northern icy plain, were filled with a sense of danger. They were very strict and cruel towards their descendants. Precisely because of this, generations of powerful variant human Gu immortals were created. Compared to them, Heifan Grotto Heaven's Gu immortals were clearly lacking. Elder Feng Yuan, didn't you ask us yesterday why there is land and soil under the northern icy plain? Go in and take a look, you will know. The snowman chuckled. Feng Yuan nodded. His curiosity was piqued. When he entered Mother Earth altar and saw the 2 statues that were worshipped in the center, he was stunned. He was extremely shocked, because he saw a human female immortal hugging the arm of a Rockman Gu immortal. The 2 were looking far away. They had a blissful expression, as if they were going to live together forever. This is our tribe's 27th generation First Supreme Elder Shermu. The one beside him is his wife, our tribe's most respected Lady Earth Mother. Of course, as you can see, Elder Feng Yuan, Lady Earth Mother is a pure human Gu immortal. Sure Cheng introduced. It was hard to imagine. A human female immortal actually fell in love with a Rockman Gu immortal. They were even worshipped and respected to such an extent by the Rockman's descendants. Shui Air added, Lady Earth Mother is benevolent and benevolent. Her love transcends races. It was because she felt that the Rockmen had no land to live on. Not long after Lord Shermu's death, she took the initiative to commit suicide. She left behind her descendants. Her Tao marks and blessed land were turned into this underground land, giving the Rockmen a foundation to live on. Feng Yuan stared fixedly at this pair of statues. His heart could not help but ripple, because he recognized this Earth Mother, who was worshipped and respected by the Rockmen and Snowmen. He actually recognized her. Of course, Earth Mother and he were not of the same generation. There would not have been any interaction. Feng Yuan was able to recognize Mother Earth Because he had soul-searched her from Heicheng. Because of Earth Mother. He tribe's missing He Fengyu, old ancestor He Fan's most beloved granddaughter. To think that He Fengyu's disappearance was due to her concealing her identity. She fell in love with a Rockmangu immortal. This would definitely not be accepted by the tribe, and even more so by the human Gu immortals of Northern Plains. As for why she could be in love with the Rockmangu immortal Mu, there must be a secret in the past. Feng Yuan was expressionless. He only sighed in his heart. No matter what the truth of the past was, he had no intention of finding out. Everyone has their own path of life, their own love and hate, and their own enmity. Wasn't that so? Cher had been secretly observing Feng Yuan all this time. When she saw that Feng Yuan didn't show any signs of disgust or anger, she immediately nodded. Her whole heart rejoiced. Then, she looked at the sculptures of Mu and Mother Earth in a daze and said intentionally or unintentionally, "I won't hide it from Elder Feng Yuan. Love is boundless. Be it stone men or humans, they all have the possibility to coexist and have the right to love each other." Feng Yuan was stunned for a moment. A beautiful white figure appeared in front of him. Then, it disappeared again. 500 years in my past life. His gaze grew deep and serene. He began to understand. Why did this snowman and Rockman tribe's Gu immortals, after knowing that Feng Yuan was one of their own, act like this? She accepted him so easily. In a way, Feng Yuan could be said to have obtained Mother Earth's legacy. Actually, we had no choice but to fight you, Elder Feng Yuan. Elder Feng Yuan should be clear about the cause of the Northern Icy Plains history. This place was purely a piece of ice and frost previously. Lord Mother Earth's methods are marvelous, gathering the chi of the earth to condense this piece of land. Shi Chang continued sincerely, however, when Gu immortals undergo tribulation in the Northern Icy Plain, the heaven and earth chi will be affected, and they will be consumed. Every time the earth chi is weakened, the Northern Icy Plain will become more unstable, and the land that we have lived on will also decrease. Feng Yuan nodded. He had already learned of this reason during the banquet. Now he had a deeper understanding of it. This is my fault. If I had known this, I would not have undergone tribulation in the Northern Icy Plain. Feng Yuan said sincerely. Shi Cheng and Cher smiled brightly. It is great that the misunderstanding has been resolved. Shi Cheng sighed. At this moment, Shi Cheng's expression changed. Then, Cher's expression also changed. What is it? Feng Yuan quickly asked. Snowy mountain-blessed land's light is soaring into the sky. There are reports that old ancestor Shui, who is starting to refine fortune rivaling heaven Gu. Shi Cheng's tone was heavy. The rise of any human race was a nightmare for variant humans. Chapter 1152. Several days had already passed since Langya sect's hairy man Gu immortals came into contact with these snowman and rockman tribes and negotiated. The more they talked, the more agreeable they became. This was decided by the external situation. Humans were extremely powerful. The variant human tribes could only struggle at the corners of the world. They had a natural tendency to ally together. Even though Sixth Hair was a spy planted in Langya sect by Shadow Sect, he did not object to the alliance between the two sides. Instead, he put in more effort. Firstly, Sixth Hair was well aware that it was impossible for him to make both sides fall out with his own strength. Secondly, Sixth Hair wanted to use this chance to show off his abilities and obtain more merits, to gain more trust from Land Spirit of Langya and raise his status. Thirdly, Shadow Sect's pursuit was spectral souls. Even though the demon Venerable was dead, his ambitions had already surpassed the limits of his race. As the two sides talked, they got to know more about each other. To gain their trust, Sixth Hair sold almost all of Feng Yuan's information. Thus, the Snowman and Rockman tribes knew that Feng Yuan had a special identity. Feng Yuan had once possessed Spring-Autumn Cicada. He was someone who had been reborn. He was also an otherworldly demon. He came from a world beyond the heavens. He was also the main culprit behind the collapse of 88-Point Jinyang Tower and the destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land. What was worth mentioning was that this last point made the variant human Gu immortals feel closer to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan destroyed 88-Point Jinyang Tower. It greatly weakened Northern Plains human forces. It was a great thing for the variant human camp. In fact, when they heard about the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower, this tribe of snowmen and rockmen even held a banquet and celebrated for 3 days and 3 nights. In Earth Mother Altar, hearing Shuer ask about the future, Fang Yuan was already mentally prepared. He smiled bitterly. Even though I have spring-autumn cicada, I have already lost this mystical goo. After my rebirth, the world has changed a lot. You know it too. I was the one who destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower, right? That's right. Elder Fang Yuan, you are truly amazing. Snow's eyes shone brightly. I'm also very impressed by this, Shi Ching also said. Fang Yuan rubbed his nose and sighed. He continued, I'm someone who's been reborn, so I know some secrets. Although I don't have a golden bloodline, the reason why I participated in the royal court struggle was to sneak into the 88-point Jinyang Tower and reap some benefits. My original plan was to come again and again. A thin stream flows a long way, but the plan couldn't keep up with the changes, and an accident happened. I could only adapt to the situation, and in the end, the 88-point Jinyang Tower collapsed. Shuer and Shi Ching wore smiles on their faces. Shi Ching said, Elder Fang Yuan's words are all true. Fang Yuan shook his head helplessly. Who wants to be chased by all the Gu immortals in the world? That was truly an accident. Shuer laughed. In Shuer's opinion, Elder Fang Yuan, you are a born hero. Destroying the 88-point Jinyang Tower might have been an accident, but if it were someone else, how could they do it? Fang Yuan said, precisely so. I had no choice but to hide in Langya blessed land. Later, some things happened, and I joined Langya's sect. I gradually realized that the excellence of variant humans is not inferior to humans. In fact, their sincerity, trust, loyalty, and so on are much better than the deceitful humans. Even though the 5 regions are vast, the space for variant humans to live in is getting smaller and smaller. This is not right. All living beings have their own reasons for growing. They have their own providence. Variant humans and humans should coexist harmoniously. Fang Yuan said this without blushing. He even used the name of Providence, while Providence tried all ways to get rid of him. Fang Yuan had a sincere expression. It could not be any more sincere. Shuer's eyes turned red. Shi Ching sighed deeply. If only all the human Gu immortals in the world had Lord Fang Yuan's understanding and knowledge, how great would that be? His words had already elevated Elder Fang Yuan to Lord Fang Yuan's level. He even addressed him as Lord. It was because of Fang Yuan's words. For variant humans, this was too politically correct. It caused them to resonate with him and approve of him. After saying so much, Elder Fang Yuan, you still have not answered my question. Shuer was an intelligent Gu immortal. She was not easy to fool. I was just about to say. Fang Yuan coughed. The collapse of the 88-point Jinyang Tower was not my intention. In fact, it had never collapsed before my rebirth. Oh, so that's it. Shuer and Shi Ching looked at each other. The situation in Northern Plains has changed too much because of me. The 88-point Jinyang Tower collapsed. Ma Hongyun was captured. His secret of fortune rivaling heaven was exposed, and he was bought by old ancestor Shuehu. In fact, before my rebirth, old ancestor Shuehu did not want to refine fortune rivaling heaven Gu. Fang Yuan said. What he said was the truth. Shuer and Shi Ching chose to believe him. The former pouted. Won't the result be hard to predict? If old ancestor Shuehu really refines fortune rivaling heaven Gu, the strength of Northern Plains human Gu immortals will rise again. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved. He asked, are you going to stop him? Undoubtedly, this alliance of snowmen and rockmen had the ability to interfere in this matter. Because they had an immemorial rock dragon, this was a genuine rank 8 battle strength. And it was an extremely troublesome existence among rank 8 battle strength. The power of the primordial rock dragon would definitely be a great addition to the historical records. Of course not. Shi Ching shook his head. We will not interfere in this matter. That's right. We can live here peacefully. Why would we expose ourselves and offend a rank 8 great expert? Moreover, this rank 8 great expert has snowy mountain blessed land. He has a large number of demonic path Gu immortal experts under him. Shuer shook her head. They were clear about the big picture. Even if they snatched fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo and used it for themselves, if their identities were exposed, they would be hunted down by all of Northern Plains goo immortals. Under the pressure of the situation, not to mention fortune rivaling heaven goo, even if there were a few more immemorial rock dragons, they would not be able to resist the human army. Fang Yuan nodded. He did not say anything. He had his own plans. These variant humans are extraordinary. I have seen all of them these days. They are all elites. Be it battle strength or insight, they are top-notch. Even among Northern Plains human goo immortals, they are outstanding. Heifan Grotto Heaven's goo immortals are far inferior compared to them. Thankfully, I have rank 8 battle strength. So what if he had the identity of an otherworldly demon? He had spring-autumn cicada. So what if he had been reborn? These identities and secrets were the foundation of rank 8 battle strength. They were Fang Yuan's glory and glory. They were not a source of trouble. With a bigger fist, who would dare to find trouble with him? Rank 8 battle strength. With just a slight movement of his pinky finger, he could crush them like ants. Thus, not only did the snowmen and rockmen not dare to find trouble with Fang Yuan, they even expressed their friendliness and tried to rope him in. Any rank 8 battle strength was enough to attract others to their side. If rank 9 did not appear, rank 8s would reign supreme. This was already the highest level of battle strength in the world. In fact, the entire situation of Northern Plains is the situation of the confrontation between rank 8 goo immortals. The politics of the high martial arts world have always been the personal politics of the experts. Fang Yuan's heart was clear as a mirror. However, if they know that my immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle is already dead, I wonder what their expressions will be? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan felt it was quite funny. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was ripened by his time path killer move. It did not have enough heavenly crystals. It was starving to death. Fang Yuan used blood path methods to raise its qi and blood. He let it out and successfully intimidated the variant human immortals. He relied on deceit and bluffing to survive, opening up a new world. But the immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle was like the final radiance of a setting sun. After being kept into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, it died almost at the next moment. As an immemorial desolate beast that was starved to death, the upper extreme heavenly eagle's life was indeed quite sullen. However, that might not be the case in its next life. The advantage of the upper extreme heavenly eagle was that it laid eggs after death. After hatching, it could live again. It was true that Fang Yuan lost the immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle, but he also obtained the upper extreme heavenly eagle's egg and a huge corpse of an immemorial desolate beast. He could accept this result, because firstly, Fang Yuan was not satisfied with this upper extreme heavenly eagle, because to command it, Fang Yuan had to disguise himself as a He tribe descendant. Secondly, after the upper extreme heavenly eagle was ripened, it had many disadvantages. How could a grand rank 8 battle strength be commanded by a rank 6 goo immortal like Fang Yuan? Moreover, the upper extreme heavenly eagle was an extremely prideful beast. After it matured to rank 8 battle strength, it was certain that it would not listen. It might even rebel. Its strong pride and arrogance made it go against Fang Yuan. It was very likely. Thus, the upper extreme heavenly eagle starving to death was not a bad thing for Fang Yuan. As for the newly born egg, Fang Yuan could use the contents of He Fan's true inheritance to modify it, changing its memories and so on. After it hatches, it would listen to Fang Yuan himself. Old ancestor Shui, who publicly refined fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo. The light of the refinement path goo formation shot into the sky. It shined for 7 days and 7 nights before fading away. This matter caused a huge commotion in Northern Plains goo immortal world. But after the commotion, the goo immortal world strangely calmed down. This was because Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, Yao Huang, 5 Elements Grandmaster, and Prince's Impatience did not have any positive reactions. If these rank 8 goo immortals did not say anything, the rank 6 and rank 7 goo immortals could not do anything no matter how loudly they shouted. To be able to fight rank 8 existences with rank 7 cultivation level, in the 5 regions for thousands of years, Feng Jioge was the only one. Old ancestor Shui, who was arrogant and domineering, But it had to be said that he was not a fool. His timing was very good. The variant humans in the northern icy plain also chose to ignore it. As for Fang Yuan himself, he did not want to get involved in this matter. This matter was too huge. It involved the rank 8 great expert old ancestor Shui who, even though his body was much sturdier now, if he got involved in this matter, he would definitely be torn to shreds. Chapter 1153. Another 3 days passed. Chi deep underground in the icy plain. Inside Earth Mother Altar. For incense sticks were burning. Smoke lingered in the air. The 4 Gua mortals were standing in their respective positions, their expressions solemn. Fang Yuan was among them. The people around him were Langya sect's hairy man Gua mortals. The sound of a horn could be heard, followed by the rumbling of drums. Shi Zong took a big step forward amidst the drums, shouting, Rockman Gu Immortal Shi Zong is willing to join the 4 Races Alliance. From today onwards, the 4 races will be compatriots. We will share weal and woe. Saying so, he mobilized his immortal essence, triggering a certain change in Earth Mother Altar. The smoke lingering in the air surged toward Shi Zong. After more than 10 breaths of time, it fused into Shi Zong's body. This is information path Dao marks being added. Looking at this, it seems to be the style of the olden antiquity era. Fang Yuan thought to himself. Originally, the hairy men were discussing the alliance with the Snowman and Rockman tribes. But things went unexpectedly smoothly. The 2 sides were getting closer to each other. The hairy men proposed to pull Inkman City in as well. After the Snowman and Rockman tribes understood the situation, they nodded in agreement. Long-hair ancestor and immortal Yin were known friends in history for a long time. Long-hair ancestor left behind Langya blessed land, while immortal Yin created Inkman City. The Inkmen and hairy men had always been in close contact. Since the hairy men guaranteed it, the Snowman and Rockman tribes chose to believe them. Thus, it became a 3-way discussion, involving 4 variant human races. Eventually, the 3 sides reached an agreement. They were willing to form an alliance. They would go through thick and thin together, helping each other in the future. That was why this scene was happening right now. The 3 sides used ancient information path methods. An official alliance. Gua mortals went up one after another. They accepted the information path Dao marks. This way, they would be considered members of the 4 Races Alliance. As time passed, Fang Yuan gradually saw some clues. This does not seem to be an orthodox information path method. It is using Earth Path to form Ash, using indirect methods to achieve the effect of information path. It is like my time path Immortal Killer move 100 Years Harmony. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's heart sank. It would be troublesome to break this alliance agreement in the future. This was because it was not possible to solve this problem from the aspect of information. It was very likely that he would have to think of a way through the Earth Path. Elder Fang Yuan, it's your turn. At this time, Gu Immortal 12th Hair reminded him in a soft voice. Speaking of which, ever since they dealt with the falling star hound and learned that Fang Yuan had the immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle, the hairy man Gu Immortal's attitude towards Fang Yuan had undergone a complete change. They were filled with reverence towards him. It was a stark contrast to before. Fang Yuan nodded and walked forward without hesitation. Just like the Rockman Gu Immortal Shi Zong, he allowed the smoke to burn on his body. His every move attracted the attention of all the immortals present. Seeing that he had truly joined them, the immortals all heaved a sigh of relief. Snow's smile grew even more radiant as she let go of her worries. Little did he know that Fang Yuan was already pondering in his heart. It was time to find a way to break the various alliance agreements on his body. Of course, it was impossible for him to be on the same side as these mutants. Joining the Langya sect was just to make better use of the power of the Langya blessed land. Similarly, joining this 4 Races Alliance, other than being forced by the situation, Fang Yuan also wanted to make use of the alliance's power to help him cultivate. It is impossible for me to join the variant humans and resist the humans. Humans have the absolute advantage, so what if the 4 variant human races ally? The human race has the absolute advantage. So what if the 4 great mutant races form an alliance? In the 500 years of my previous life, did these 4 races ally? Fang Yuan's thoughts drifted as he speculated. Fang Yuan's thoughts drifted as he inwardly speculated. In the 500 years of his previous life, he was a Central Continent rank 6 blood path Gu immortal. He did not have a deep understanding of the matters of Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Especially when it came to such insider information, even Northern Plains Gu immortals might not know about it. But I know, in the 500 years of my previous life, these snowman and rockman tribes had been silent. They might have been exterminated, or they might still be alive. But I know that in the 500 years of my previous life, these snowmen and stonemen tribes have always been quiet. Perhaps they have been exterminated, or perhaps they are still secretly alive. In contrast, the Inkman tribe was doing very well. They were in the best situation. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's gaze landed on Emotan Sang. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's gaze landed on Emotan Sang. Qi path had a longer history than strength path, but it was also a declining Gu cultivation path. He had a middle-aged appearance. He had black hair and white hair. When he did not smile, he gave off a dignified aura. He was a middle-aged man with black hair. When he wasn't smiling, he looked quite dignified. This is a formidable person. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. This is a true hero. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. He remembered that during the 5 regions chaotic war, it was this Emotan Sang in front of him who seized the opportunity to expand the Inkman's forces while the human race was busy with internal strife and had no time to care about him. When Northern Plains human forces wanted to suppress him, he disregarded his dignity as a king and took the initiative to join Lu tribe. Lu tribe was one of the super forces, thus they protected the Inkman forces. Lu tribe was a super force, thus they protected the Inkman forces. The Inkman forces developed steadily under this layer of protection. After Lu tribe declined, the Inkman king immediately abandoned Lu tribe and cooperated with Ma Hongyun. Before Fang Yuan self-detonated, the Inkmen already had hundreds of cities and occupied 1/3 of Northern Plains territory. With this scale and force, even if Fang Yuan said it now, no one would believe him. In this 4 races alliance, the Inkman tribe was undoubtedly the weakest. But in the 500 years of his previous life, the Inkmen were in the best situation. Emotan Sang knew when to yield and when to stand tall. He was the key figure in the rise of the Inkman tribe. At the same time, there was the external environment. During the 5 regions chaotic war, all order collapsed, opportunities and risks were everywhere. As if sensing Fang Yuan's gaze, Emotan Sang turned around to look at Fang Yuan and smiled, expressing his deep friendliness. This friendliness was so thick and obvious that when he smiled, it was almost like he was bowing. There was even a hint of flattery. Fang Yuan snorted coldly in his heart, but replied with a smile on the surface. Emotan Sang's expression changed slightly. He expressed the excitement of receiving the favor and appreciation of a great character. If it were anyone else, they would feel a sense of superiority and complacency. So impressive. Fang Yuan was proud of his acting skills, but this Emotan Sang was not weaker than him. The world is huge. There are many capable people. I cannot underestimate the heroes of this world. Fang Yuan warned himself. His heart was as calm as ice. Northern Plains situation could be said to be rising one wave after another. The storm of He tribe's destruction and by Zhu tribe's replacement had not subsided yet. Old ancestor Shui, who officially started refining fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. The whole of Northern Plains Gu immortal world's attention was focused on Snowy Mountain. And secretly, in a corner unknown to human Gu immortals, the 4 variant human races, hairy men, snowmen, rockmen, and inkmen, had quietly formed an alliance. Even though the variant humans were in a weak position, this alliance could not be underestimated. Because it had rank 8 battle strength, the immemorial rock dragon. Of course, in the hearts of the other alliance members, there was also the immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle in Fang Yuan's hands. Fang Yuan had no choice but to join them. But what made him feel at ease was that this 4 races alliance did not have any wisdom path Gu immortals. After the alliance was formed, Fang Yuan's losses were obvious. That was, from now on, he could not undergo tribulation in the northern icy plain. This had a huge impact on Fang Yuan. But there was no other way. Undergoing tribulation here would expend earth qi, It was the greatest damage to the Rockman's residence. This was also the reason why these Rockmen and Snowmen disregarded the price to set up the battlefield killer move, Gray Cloud Battle Puppet, to kill Feng Yuan. However, other than losses, Feng Yuan also had gains. The trade with the Rockmen and Snowmen had increased his monthly profits by another level. Forget about the Snowmen. The main point was that the Rockmen had a higher desire for guts goo than humans. Why? Thinking back to the past, how Feng Yuan used guts goo to increase the population of the Rockmen in who immortal blessed land, it was clear. Guts goo was the best way for Rockmen to strengthen their tribe. Other than that, Feng Yuan also sold some of the resources that he obtained from Heifan Grotto Heaven to the Rockmen, Snowmen, and Inkmen, earning a lot of money. Sixth Hair, who was watching from the side, was getting anxious. Feng Yuan's gains are so huge. What should we do? How can we stop him in the future? It was time to leave. Elder Feng Yuan, are you really in a hurry to leave? You can stay here for a day or two. Shui Er tried to persuade Feng Yuan to stay. Feng Yuan shook his head, smiling warmly on the surface. We have formed an alliance. This matter is very important. I need to return and report to the land spirit of Langia personally. Don't worry, I will return. After all, we became friends after a fight. I have a good feeling about this place. Feng Yuan was very interested in the Snowman Goo Immortal's Ice and Snow Path Immortal Goo and Killer moves. These two were very suitable for him. After all, he had the most Dao marks in Ice and Snow Path. With his current relationship with the Snowman tribe, and the fact that he had rank 8 battle strength, exchanging Immortal Goo was completely possible. But Feng Yuan did not intend to give up on one of his Immortal Goo. He had a better plan. For example, one day in the future, a certain variant human Goo Immortal might not be able to pass tribulation, and would need his Time Path Immortal Killer move to slow the time in his Immortal Aperture. In that case, Feng Yuan would be able to take the chance to ask for the Immortal Goo. In the past, Heifan had done many such things, and obtained a considerable number of Immortal Goo. Shui'er naturally did not know that this handsome young man had ulterior motives and was full of schemes. Seeing that Feng Yuan was determined to leave, she lowered her head, showing a hesitant and conflicted expression. But soon, determination appeared in her eyes. She raised her head and handed something to Feng Yuan. Elder Feng Yuan, take this as the snowman's parting gift to you. Shui'er forced herself to remain calm as she said with a slightly trembling voice. Feng Yuan received it. It was an ice tear. Chapter 1154. Ice tears were not an immortal material, but they were precious and were loved by Goo Masters and Goo Immortals. Ice tears originated from snowmen. Snowmen lived in the icy environment of snowy lands. They normally did not cry or laugh, and tears were even rarer. Most of the snowmen had never cried tears of joy or sorrow in their entire lives. But once they shed tears, they would instantly turn into ice tears. Snowmen could shed ice tears at most 3 times in their lives, adding up to 60. Every time they shed tears, the snowman's lifespan would decrease greatly, and their life essence would be lost. If a snowman shed too many ice tears, they would age rapidly and die faster. Therefore, ice tear was considered a rare item. Jewel Yellow Skies had ice tears for sale, and it had always been very popular. Shui Songzi had once sold snowmen for other Goo Immortals to torture to obtain ice tears. To human Goo Immortals, ice tears were a precious Goo refinement material. But to the snowman himself, the ice tear had another important meaning. That was a token of love. That was right. Snowmen had both genders. They were different from rockmen. Rockmen were pure males. When a snowman and a man got together, they would usually exchange ice tears. This action was extremely important to the snowman. This is an ice tear. Feng Yuan's eyes brightened. He held this ice tear between his fingers and observed it carefully. Don't look at it like this. Quickly put it down. Shui'er's voice was weak and anxious. There were so many people here. If he held Bing Lei up in public, everyone would be able to see it. Sure enough, at the next moment, Shui'er heard those Goo Immortal shocked voices. Shui'er quickly lowered her head, her face turning red. She was giving an ice tear to Feng Yuan. This was no different from expressing her love. Although she had mustered up her courage earlier, With so many people watching, it was too embarrassing. Speaking of which, I have already heard of this special goo material. Today, I finally saw it with my own eyes. Thank you, Shuai. This gift is not bad. Maybe I should refine it into a goo worm? Fong Yuan said cheerfully. Shuai heard this. Her delicate body shook. Fong Yuan turned a blind eye to it. He continued, however, one ice tear is still too little. It would be great if there were more. Why wasn't there any trade with the ice tear? What a pity. The blush on Shuai's face faded away, and her face turned pale. Her head was buried very low, and her eyes were blurry. She almost cried out loud. This idiot. Bingzhou couldn't stand it anymore. He cursed under his breath and stepped forward. The other variant human goo immortals were tongue-tied. They did not know what to say. Shuai suddenly raised her head. With her back facing Fong Yuan, she called out to Bingzhou, Bingzhou Gij. Bingzhou gritted his teeth. Seeing Shuai's pale face, a strong sense of pity rose in his heart. He knew that Snow was thin-skinned. She had already mustered up enough courage to give away her tears. Perhaps there was also an element of impulsiveness in the head. Fong Yuan didn't understand the meaning behind the ice tear. If she were to criticize Fong Yuan in front of everyone, wouldn't that put Snow in an even more awkward position? Thinking of this, Bingzhou could only swallow the words he was about to spit out and say something else. Elder Fong Yuan, I gained a lot from fighting with you. Next time, let's have a good spar again. Speaking of sparring, he purposely raised his voice and gritted his teeth. Shuai was young and beautiful. She had outstanding talent and high cultivation level. She had always been taken care of and favored by the tribe. But among the males of the same generation, none were worthy of her. This time, she was in love with Fong Yuan. Although he was a human goo immortal, the snowman goo immortals discussed it behind their backs and felt it was acceptable. The rockmen had Earth Mother, but couldn't we snowmen have a snow father? If Shuai could get together with Fong Yuan, the snowman tribe would have an immemorial desolate beast to rely on. But to think that Fong Yuan did not understand the custom of variant humans and treated the ice tear as a common goo material, causing the situation to be very awkward. Shuai was put on the spot. Fong Yuan smiled and patted Bingzhou's shoulder. All right, I promise you. If there is a chance in the future, let's spar again. All right, everyone. I will take my leave. No need to send me off. We will meet again in the future. Ha ha ha. Saying so, Fong Yuan laughed and waved his sleeves as he left. He wore a white robe and his black hair flowed down like a waterfall. He looked extremely elegant and refined. Shuai's gaze was somewhat dazed. Bingzhou, however, gritted his teeth, wishing he could chop Fong Yuan into pieces. No. After he leaves, I will write him a letter and tell him the meaning of the ice tear. The return journey was smooth. Fong Yuan returned to Langya Blessed Land. When he saw Land Spirit of Langya again, this first supreme elder of Langya sect had a huge change in attitude towards Fong Yuan. You really inherited He Fan's true inheritance? You have a method to slow the time in the immortal aperture? Also, you actually have an immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle. Quickly let me see it. Land Spirit of Langya requested excitedly. Fong Yuan shook his head with a bitter smile. He took out the upper extreme heavenly eagle's corpse. Land Spirit of Langya was stunned on the spot. Fong Yuan told Land Spirit of Langya about the cause and effect. A grand immemorial desolate beast was actually starved to death by you. But, fortunately, you still have the egg. Not bad. Not bad. The upper extreme heavenly eagle has such an advantage. Land Spirit of Langya regained his senses. He looked at Fong Yuan with bright eyes. Sell this upper extreme heavenly eagle egg to me. Let's make a deal. Fong Yuan laughed heartily. I can sell this bird egg. Land Spirit of Langya was overjoyed. Fong Yuan continued. But I'm afraid you don't have any heavenly crystals to raise it. Even in jewel yellow skies, there are very few who sell heavenly crystals. Of course, heavenly crystals can only be produced in grotto heavens or the immemorial 9 heavens. This rank 8 immortal material is very rare. Right now, there are only black and white heavens left in the immemorial 9 heavens. There are only a small number of rank 8 goo immortals. Moreover, Among these rank 8 Gu immortals, a considerable portion cannot produce heavenly crystals. Saying so, Land Spirit of Langya changed the topic. But you don't have to worry about this. My Langya blessed land was once Langya Grotto Heaven. It had produced Langya heavenly crystals before. Besides this, when my main body was alive, I had also accumulated a batch of heavenly crystals from the immemorial 9 heavens. Oh, in that case, I can rest assured. I will sell it to you. Fong Yuan nodded. Land Spirit of Langya laughed loudly. Fong Yuan, you are one of us. I will not mistreat you. Luck Path True Inheritance, Thieving Heaven True Inheritance, or Long Hair True Inheritance, you can choose whatever you want. Fong Yuan's tone sank. What? I am not interested in these things. Moreover, isn't this price a bit too low to exchange for a rank 8 battle strength? Land Spirit of Langya's smile froze. He thought about it and nodded. That is indeed the case. Then, I will use Luopa Valley to exchange for it? Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley were secluded domains of heaven and earth, unique in the world. But compared to rank 8 battle strength, Land Spirit of Langya did not hesitate to give up on the former and choose the latter. The price is too low. Not selling. Not selling. Fong Yuan shook his head. Land Spirit of Langya scratched his head. How about this? I am willing to give up Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus and the incomplete Immortal Gu House Refinement Cauldron in exchange for your upper extreme Heavenly Eagle Egg. Fong Yuan's heart jumped, but he still shook his head. The price is still not enough. Not selling, not selling. Land Spirit of Langya was furious. Then state your price. What will make you sell it? Fong Yuan smiled and emphasized. This is rank 8 battle strength. Land Spirit of Langya was not stupid, he retorted. It is indeed rank 8 battle strength, but it needs to be fed. Do you have heavenly crystals? Also, do you think even if you raise the immemorial upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, it will listen to you? To tell you the truth, you went too far this time and starved the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to death. If not for that, according to my understanding, as long as this upper extreme Heavenly Eagle has some strength, it will definitely crush an ant like you who is trying to enslave it to death. Fong Yuan smiled again. How about this? I am willing to use sect contribution points to exchange for heavenly crystals to feed the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Anyway, I am Langya Sect's Supreme Elder, and also a member of the Four Races Alliance. In the future, when the sect needs me, I will naturally appear. Land Spirit of Langya was dazed for a moment before understanding what was going on. He pointed at Fong Yuan's nose and scolded, Good lad. So you did not want to sell it. You were just making things difficult for me earlier, right? Fong Yuan quickly turned serious, saying sincerely, How can I give up on rank 8 battle strength so easily? But to make things difficult for you, First Supreme Elder, why would I have such thoughts? It is just that the price is not enough. Saying this, he suddenly thought of Hei Fan's other intention. Even if Hei Fan's true inheritance was inherited by the Gu Immortals in the Grotto Heaven, Hei Fan had left the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle in Iron Eagle Blessed Land. With this immemorial desolate beast, even if it did not inherit the true inheritance, it would be a huge gain for the tribe. Land Spirit of Langya sighed. He knew that Fong Yuan was right. He did not insist on buying it. Firstly, the immemorial upper extreme Heavenly Eagle had already turned into an egg. He was very disappointed. Secondly, Fong Yuan not only had the Langya Alliance agreement, he had also joined the Four Races Alliance. This made Land Spirit of Langya feel assured. Thirdly, he more or less knew Fong Yuan's nature and character. An ambitious and daring person like you will not give up on a rank 8 battle strength so easily. But it will not be easy for you to use sect contribution points to exchange for Langya Sect's heavenly crystals. Heavenly crystals are rank 8 immortal materials. Even though you have a lot of contribution points, you cannot afford it. Land Spirit of Langya said this, and his mood became better. With the heavenly crystals, he could make Fong Yuan work for Langya Sect. At this point, Land Spirit of Langya had to admit that Fong Yuan was very strong. He was much more useful than other hairy man Gu immortals. Then let's exchange for some first. We can only do this slowly. Fong Yuan purposely showed a troubled expression. Fong Yuan had a lot of sect contribution points now. Firstly, He solved the matter of the falling star hound. He had over 1,000 sect contribution points. Secondly, he discovered the alliance of snowmen and rockmen, and successfully urged the 4 races to form an alliance. This amount was close to 1,000 sect contribution points. In this case, Feng Yuan's Langya sect contribution points had broken through the 2,000 threshold. But to exchange for the rank 8 immortal material heavenly crystals, these 2,000 contribution points were too little. Chapter 1155. Feng Yuan's divine sense moved around the jewel-yellow skies. His divine sense paused. A Gu Immortal's will was at the side. Behind it was a small mountain of goods. These are all slippery soil? Feng Yuan asked. Han Yu's Gu Immortal will woke up from its slumber. Seeing that there was a customer, it quickly replied, "They are all slippery soil." After stating the price, he asked, "Lord Gu Immortal, how much do you want to buy?" Slippery soil was a rank 5 Gu material. It was very fertile. Feng Yuan nodded internally. The other party's price was very fair. It was even lower than the market price. Coincidentally, he needed this soil too, he said. "I want all of them." Han Yu's will shook. "You're buying all of them?" "I have a lot of slippery soil." Feng Yuan confirmed. "Of course I'm buying all of them. 202 immortal yuan stones. If I am not wrong, that should be the price, right?" Han Yu's will quickly nodded. "Yes, yes. In Treasure Emperor Heaven, any item would radiate with treasure light." Feng Yuan saw the treasure light and the goods themselves. He immediately calculated the selling price. He was a wisdom path grandmaster. "Let's make the transaction." Feng Yuan was very straightforward. Okay. Han Yu's will quickly nodded. The development of the situation was out of his expectations. He was only a rank 6 Gu Immortal who had passed one heavenly tribulation. He had been developing his immortal aperture. This time, when he sold the slippery soil in the blessed land, he had considered his past experiences. He had purposely lowered the price, but to think that it would be sold out so quickly, to him, this was a huge surprise. Han Yu's will held 202 immortal yuan stones. His entire will body was shaking. He was very excited. My previous life. Wasn't that the situation? Feng Yuan saw this scene and sighed internally. Han Yu was undoubtedly the representative of a rank 6 Gu Immortal. In his previous life, Feng Yuan was even inferior to him. He cultivated blood path after all. But now it was different. Just the sale of Guts Gu was a monopoly, an endless source of profits. After swallowing the resources of Hei Fan Paradise, Feng Yuan's wealth skyrocketed to a shocking level. Not to mention 200 immortal yuan stone. Even if he took out 2,000, it would not be enough. He didn't even blink. Anyway, Feng Yuan's financial situation was quite good. After buying this batch of slippery soil, Feng Yuan used his divine sense to scan the area a few times before buying some other soil. After achieving his goal, Feng Yuan retracted his divine sense and brought the soil back to the sovereign immortal aperture. He controlled several strength path immortal zombies to scatter the soil into mini southern border in the sovereign immortal aperture. The scene in Little Southern Border. It had already undergone earth-shaking changes. Patches of forests covered the land with a rich greenery. Towering ancient trees, tall pines and cypresses, straight poplar trees, short shrubs, as well as countless grass and wildflowers. Mini southern border became verdant and full of life. These were just ordinary plants. There were also a large number of high-grade resources. For example, the musical trees that were the most numerous. This type of tree had roots and branches. It had a unique charm. On the branches, there were all sorts of birds. The most common type were chi death birds. They were chirping loudly. Mini southern border was originally quiet, but now it was bustling with activity. Other than birds, there were large numbers of deer, squirrels, rabbits, monkeys, snakes, tigers, and others in the forest. They formed a cycle of interdependence. Mini southern border originally only had some small mounds, but now there were more than 10 mountains. These mountains were all pulled out by Feng Yuan from Hei Fan Grotto Heaven. Ordinary Gu Immortals did not have such methods to move mountains, but his pulling mountain immortal Gu could be used for this. Right now, The tallest mountain was Immortal Succession Mountain. There was also a stone pavilion on the mountain. Feng Yuan did not dismantle it, but the inheritances inside were all taken away by him. After a long time, Feng Yuan controlled the immortal zombie to scatter all of the soil at the planned locations. Feng Yuan inspected for a while before stopping in satisfaction. With this soil, these plants should be able to grow for some time. Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had few Earth Path Dalmarks. The space was huge with 5 regions and 9 heavens. Mini southern border had even fewer Earth Path Dalmarks. Earth Path Dalmarks were few. Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture did not have any mountains or hills. The soil was not thick or fertile. Almost all of Mini southern border's vegetation came from He Fan Grotto Heaven. In He Fan Grotto Heaven, these trees grew very well. They were densely packed and filled with greenery. But after being transplanted into Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture, because of the lack of Earth Path Dalmarks, these plants withered and looked like they lacked nutrients. Feng Yuan had to purchase large amounts of fertile soil, like slippery soil, and scatter them in Mini southern border to deal with the situation. But this does not solve the root of the problem. After some time, this soil will turn into ordinary soil. The Earth Path Dalmarks inside will dissipate. This soil was at most immortal goo material. It contained extremely damaged Earth Path Dalmarks. After the plants absorbed the nutrients, most of these fragmented Earth Path Dalmarks would dissipate. Only by undergoing tribulation or absorbing the Dalmarks of an Earth Path Goo Immortal to increase the Earth Path Dalmarks in my immortal aperture can this be considered a permanent solution. Feng Yuan knew this. During the 5th earthly calamity, Feng Yuan could not undergo tribulation in the northern icy plain. At this time, he could choose to go to southern border or other places with dense Earth Path Dalmarks to undergo tribulation, hoping to encounter an Earth Path earthly calamity. Once he encountered an Earth Path earthly calamity, after passing it, Feng Yuan's problem would be resolved. As for killing Earth Path Goo Immortals and absorbing their Dalmarks, it was not easy. Earth Path Goo Immortals with low cultivation level did not have many Dalmarks on them. Earth Path Goo Immortals with high cultivation level had high battle strength. Their battle strength was usually very strong. Feng Yuan would face a huge risk to deal with them. Up until now, Feng Yuan had already gone through 4 earthly calamities. The first was the Snow Monster Calamity, Iron Crown Eagle, Ruin Bat, and other transformations. The second was the Windflower Calamity and Snow Moon Calamity. The third was the Spring Oriole and Giant Disaster Blazing Tree Calamity, and the fourth was the Profound White Flying Salt Calamity. Because the Sovereign Immortal Aperture surpassed the 10 extreme fusion techniques, it was feared by Providence. Thus, almost every earthly calamity was raised to the limit of the heavenly Tao. This earthly calamity was many times more difficult than ordinary Goo Immortals, or even more than 10 times. Thus, the Dalmarks that Feng Yuan obtained also surpassed ordinary gains by more than 10 times. Thus, Feng Yuan had the most Ice and Snow Path Dalmarks, followed by Transformation Path, Strength Path, Chi Path, Rule Path, Luck Path, Blood Path, and so on. The entire Sovereign Immortal Aperture had obtained the resources of He Fan Grotto Heaven. It had achieved great progress, but because the space was too big, only Mini Southern Border was relatively rich. Even though other places had some resources, they were not as complete as Mini Southern Border. There were many desolate beasts, giant horned sheep, shark fin wolf, dragonfish, eagle hound, and so on. There were ancient desolate beasts, remnant heavenly hound and falling star hound, infant. There were even immemorial desolate beasts. That was the upper extreme heavenly eagle. But now, it had already turned into an egg. There were also some other desolate plants. There was an ancient desolate plant, that was the walking meat tree. All in all, Feng Yuan's accumulation of resources. He was about the same as a peak rank 7 Goo Immortal. Someone like Chu Du was probably at the same level as Feng Yuan. As for people like Feng Jiaoge who were heavily nurtured by super forces, Feng Yuan was slightly inferior. After scattering the soil, Feng Yuan retracted his consciousness and continued to soul-search the souls of the Goo Immortal captives. There were many Goo Immortal captives in Feng Yuan's immortal aperture. There were already a lot of Goo Immortal souls. The focus of this soul search was on the 9 Gu immortal souls in Hei Fan Grotto Heaven, Feng Jun's luck path true inheritance, and Qin Li's concealment method. They were quite outstanding. Feng Yuan was very interested. You are not Hei Cheng. Who are you? You insidious scoundrel. Destroy my soul if you have the guts. Spare me, spare me. As long as you let me revive, I will become your most loyal servant. These Gu immortal souls asked questions. Some wanted to die, some wanted to live. Feng Yuan did not pretend to be Hei Cheng in front of them. After all, familiar face expended immortal essence. Attitude Gu also expended mental energy. Feng Yuan ignored these Gu immortal screams. He only searched their souls. Every day, he would search their souls for a period of time. In another 3 days, these souls will have their memories completely searched by me, and I will know everything about them. After the soul search, Feng Yuan organized his gains before retracting his consciousness. He left the Cloud City and went to Luopa Valley. There, he left his soul and started to cultivate his soul path. Feng Yuan had been using Luopa Valley and Danghun Mountain for some time. His soul foundation had increased by dozens of times. But Feng Yuan did not have the confidence to return his soul to his original immortal zombie body. This is the most troublesome problem. Even with the increase in soul foundation, shadow sect's possible methods cannot be avoided. Perhaps Ing Wu Xie's arrangements are based on the foundation of the soul. The stronger the soul foundation, the more powerful the shadow sect's trap. Ing Wu Xie knows I have Luopa Valley and Danghun Mountain. He cannot not consider these factors when setting up the trap. After daily soul cultivation, Feng Yuan's soul returned to his body. He stood up shakily. He had a gloomy expression. As long as he could use the wisdom Gu again, his overall strength would increase explosively. Many of the problems he faced in his development were related to wisdom Gu. As long as wisdom Gu could be used, many problems and obstacles could be easily solved. I have wisdom Gu and my strength path immortal zombie body. I am stuck at the final point. Feng Yuan sighed helplessly in his heart. Like this, Feng Yuan stayed in Langya Blessed Land for 7 days. He cultivated diligently. He did not relax for even a second. His soul foundation increased again. The souls of the 9 Gu immortal captives were completely searched. Feng Yuan even used most of his Langya sect contribution points to exchange for some Langya heavenly crystals. He also issued some Gu refinement missions. Selfful Gu, Year Gu, Month Gu, Day Gu, and other mortal Gu. He needed a lot of them. He was willing to spend sect contribution points to let hairy man Gu masters and Gu immortals refine these mortal Gu for him. After all, this could save him a lot of time and effort. 7 days later, he quickly left Langya Blessed Land, heading towards Eastern Sea. Chapter 1156. Strong winds blew, bringing with them the salty smell of the sea. Feng Yuan sat on an auspicious cloud, and as he traveled, he split his attention to the information path Mortal Gu in his hand. This Mortal Gu came from Bingzhua. That snowman Gu immortal who held 2 spears and specialized in close combat had told Feng Yuan in a letter. The significance of the ice tear to the snowman tribe was not as simple as a Gu material. It was a token of love. Feng Yuan sneered, casually crushing this information path Mortal Gu. The pure white, auspicious cloud carried him along the way. His long hair fluttered in the wind. His jade-white face was extremely handsome, almost to the point of being beautiful. His deep black eyes looked down at the deep blue sea below the clouds, emitting wisps of indifferent cold light. How could Feng Yuan not know the significance of the ice tear to the snowman? Don't forget, he had been reborn 500 years ago. His cultivation was not high in his previous life, but he was extremely knowledgeable. Not only the ice tear, Feng Yuan also had a deep understanding of the wine culture of the variant humans. Back in the banquet, Sixth Hair had accused Feng Yuan of not knowing the wine culture of the variant humans. In fact, Feng Yuan had only pretended not to know, and used the chance to probe the snowman and rockman's attitude. Sometimes, pretending to be ignorant would allow one to advance and retreat freely. The matter of the ice tear was the same. Feng Yuan pretended not to know, but he knew clearly in his heart. Accepting the ice tear was accepting Shui Heir's affection. But if he did not accept it, it would destroy his relationship with the allied snowmen and rockmen tribes. Get together with Shui. The disadvantages outweighed the advantages. What the snowman tribe wanted was Fong Yuan's rank 8 battle strength immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle. Not to mention how much benefits Fong Yuan could obtain from the snowman tribe. Just this point alone was enough for Fong Yuan to satisfy them. The upper extreme heavenly eagle had already become an egg. Although Fong Yuan had spent a portion of Langya's sect contribution points to exchange for some heavenly crystals, his reserves were far from enough. It was not suitable to hatch the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Marrying Shui is like tying myself to the snowman tribe's war chariot. They would definitely have to settle the marriage contract. Right now, I have a sect contract with the Langya sect and an alliance contract with Chu. The treaty between the 4 alien races has greatly restricted my freedom. Coupled with the engagement, isn't that just asking for trouble? Fong Yuan gained benefits from these alliance agreements, but he also had to bear the corresponding obligations. For example, Langya Blessed Land was under attack by a powerful enemy. Fong Yuan had to go and support it. He had to live and die together with Langya Blessed Land. The land spirit of Langya still followed the rules. After all, it was a land spirit. It didn't have the cunning of humans. He followed the rules of the Langya sect and did not restrict Fong Yuan too much. The snowman race was different. They were mutants, and their spirituality was second only to humans. After being suppressed for so many years, struggling at death's door in the northern icy plains, the immense pressure of survival had nurtured their powerful battle prowess and shrewd thinking. If Fong Yuan wanted to marry a snowman, the snowman race would definitely think of ways to extract benefits from Fong Yuan. By then, Fong Yuan would have no choice. Snowmen and rockmen. They are living in the northern icy plains. The rockman race has an immemorial rock dragon with rank 8 battle strength, but the snowman race does not. Thus, they hope for me to get together with Shui to indirectly obtain rank 8 battle strength and contend against the rockman race. The snowman and rockman Gu immortals were very harmonious when they were entertaining Fong Yuan. But was it really so harmonious? Both sides were living in the same piece of land under the icy plains. The space was small. How could there be no conflicts? After all, they were 2 different races. It was only because of the big picture that they were rational and supported each other. One could imagine the rockman race with an immemorial rock dragon. In normal conflicts, they were usually the side that benefited. The snowmen had suffered a lot, but they endured it. The rockman race had a rather high status. This could be seen from the minute details of the alliance. For example, this Gu immortal Zhong was often his first representative, not other snowman Gu immortals. If I get together with Shui, no, even if I publicly accept Shui's affection, it would mean I am getting close to the snowman race. It is unavoidable that I would be involved in the internal conflicts between the snowman and rockman races. Once there was an internal conflict, Shui would find Fong Yuan and request Fong Yuan to mediate. As an ally, Fong Yuan could not refuse. But the rockman race gave Fong Yuan even more benefits. After all, both sides had the guts Gu trade. How could Fong Yuan ruin his relationship with the rockman race because of some beauty and lose his own benefits? These days, not only did Bingzhou send letters, there were also letters from other Inkmen, snowman, and rockman Gu immortals. Among them was Shui. Their intention was to rope in Fong Yuan. The temptation of rank 8 battle strength was too shocking. One of the reasons why Fong Yuan left Northern Plains and went to Eastern Sea was to avoid these Gu immortals. This also meant that he could avoid a lot of trouble in the future. I am purely making use of these variant humans. Unfortunately, my relationship with them is getting deeper and deeper. If anything happens, I will be implicated as well. I need to leave as soon as possible to advance or retreat freely. Fong Yuan was aware of this. Moreover, the land spirit of Langya's intention of recruiting domination immortal Chu Du made Fong Yuan feel even more uneasy. Once Chu Du joined, it would greatly threaten Fong Yuan's position in Langya's sect. The reason why the land spirit of Langya wanted to recruit Chu Du was also worth pondering. Although the land spirit of Langya gave him this mission, Fong Yuan decided to stall for as long as he could. He would not foolishly try to instigate Chu Du, Eastern Sea's information path inheritance. Fong Yuan thought to himself. This was one of the reasons why he went to Eastern Sea. If Fang Yuan could obtain some method from this information path inheritance that could allow him to remove the alliance agreement on his own, that would be for the best. Fang Yuan would have the complete initiative in his diplomacy. However, this information path inheritance was only a secondary goal. Fang Yuan had another main objective in this trip. Several days later, Eastern Sea, turbulent flow sea area. Spare me, I surrender. Lu Qingyu knelt on the ground. He was covered in injuries. He had no will to fight. He was a rank 7 lone immortal. He had even brought 3 rank 6 companions with him. To think that he would be ambushed in this turbulent flow sea area. The 3 rank 6 Gu immortals who were invited by him were already dead. Their enemies were 4 Gu immortals with mysterious origins. Lu Qingyu was a knowledgeable person, but he had never heard of these 4 experts in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. These 4 Gu immortals were very special. The one with the highest cultivation level had rank 7 aura. He was a Rockman Gu immortal. The other 3 were rank 6 Gu immortals. An extremely beautiful and valiant female immortal, an amiable-looking old man, and an ordinary-looking immortal zombie. No matter who it was, they were all powerful Gu immortal experts. But what made Lu Qingyu puzzled was that their leader was not the Rockman Gu immortal, the valiant female immortal, or the old man. It was the rank 6 immortal zombie with an ordinary appearance. Oh, surrendering, hee, you are quite sensible. The rank 6 immortal zombie rubbed his chin as he chuckled. If Fang Yuan was here, he would definitely recognize him. Indeed, he was Ing Wu Xie. Such a spineless person. No wonder you are not my match. I might as well kill you and give Sure Nu more Earth Path Dao marks. Halo Lan's body was covered in orange flames. The Rockman Gu immortal Sure Nu was expressionless. He looked at Ing Wu Xie and said slowly, I will listen to Lord's decision. Don't. Lu Qingyu quickly shouted. He had an anxious and aggrieved expression. Even though I am a rank 7 Gu immortal, I only have rank 6 immortal Gu. Fairy, on the other hand, you have rank 7 immortal Gu and so many fire path killer moves. It's very normal that I can't beat you. Ing Wu Xie laughed heartily, waving his hand. My shadow sect is in dire need of manpower now. I might as well give you a chance to live. Be obedient and don't resist. I will activate an immortal killer move and set the alliance agreement. Thank you, Lord, for not killing me. Thank you, Lord, for not killing me. Lu Qingyu was overjoyed. He shed tears of gratitude and kowtowed non-stop. Ing Wu Xie's alliance agreement was naturally very strict. But Lu Qingyu wanted to preserve his life. Other things were secondary. It is indeed a soul path method. He Lulan watched the entire process. Ing Wu Xie used soul path methods to achieve the effect of information path. Like Fang Yuan's 100 years of harmony, it was the result of other paths' comprehension. From now on, you are a member of Shadow Sect. Get up. After setting the alliance agreement, Ing Wu Xie smiled. I am willing to offer my immortal Gu to Lord. Lu Qingyu did not get up. He took out his 2 rank 6 immortal Gu and raised them above his head. Ing Wu Xie laughed heartily. I do not care about these 2 immortal Gu. Keep them and perform well in the future. I might give you a rank 7 immortal Gu or a true inheritance. That is possible. Thank you, Lord, for your kindness. Lu Qingyu said with a grateful expression. Speaking of which, this is a remote place with many islands around it. Why did you come to this island? Ing Wu Xie asked. He suspected that his whereabouts had been exposed. Lu Qingyu smiled bitterly when he mentioned this. Lord, this is all a misunderstanding. I only wanted to find a place to rest. Sigh, I need to start from the beginning. In this turbulent flow sea area, I found a clue to an information path true inheritance. Back then, Lu Qingyu chased after the blood path demonic immortal to obtain the crucial clue to the information path inheritance. In the end, he killed this person but gained no results. He was instead suspected by the other 2 rank 7 Gu immortals. After thinking about it, he felt that Fang Yuan was the most suspicious. He might have obtained the clue to the information path true inheritance. Lu Qingyu was not resigned to this. He gathered a group of Gu immortals and sneaked into the turbulent flow sea area again, trying to find other clues or wait for Fang Yuan. After hearing Lu Qingyu's story, He Lulan, Ing Wu Xie, and the rest could not help but smile. This Lu Qingyu was too unlucky. He wanted to find a place to rest, but he ended up bumping into the secret base that Shadow Sect had set up here. Ing Wuxia's expression suddenly changed. Wait, you said that the Gu immortal you were most suspicious of, what does he look like? Chapter 1157. Lu Qingyu repeated what he had said before. Ing Wuxia's expression turned grim. Fang Yuan moved from southern border to northern plains. He used familiar face to conceal his appearance. But familiar face could not hide the effect of an immortal Gu or an immortal killer move. In Eastern Sea, Fang Yuan had fought with Lu Qingyu, Tang Song, and Zhou Li, the three Gu immortals. It was unavoidable that his traces were exposed. Even though Ing Wuxia did not know what Fang Yuan looked like back then, he felt a sense of familiarity from Lu Qingyu's description. As he followed this feeling, Lu Qingyu's description of the fight became more detailed. Flying sword immortal Gu, sword escape immortal Gu. Ing Wuxia thought to himself. And in terms of timing, it matches. Ing Wuxia felt that the Gu immortal who fought with Lu Qingyu was likely to be Fang Yuan. What a coincidence. I actually obtained information about Fang Yuan like this. Hee, Providence. Ing Wuxia raised his head, looking at the sky. The turbulent Flow Sea area's sky was covered in clouds and mist from start to finish. At this moment, Ing Wuxia could feel that Providence was watching him from within the clouds. For Providence, be it the sovereign immortal aperture owner Fang Yuan, or spectral soul, who was trying to defy heaven and rise to the peak, they were targets to suppress and eliminate. Of course, among them, spectral soul was at the top earlier, but now, Fang Yuan had become the biggest target of Heaven's Will's attacks. No matter what, Providence's plan was ingenious. It was trying to link Fang Yuan and Ing Wuxia together, to make them kill each other. This was undoubtedly killing two birds with one stone. It was a good plan that saved time and effort. Ing Wuxia transmitted his guess to He Lulan. He Lulan was slightly stunned. She did not sense anything fishy, because she was not familiar with flying sword and sword escape immortal Gu. After reacting, she was a little surprised. Ing Wuxia found out about such a huge matter. He actually came to discuss it with me? But immediately after, He Lulan understood. If she was in Ing Wuxia's shoes, she would have come to discuss it with her. Because up until now, Tai Bai Yunsheng was still kept in the dark. Sure Nu's loyalty was absolute, but he was still a mutant after all, and his mind was not flexible. On the other hand, she was bound by the Shadow Sect's contract and had always been by Ing Wuxia's side. He could only plot with Ing Wuxia. We have to deal with Fang Yuan. He Lulan's heart was filled with complicated emotions. Her relationship with Fang Yuan was quite complicated. Previously, they were enemies. Later, they became allies. Now, due to a strange combination of factors, they became enemies once again. Even He Lulan had to admit that Fang Yuan had greatly helped and influenced her. Very soon, He Lulan had completely calmed down. She sent a telepathic message back. Your analysis is very reasonable. But you've only guessed Fang Yuan's identity. How are you so sure that he'll find this place? Is it just because of an information path true inheritance? Not to mention the crucial clue to this information path inheritance. It has already been lost. Even if he obtains it, what does it have to do with us? He might not be able to find this place and meet us. Ing Wuxia smiled coldly. That is because you don't understand Providence. Earlier, Providence wanted to stop Fang Yuan. They set up a trap and used information path true inheritances to lure Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan was crafty and did not fall into this trap. He went straight to northern plains without wasting any time. This was a very wise choice. Providence's arrangements in the turbulent Flow Sea area were in vain. Ing Wuxia's understanding of this. There was some error. In fact, back then, Fang Yuan did not sense the information path true inheritance's clue. After all, this clue was hidden. It was attached to flying sword immortal Gu. Of course, even if Fang Yuan found it. With his personality, he would not delay his return to Langya Blessed Land. Right now, Fang Yuan has obtained He Fan's true inheritance. His strength has risen sharply. But he is trapped in Langya sect, and recently joined the Four Races Alliance. He must have formed an agreement with Chu Du. His need for information path is even stronger. Thus, He is likely to come here and follow the true inheritance clue to obtain this information path inheritance. Ing Wuxia continued to analyze. Needless to say, disasters and setbacks were wealth in life. Ing Wuxia had experienced many setbacks and setbacks. His mind was sharper and more meticulous. He had the aura of an expert. He Lulan had a good understanding of Fang Yuan's situation. The information that Fang Yuan exposed had already been sent to Ing Wuxia through sixth hair. In order to incite He Lulan's hatred towards Fang Yuan, Ing Wuxia told her a portion of the information. He Lulan's eyes shined with bright light. She had an epiphany. You mean, this Lu Qingyu is Providence's warning to us? That's right. Lu Qingyu's seemingly random choice was actually secretly influenced by the will of the heavens. It's too much of a coincidence that he chose our island. Providence probably felt that the previous trap was no longer a threat to Fang Yuan, who had greatly increased his strength, and wanted to use it to deal with Fang Yuan. They want to use it to deal with Fang Yuan. Ing Wuxia looked at the sky as a cold smile appeared on his face. Know thyself, know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. Shadow Sect and Providence had been at odds for so many years. Ing Wuxia clearly guessed Providence's plans and arrangements. Then let's use this opportunity to ambush Fang Yuan. Haven't you always wanted to take back the sovereign immortal body? He Lulan transmitted her voice. Ing Wuxia turned around and glanced at He Lulan. The two of them transmitted their voices to each other, all small movements behind each other's backs. The conversation did not last long. The other three immortals only saw Ing Wuxia looking at the sky in a daze for a while before turning around and leaving. Ing Wuxia did not speak. He took large strides and took the lead. Shi Nu, Tai Bai Yunsheng, and He Lulan followed closely behind. Lu Qingyu, who was kneeling on the ground, was dazed. She quickly got up and carefully followed at the back. He Lulan. Ing Wuxia suddenly transmitted. If we capture Fang Yuan alive this time, I will return your freedom to you. He Lulan's body and mind shook, but soon she reacted and transmitted. Who are you trying to deceive? Would you be willing to let go of my battle strength? Ha ha ha, Lulan knows me best. Ing Wuxia laughed, admitting it directly. How are you going to deal with Fang Yuan? He has rank 8 battle strength. He Lulan asked. Ing Wuxia's smile faded as he sighed. He Lulan felt a sense of helplessness. Next, she heard Ing Wuxia's transmission. I do not intend to deal with him. The immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle is hard to deal with. No, we can deal with him. Can't we use that secluded domain of heaven and earth? He Lulan said. You want him to die? I remember you have gone through thick and thin together. Heh, every man for himself. His defeat or death, to the current me, there are only benefits and no disadvantages. He Lulan revealed a cold killing intent. Ing Wuxia rejected this tempting suggestion. Even if we use that place, I cannot achieve my goal. I need to capture Fang Yuan alive and preserve the freshness of the goo materials. If we use that place, we can at most make the immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle lose its threat. Moreover, even if we have that ability, I will not use it. Ing Wuxia smiled. He Lulan. Why? If we do not consider the big picture, we are short-sighted. Just like how Fang Yuan did not take the information path inheritance back then. As long as we save Spectral Soul, we will gain a huge advantage. After all, my memories are limited. If we fight with Fang Yuan now, we will fall into Providence's trap. We will leave Eastern Sea. But before we leave, we can make some arrangements and leave some gifts for Fang Yuan. Hee hee. Ing Wuxia transmitted with a smile. A day later. We are finally here. Turbulent Flow Sea area. Fang Yuan stood on the auspicious cloud, sighing as he looked at the sea area. According to rumors, an intense battle between Goo Immortals had occurred here. Although there were no rank 8 Goo Immortals who participated in the battle, there were many rank 6 and rank 7 Goo Immortals. Because their battle was too intense, Dao marks were engraved in this area, causing the environment to change, eventually forming the unique Turbulent Flow Sea area in Eastern Sea. Precisely because of this, the Turbulent Flow Sea area contained Goo Immortal inheritances or inheritances left behind after death. In history, there were indeed lucky people who obtained Goo Immortal inheritances in the Turbulent Flow Sea area. Even though there were few lucky people, There were many rumors about this. Many people came here to explore. Many Eastern Sea Gua mortals, as well as Gua mortals from Central Continent, Northern Plains, and Southern Border, would often come to the turbulent flow sea area to seek fortuitous encounters. Fang Yuan's gaze swept across the sea. The turbulent flow sea area's water was very strange. It looked calm on the surface, but there were countless torrents inside. These torrents were of all shapes and sizes. Their water quality varied. They moved between each other, flowing in this sea area, changing constantly without any pattern. Precisely so, the Gua mortals named it the turbulent flow sea area. Fang Yuan looked at the sky again. The sky was filled with white clouds, obscuring his vision. He could not see any starlight. Even when the sun was high in the sky, the sunlight could not penetrate the thick clouds. It could only slightly brighten the sky. When Gua mortals entered the turbulent flow sea area, they would often lose their sense of direction. These clouds were one of the accomplices, because with these clouds, Gua mortals could not determine their location through the weather. It was impossible to get rid of these clouds. To do this, one had to contend with heaven and earth. Gua mortals with this ability were at least rank 8 experts. There were very few of them. If they paid a huge price to destroy these clouds, they would also destroy the turbulent flow sea area. To them, it was a thankless task. Breathing in deeply, Fang Yuan's aura rose. The aura of a mortal Gu burst out from his body. Immortal investigative killer move, Qi Luck Sensation. This move came from Feng Jun's inheritance. It used Qi Luck Immortal Gu as the core to sense people and objects that were closely related to the Gu Immortal's luck. As they got closer, the effect would become clearer. Not far away. They left the turbulent flow sea area. Chapter 1158. The 5 Gua mortals flew close to the surface of the sea. He, the arrangements are in place. As long as Fang Yuan falls into our trap, we will make him suffer a lot. Even if we can't imprison him, we can greatly delay his development. Ing Wuxie was quite pleased with himself. Fang Yuan's development was too fast. It was truly terrifying. Providence tried all ways to kill him. They even created human tribulations like snowmen and rockmen. They had to suppress him. Previously, when Fang Yuan was in Langya Blessed Land, Ing Wuxie could not reach him. Now that he came, he would teach him a lesson. Of course, he could not do it himself. He still had a huge responsibility. He had to bear the heavy burden of the revival of Shadow Sect. This is good. I can't suppress Fang Yuan without falling into Providence's trap. Suddenly, Ing Wuxie's expression froze. Be careful. There is a desolate beast in the sea. It is approaching rapidly. It is very strange. Ing Wuxie frowned, reminding them. A mere desolate beast. Rank 7, Gua mortal sure knew attacked. Boom. A huge wave burst out of the water. Fang Yuan's figure appeared. Found you. Ing Wuxie. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a sinister smile. The 5 immortals were stunned. This was the first time they had seen Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was vigilant and meticulous. He had changed his appearance this time. You are. Suddenly, Ing Wuxie's body shook. He used Luck Inspection Immortal Gu and saw the majestic luck above Fang Yuan's head. It was the same as his and He Lulan's luck. Connect Luck Immortal Gu. Ing Wuxie used Connect Luck to connect with He Lulan, and He Lulan was connected to Fang Yuan's luck. Fang Yuan's appearance could be changed, but his luck could not be concealed. Seeing this luck, how could Ing Wuxie not know Fang Yuan's identity? Hurry! Use the ancient battle formation. He suddenly shouted in a panic. The other 3 immortals had a tacit understanding and instinctively acted, activating the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. With a whoosh, the 4 immortals disappeared completely. Only one was left. Lu Qingyu, Fang Yuan. The 2 of them looked at each other. There was silence. Ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. A method that allowed Ing Wuxie and the rest to escape from the Celestial Court's Gua mortals was naturally extraordinary. It was also Fang Yuan's first time seeing it. Therefore, he was somewhat speechless, although he had made some estimations beforehand. But after witnessing it with his own eyes, he was still amazed. However, although this method is powerful, as long as I have the karmic connection, I don't have to worry about losing them. Let's get rid of this person first. Fang Yuan came back to his senses. He looked at Lu Qingyu. Lu Qingyu. Seeing Fang Yuan's cold eyes filled with killing intent, he subconsciously floated backwards. His mood was even more turbulent than Fang Yuan's. He tried so hard to obtain the information path inheritance, but it was snatched away. He killed the blood path demonic immortal, but the crucial clue was lost. He returned to the turbulent flow sea area unwillingly, but when he met Ing Wuxia and the rest, his helpers were all killed. He surrendered. So be it if he surrendered. So be it if the alliance agreement was harsh. So be it if he admitted defeat. So be it if he recognized Ing Wuxia as his boss. For the sake of his own life, he was determined to integrate into the Shadow Sect. But when he was leaving Eastern Sea, a person suddenly appeared. And then, Ing Wuxia escaped. He escaped. Not only did he escape, the other 3 Gu immortals also escaped. They ran extremely quickly. In an instant, they disappeared without a trace. What a bastard! Lu Qingyu wanted to curse out loud, but he could not. He was forced to sign the alliance agreement. He had to maintain his respect towards Ing Wuxia at all times. Once he scolded, he would suffer the backlash of his information path downmarks. One could imagine Lu Qingyu's current mood. It was utterly terrible. He did not recognize Fang Yuan, because Fang Yuan's appearance was only rank 6. But Lu Qingyu sensed that Fang Yuan's Gu immortal aura was also limited to rank 6. This time, Fang Yuan had only hastily changed his appearance. He did not conceal his aura, because Fang Yuan's main goal was to kill Ing Wuxia and the rest. Everyone knew each other's cultivation level. The change in aura was not important. This caused Lu Qingyu to feel deep resentment. The other party is a rank 6 Gu immortal. Why are you running? Why are we running? We have 2 rank 7s and 3 rank 6s. All of them are experts. Why are you running? Why are we running? Lu Qingyu screamed and screamed in his mind, but he could not get an answer. He had only joined Shadow Sect recently. Ing Wuxia did not expect Fang Yuan to arrive so quickly. He did not even have time to tell Lu Qingyu some crucial information. If Ing Wuxia had told Lu Qingyu that the reason they ran was because Fang Yuan had rank 8 battle strength immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle, then Lu Qingyu would not have such thoughts and screams. He was definitely faster than He Lulan and Ing Wuxia. Oh no, he could not compare to them. His effort in escaping was definitely higher than Ing Wuxia and the rest. What a joke. This was rank 8 battle strength. Crushing them to death was as easy as crushing an ant. This is the might of a rank 8. At this moment, Fang Yuan sighed internally. Ing Wuxia and the rest escaped wisely. They were very decisive. If their positions were reversed, Fang Yuan would definitely escape as well. Earlier in the northern icy plain, he did not escape because Fang Yuan did not succeed in escaping, but it did not mean he did not want to escape. There was nothing shameful in escaping. For an old demon like Fang Yuan, temporarily retreating was a very wise strategy. However, Ing Wuxia and the rest did not know one thing. That was, the upper extreme heavenly eagle was already dead. Only an unhatched egg was left. Although Fang Yuan told Land Spirit of Langia about this, he also instructed him not to leak this secret. Thus, Sixth Hair could only obtain the most crucial information. He could not tell Ing Wuxia and the rest. At this moment, as Ing Wuxia and the rest ran away, only Lu Qingyu was left. This situation was very advantageous to Fang Yuan. Originally, Fang Yuan had some suspicions about chasing them. The other party had the advantage in numbers. There were 2 rank 7 Gu immortals. Fang Yuan knew Lu Qingyu, but this was the first time Fang Yuan had seen Shirnu. Now, after Fang Yuan's identity was exposed, Ing Wuxia ran away. Only Lu Qingyu was left. Running was the right thing to do. Against a rank 8 existence, probing was courting death. When he was under the effect of Gray Cloud Battle Puppet, Fang Yuan did not dare to probe the immemorial rock dragon. Right now, Fang Yuan thought about it and decided to deal with Lu Qingyu first. Get rid of him first. Weaken the enemy's overall strength. If Fang Yuan did not grasp such a good opportunity to deal with them one by one, he would be struck by lightning. If I kill him, I might be able to soul search him and obtain crucial information about Ing Wuxia and the rest. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan took the initiative to attack. Sword marks targeting death. He immediately used an extraordinarily sharp sword path killer move. Although Lu Qingyu was roaring in his heart, he was also very vigilant. The reason was simple, to be able to making Wu Xie and the rest so afraid. Even if he was a rank 6 Gu immortal, he would definitely be dangerous. Lu Qingyu was already on full alert, as if he was facing a great enemy. At this moment, the sword light shot over. Lu Qingyu quickly dodged, avoiding Fang Yuan's attack. As expected, even though this guy is a rank 6 Gu immortal, he has rank 7 immortal Gu. Sword path? Lu Qingyu complained internally. He only had 2 rank 6 immortal Gu. He lost to He Lulan because of this. After a few rounds, Lu Qingyu fell into a disadvantage. He was only a lone cultivator. Even though his cultivation level was higher than Fang Yuan, he only had 2 rank 6 immortal Gu, and his immortal killer moves were deduced by himself. They were not outstanding, and there were few of them. After another dozen rounds, Fang Yuan had more or less figured out Lu Qingyu's foundation. The other party only used the same few moves. How could he not figure them out? Lu Qingyu's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He was in a sorry state. Even though Fang Yuan lost blood asset immortal Gu, he had other time path defensive methods. He could advance and retreat freely. He was unruffled. His strength was growing too quickly. In the past, Lu Qingyu had chased Fang Yuan into a sorry state. But now, Fang Yuan was suppressing him instead. Even though he only had rank 6 cultivation level, in terms of battle strength, he far surpassed Lu Qingyu. No wondering Wu Xie wanted to run. This enemy is a monster. He is unbelievably strong, and from the looks of it, he has not even used his full strength. Lu Qingyu's fighting spirit was decreasing as he fought. He actually wanted to surrender. But it was different now. He had the Shadow Sect alliance agreement. He could not surrender to the enemy. There was only one path in front of him. That was to fight to the death. Follow me if you have the guts. Lu Qingyu dodged Fang Yuan's attack with all his might. He turned into a green light and escaped towards the turbulent flow sea area. Too naive. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, pointing at Lu Qingyu's escape route. Immortal killer move. Year Beast summoning. A snake-shaped year beast tore space and appeared, blocking in front of Lu Qingyu. Lu Qingyu was delayed by this obstruction. Fang Yuan was behind him, using sword escape immortal Gu to catch up and deal the killing blow. Lu Qingyu was hit and died. His body self-detonated. His soul shattered into pieces. Fang Yuan quickly acted, but he could only save a small portion. Lu Qingyu's immortal aperture also fell into the sea, sinking to the bottom of the sea. Heaven and earth chi started to gather, turning into a blessed land. The remnant soul was quickly dispersing. It seemed to be a method of Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan used many methods, but could not stop the remnant soul from self-destructing. Fang Yuan quickly soul-searched. Dozens of fragments of memories were revealed to him. Fang Yuan's luck was good. He saw Lu Qingyu and Ing Wu Xie setting up a trap together. Oh? It seems that Ing Wu Xie knows that I have rank 8 battle strength. He cannot fight me, so he set up a trap to harm me. You've really made some progress. As for the rest of the memory fragments, there was nothing to say. Soon, these remnant souls dissipated. Lu Qingyu's body also self-detonated. It was hard to collect them. All of his Dao marks were gathered in his immortal aperture. Fang Yuan sighed. He still wanted to absorb Lu Qingyu's Dao marks into his body. Unfortunately, the Gu immortals of the 5 regions were not so easy to take advantage of. After some commotion, the immortal aperture turned into a blessed land. The entrance opened. This was a rare chance to enter the blessed land. If he missed it, it would be much harder to enter again. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.